Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we have a very special stream for you. We are going to be looking into the murder of Tupac Shakur from 1996. Duane Keffe D. Davis will be going to trial. He is currently in jury selection right now in Las Vegas, and his trial is slated to start on Monday. So today we're going to be looking back at what happened that final night that Tupac was alive, how we got from there to here. We have hearings. We have a brief little history of what happened and a lot of news reports. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
Smoking now, I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Tupac is a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. We make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping.
All right. Hello and welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you guys joining us today. This is a special stream that we are going to be looking back at the night Tupac was taken out and the upcoming trial of Duane Keffe D. Davis. They are currently in jury selection. As of last night, I heard that they were Monday was going to be a start. Monday was going to be the start of the trial. So we will not be covering the trial day to day. We're going to be focusing on Mario Fernandez out of Jacksonville, but we will be doing weekly recaps. Every Sunday afternoon, we'll be replaying some of the highlights of the testimony and what happened in the courtroom. So, but with all that being said, we are definitely going to be keeping our eye on this trial. We want to, today we just want to look back at what happened September 7th and 96, and then how it all transpired, and then what brought us to Mr. Davis being on trial. So Tupac Shakur, he was the victim. He was 25 years old. Duane Davis, he's the defendant. He is now 63 years old. The date of this incident was September 7th, 1996. Duane Davis is charged with deletion by use of a deadly weapon with a criminal gang enhancement. The judge is Carly Lynn Kearney. We have prosecutors Mark DiGiacomo and Binu Palau. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing those names. The defense currently is pro bono. This is Michael Schaft. He previously was being represented by Carl Arnold. Robert Draskovich, you guys remember Mr. Draskovich, he represented Davine Michaels. He also represented Robert Tellis. So, and then Draskovich was with Michael Pendulo. So, if you guys remember Davine Michaels we covered and Robert Tellis, that's Robert Draskovich, but he is no longer defending Mr. Davis. So, on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur walked out of the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, Nevada after watching a Mike Tyson fight. Bruce Seldon he was fighting. After that boxing match, Tupac and members of Death Row Entourage became involved in a fight inside the MGM Grand with Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, a member of the Southside Compton Crips. So you basically have the Bloods and the Crips warring against each other. This confrontation was reportedly connected to an earlier incident involving Death Row associate and member of the Mob Piru gang Bloods, Trayvon Trey Lane, whose death row medallion was allegedly been taken during an altercation with Southside Crips members, including Orlando Anderson. Now I'm going to go over all of this. This is just a high level. Surveillance video captured Tupac, Knight, and others attacking Anderson in the casino. We will show that later on. I've got a still photo of that, but then a news clip actually has that incident on camera. The chain was given by Knight as Christmas gifts to his members. Hours later, Tupac was shot and he was fighting for his life. And then 6 days after that, he passed away. So, who is with us today? Let me just give a brief, quick shout out to folks that are in the chat, and thank you guys for joining us. Let's all hit the like button. We've got Court Watcher Denisha, Kid Bubble Wrap Stephanie. How are you? Hey Tammy, hola, great to see you both. Camilla, welcome in, welcome in. Let's see. We have got Heidi, Iowa Backyard Cam. Thank you. Hey, William, great to see you. Bama Green Eyes, good morning to you. Brown Roseman, how are you? Great to see you. Downey Lynn, hello, hello. Listen, that will wake you up. Yes. Heidi, hello. Hey, Carly Angel, a good morning to you. Snow Caddish, good morning. Amy Bella, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Who else do we have with us? Green Eyed Cat, good morning. Dragonflies, great to see you. All right. Let's see. Amy Bell, I heard that on one of Tupac albums holds the key. Okay. Dina, there's going to be a lot of rumors, we're not going to touch the Sean Combs aspect of this. Today, we're not going to touch that. I mean, it's out there. I know you guys probably are very aware of it. There's a lot of rumors out there. But we're going to focus on another aspect of this. All right, so let's get started. I've got a little, I got a brief, let me see here. Let me pull myself up here before we get to all of the, all right. All right, so I'm going to go through what happened, and then we're going to look at some news reports, and then I have a lot of arraignments and hearings that we can look at as well, and we'll wrap our heads around this together. All right. So Tupac Shakur. On the night of September 7th, Tupac was in Las Vegas with Death Row Records co-founder Marion Suge Knight and members of their entourage. The night began at the MGM Grand, where Tupac and Knight attended the Mike Tyson, Bruce Seldon heavyweight boxing match. So this is them coming into the MGM Grand. That is them meeting Mike Tyson. That is Tupac and Suge at the event. All right, so Tupac was actually born Parrish Crooks, June 16th, 1971 in New York City. So he's originally an East Coast guy, right? He's East Coast. He became one of the most recognizable and influential artists of his generation, to be quite honest. He sold more than 75 million records. That's worldwide, making him one of the best-selling music artists of the time. So he was born, here's an interesting thing. He was born, his parents were members of the Black Panthers. So he grew up being very aware of political and social issues. And then he started to sing about that. He started to rap about that. And, I think that was a pretty heavy influence on him. Now, he moved to San Francisco. So he starts out on the East Coast. He moves to San Francisco in 1988. And that's when he was signed by Suge Knight's Death Row Records. So October 12th, 1995. That's when he signed with them. And then that's when he became embroiled in this East Coast, West Coast feud between the rappers and the artists. So he produced four albums, 2 live albums, countless other compilations. But his 4 albums, 1991 was his debut album, 93, 95, and then 96. He scored 5 number 1 albums on the Billboard 200, 8 number 1 albums on hip hop and R&B albums. So he had altogether, 13 number 1 albums. All right, so let's get to the night of. All right. After this boxing match, Tupac and members of Death Row Entourage became involved in a fight inside this MGM Grand with Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. Now, he's a member of the Southside Compton Crips. So the confrontation was reportedly, let me get over here. All right, so this confrontation was reportedly connected to an earlier incident involving Death Row associate and member of the Mob Piru Gang Bloods, Trayvon Trey Lane, whose Death Row medallion was allegedly been taken during an altercation with some Southside Crips, including Orlando Anderson. So now there was some surveillance. So there's surveillance, and this is just a still, but I've got a, we'll show the video later. It's in a news clip. So surveillance video captured Tupac, Knight, and others attacking Anderson in the casino. The chain was given by Knight to as Christmas gifts to his members. So that fight became a critical part of the murder investigation because prosecutors now allege it provided the immediate motive for what happened later that night. All right, so Tupac and Suge, they leave the MGM Grand. Tupac has a gig later that night. So after the fight, Tupac returned to the Luxor Hotel. He changed clothes, and then he left with Knight. They were heading to Club 662. It's a Las Vegas nightclub associated with Knight, where Tupac was expected to perform later that evening. So Tupac was riding in the passenger seat of the black BMW while Knight was driving. Members of Death Row Entourage followed in other vehicles. Now, there's a traffic stop. So approximately at 11 p.m., Las Vegas bicycle officers stopped the BMW near Las Vegas Boulevard because the music, get this, the music was reportedly too loud and the vehicle's license plates were not properly displayed. So Knight was driving. Tupac was photographed in the passenger seat shortly before the incident happened. So they were released. They were released without being cited and continued towards Club 662. Now, at approximately 11:15, BMW stopped at a red light at Flamingo Road and Koval Lane. A white Cadillac pulled up alongside the passenger side of the BMW. And what happened next was Tupac was struck 4 times. Tupac was struck 4 times, including wounds to his chest, arm, and thigh. Knight was also injured, although his injuries were comparatively minor. So that's the driver's side. So they were able to flee the scene. So Knight attempted to drive away, but was eventually stopped by police, and emergency personnel responded. Now, after that, Tupac was transported to University Medical Center. In southern Nevada, where he underwent emergency surgery. Doctors removed his right lung, and he remained hospitalized in critical condition for nearly a week. Now, on September 13th, 1996, only 6 days after this, he passed away, and he was only 25 years old. His official cause of death was respiratory failure and cardiopulmonary arrest, resulting in multiple gunshot wounds. Now, following his passing, he was cremated, and his family and friends gathered, and they scattered portions of his ashes in the Pacific Ocean off of Malibu. Now, however, there's a gravesite in North Carolina. Journalist Jeff Pearlman and subsequent property visitors documented a headstone and a hidden burial site containing a portion of his ashes on a 54-acre estate in Lumberton, North Carolina. Now, this apparently has been, you can't visit there anymore. From what I read, apparently you can't visit there anymore. It's been removed. All right, so now we go to the four. Apparently there were 4 men inside this white Cadillac, and this is where we get to. Now we get to Duane Davis. All right, so Duane Keffe D. Davis, he's the one that's on trial. We've got Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, which we talked about earlier. He was the one that was involved in that fight and stealing of the death row medallion. We've got Terrence T. Brown. He was allegedly in this vehicle as well. And then finally, we have DeAndre Dre Smith. Now, Orlando Anderson was long considered a major suspect. Sorry, let me go back to Anderson here. So he was long considered a major suspect in Tupac's shooting, but he was never charged. Sorry. He denied taking out Tupac, and he himself was shot in Compton in 1988. Now, Brown, the alleged driver, we have Terrence T. Brown. He was the alleged driver. He was taken out in Compton in 2015, and then Smith died of natural causes in 2004. Excuse me. So that eventually left Keffe D as the only surviving occupant. So why are we talking about Keffe D at all? So he became very public after a time. Right? He gave interviews. He gave multiple interviews. He wrote a book, Compton Street Legend. And he's being described as, he has described being inside the Cadillac and has provided accounts of what happened before and after this incident. Those statements ultimately became extraordinarily important to investigators. In September of 2023, he was arrested. So he was arrested, and now he's charged with being in association. So here's the thing. Prosecutors do not need to prove that Davis personally fired any shots. Their theory is that he participated in and helped orchestrate the retaliatory attack following the MGM Grand confrontation. So we'll hear a lot of news clips. We're going to go through, again, this is just high level. We're going to dig deeper and deeper into this. But you'll hear that he had the weapon. He passed it down. Passed it to the back seat. Apparently he was in the front seat. So again, this was just a real high level, kind of let you guys understand what's going on with this. But I hope that kind of helps get us wrap our minds around this a little bit. So now let's get into, this is another overview. This is going to walk us through a history, and then we're going to get back into some of the more.
But first, from our 8 News Now,
we're going to get into some more details. But this is going to be just an overview going through the years. Actually, before I start, how are you guys doing? You guys have any questions? Are we okay? Let me just see what we're doing here. Hellrider, how are you? Waited for years to get justice. Snowcatish, he stupidly thought enough time had passed. We never stopped trying to get justice for Tupac and Biggie. Hellrider, Puff Diddy and Suga had their hands in both. There's definitely, I wasn't going to talk about it, but yeah, there was apparently was a bounty that Sean Combs put on, I think it was $1 million. And Davis talks about that. He got like half of it, or half of it was out there. Poppy Red Mustang, good morning. Welcome in. Hey, Skrubnik, how are you? Great to see you. Nanar, trying to catch up to see you in time. All right. All right, so let's continue on. Okay, so this is the first news clip. This is going to kind of give a broad overview of what happened, kind of what I just talked about, but I'm sure it'll fill in some gaps that I wasn't able to achieve. So let's get to this. Let me pull myself down here a little bit. Let's get to this.
investigators of Valley Homes searched in connection to the Tupac Shakur murder investigation nearly 27 years after his death. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. Metro Police confirming they searched a home as part of their ongoing work to solve who killed the rapper and hip-hop icon. 8 News Now investigator David Charnes breaking this story. David, what are you learning tonight?
Right, Denise, sources telling 8 News Now investigators this search involves Duane Davis, also known as Keefe D. Davis speaking publicly about the night Tupac died in videos on YouTube and in a book. It's a murder that shocked the world of music. 25-year-old Tupac Shakur shot 4 times inside this BMW in this intersection near the Las Vegas Strip in September 1996. He would die from his injuries 6 days later. 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy speaking exclusively with paramedics in 2016.
We brought the gurney up,
over,
just pulled them out.
pulled them out, and that's when, everybody was yelling, Tupac, Tupac.
Over the last 27 years, Metro Police have made no arrests, suspecting a rival gang targeted the rapper after a Mike Tyson fight. Someone in another car shot Shakur. The question, after all these years remaining, who was it? Sources telling the 8 News Now investigators Tuesday the warrant served at a home in Henderson Monday involved 60-year-old Duane Davis, also known as Keffe D. He's made several public statements about a possible shooter. Sources say detectives may have been looking for writings or documents connected to a book Davis recently published. People at the home declined to comment Tuesday, warning things could escalate should we stay outside or record them. Right now, nobody is in custody, and a quarter century later, police have never filed charges in this case, a case Metro says it is determined to solve. I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
Our CBS affiliate in Los Angeles reporting Davis is on tape confessing to being in the car with the shooter. Nevada does not have a statute of limitations in murder cases.
The arrest of Keffe D puts his Henderson neighborhood in the spotlight.
Our 8 News Now investigators team coverage continues.
So we'll take a few questions here. Yeah, I saw that too. Well, remember, Knight tried to drive. So the tires were probably shot, right? And then Knight tried to drive away. So that's why I'm thinking the tires, tires were shot and he's trying to drive away, I think that's why they were flat and that's why they looked like they were crushed. Hey, Grampy, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. All right, Snowcatter says, I'll go one step further and say Suge arranged Pac in Clinton prison. Therefore, when Suge magically showed up with bail for Pac after never meeting Pac, come on now. Yeah, there's a lot of information out there for sure.
News now with Kyle Payne outside of the murder defendant's home.
Almost an eerie quiet here in this Henderson neighborhood, which has become today one of the centers of the news and entertainment universe. Neighbors finding out that one of the residents here charged with a notorious murder.
I didn't know there was an arrest this morning. Like I said, this is a quiet neighborhood. I've been here 20-some years, and never had any problems. But I had no problems with them either. I didn't even know they were there.
But they were there, at least until Keffe D got arrested, sources say, in this Henderson neighborhood. None of the neighbors we spoke with saw or heard anything this time, far different from the scene several weeks ago when they searched his home.
Hands on top of your head right now.
Today, even though the neighborhood's Facebook group, which called itself Section 27 Neighborhood Watch, circulated a couple of rumors about the arrest, nothing the 8 News Now investigators could confirm other than surprise.
Yeah. There's several other neighbors are all surprised too, so it's I guess exciting.
Do you know what happened here today? A little exciting also at Keffe D's doorstep, where we tried to speak with the man in this car who said he was there to see Keffe D's son, who neighbors say also lives in the home. He did not want to talk.
No comment.
No comment from anyone inside Keffe D's home either.
Hello?
Hello, Channel 8.
What do you want?
We wanted to ask a couple questions.
Get away from my door.
The last time an 8 News Now reporter was on this street at this house for this story, the family said to get off their property or things would escalate. Reporting in Henderson, Kyle Payne, 8 News Now.
Public records indicate that Keffe D does not own the house in Henderson. By all accounts, that home is in his wife's name.
A judge sets bail at $750,000 for the man accused.
So now this is from January 2024. So again, this is just kind of this high level, and then we're going to go and we're going to dig in. We're going to dig deeper. We're going to do the body cam of his arrest. We've got arrest press conference, bunch of news. So this is just kind of a high level, just to kind of get us a little bit more aware of what's going on from a timeline standpoint.
accused of ordering the murder of Tupac Shakur.
And this is a case our 8 News Now investigators blew wide open this past summer. Well, now Duane Keffe D. Davis has a chance to get out of jail pending trial.
8 News Now investigator David Charnes shows us what happened from court and plays the audio recording Davis believes gave him immunity.
The problem for defense is that their defense is our client's a liar. That's the defense. Our client is a liar.
Prosecutors hoping to send Duane Davis to prison for the murder of Tupac Shakur say Davis's own statements work against him.
So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah. In addition to interviews in his book, Davis spoke to Los Angeles police detectives in this 2008 recorded interview the 8 News Now investigators obtained.
He leaned over on the window, we rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side, I would popped them.
Davis believes this conversation gave him immunity, even though it happened outside of Metro Police's jurisdiction. Prosecutors say Davis called the shots, but his nephew fired the bullets that killed Shakur. Davis's public defenders say his comments and others from purported gang members muddy this case's waters.
Part of the problem is this case has been tried on YouTube already.
As Judge Carly Kearney weighed setting bail, prosecutors pointed to a witness list they say another public defender, not even assigned to the case, provided Davis.
It was probably both unethical and ridiculously dangerous to provide a list of 39 people and tell Mr. Davis that these are people that have provided information to the police.
They claim Davis then told a family member the list of names and that those people may have been threatened.
This wasn't any surprise to Duane. Duane know everybody on there. Half of the people on that list aren't involved in the case. Half the lists are dead.
We did not receive a response from that public defender. Davis's public defenders say they do believe he can post bond. That would be just above $100,000. If he does get out of jail, he will be confined to house arrest, and his trial, however, was scheduled to begin this summer but will likely be delayed. The attorney for the man accused of ordering the murder of Tupac Shakur says his client is close to posting bail and could soon await his trial from his Henderson home. That development as a judge moves that trial to later this year. 8 News Now investigator David Charnes speaking with that attorney. And David, he says this is going to be big.
Yeah, Kirsten, so big he needs more time to go over the evidence prosecutors have against his client. Now, if this schedule holds, Duane Davis would go on trial in November, and today his new attorney says he can win.
Well, it's the biggest case that since OJ. Why wouldn't you want to take this case on?
It's a big case Duane Davis's new attorney is taking head on. Davis, charged with murder in the death of Tupac Shakur, hiring Carl Arnold in January.
Page 6, Duane Davis.
In court Tuesday, Arnold asked a judge to give him time to review the evidence, pushing a trial to November. Prosecutors allege Davis was the shot caller, ordering the rapper's killing a block off the Strip. Over the past several years, Davis has made public comments about that night and handing the shooter a gun, though police never found the weapon. Arnold says prosecutors will have to prove truth beyond Davis's own words.
Right now, the state hasn't provided any evidence to corroborate the statement that he's given.
Metro Police arrested Davis in September, and he's remained in jail since. Arnold says his client is close to posting the $75,000 he needs to go on house arrest.
He's upbeat that he can possibly get out of here real soon.
In the meantime, all eyes are on the fall.
It's going to be a great trial, I'll tell you that.
So if Davis comes up with that money to post bail, remember his total bail is $750,000, but he just needs to put up a portion of that. He'll have to go before the same judge again and tell her just who is paying for it. I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
Thank you, David. If the trial schedule holds for November, it will mark 28 years since Shakur's death.
So court watcher Denisha, I've got that. We're gonna get to that. I've got Daryl Harper, his producer. I have that interview. I've got Davis's interview. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We just gotta follow the timeline. So we will get there. Don't worry. I got a lot for you guys. I got a lot for you guys today.
You do not think he had any involvement in the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No.
None?
None.
He was not there?
No, I don't believe he's there.
The lawyer representing the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur says we shouldn't believe his client as he prepares to represent him in what's being set up as the year's biggest trial. And tonight, that attorney is sitting down with one local journalist, and that's 8 News Now investigator David Charns. Thanks for joining us. I'm Denise Valdez.
I'm Brian Loftus. Our 8 News Now investigators broke the news of the raid at Duane Keffe D. Davis's house. That set off his arrest and now his criminal case in the murder of the hip-hop icon.
And now his attorney says don't believe him. Here's 8 News Now investigator David Charns with the interview you will only see on 8.
He's a liar then. That the statements.
I would definitely say he's a liar.
Defense attorney Carl Arnold says we shouldn't believe what 60-year-old Duane Keffe D. Davis has to say about the shooting of Tupac Shakur.
He keeps repeating this, is that the whole thing is unfair. He feels that he had protection from his earlier statements that were made.
Those earlier statements to police in California who were investigating not the death of Shakur, but the death of Notorious B.I.G.
He didn't have any information but said, hey, let me try to, rehash this Tupac murder, give you some information that he heard on the streets, and he filled in the gaps as they were asking questions.
Arnold says Davis lied about his alleged involvement in Shakur's murder, saying he was in the shooter's car and handed him the gun. That eventually unraveled, according to Arnold, where those private statements to police turned into public interviews, paid interviews.
He's sitting over there, how come I didn't make any money on this? And now someone's presenting him with the opportunity to make some money, combined with, okay, he's looking at these are his last years of life. Let me tell my story.
So isn't it kind of stupid to do that and then get hit with a murder charge?
Yeah, it was really stupid. But then again, here's what he's thinking is, he already said all these things way back when.
Arnold says it's now up to prosecutors to prove Davis's own statements are true beyond a reasonable doubt. And as far as Arnold knows, there's no video or DNA evidence to prove that. How do you defend those statements?
Again, there's no proof of that. That's the first thing.
So his own words you can't take for granted is what you're saying?
Correct. There has to be some type of corroboration. Anybody can say, well, I gave this person the gun and he shot Tupac.
So if he didn't do it, does he know who did?
No, he does not know who did.
And why should we trust Keffe D now?
You shouldn't trust Keffe D. You absolutely shouldn't. And that should be the thing that causes him to walk.
Arnold says he plans to subpoena Suge Knight for the trial. Knight is the only living witness and was driving the car Tupac was riding in. Arnold also says another witness we could hear from, Sean P. Diddy Combs. I'm David Charns, 8 News Now.
Davis remains in custody on $750,000 bail. Arnold and prosecutors back in court next week to tell a judge how their preparation for the scheduled fall trial is going.
So I have heard, and we'll get further into it, I have heard that Suge Knight is going to testify. Not sure about Combs. I haven't heard, we've heard his name obviously a lot throughout all of this, and we will continue to hear his name. But as far as testifying, I haven't heard his name being thrown out to testify, but Knight's name, I'm pretty sure he will testify.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside too.
Duane Keffe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the boxes. They just use something in the boxes. From 1996.
Those boxes contain a 2006 interview from a gang member who prosecutors say implicates Davis in Shakur's murder.
He makes that statement 2 years before any confession the defendant ever made.
But speaking out of turn, Davis says he believes those boxes came from retired LAPD detective Greg Kading, who interviewed Davis as part of the investigation into the death of rapper Notorious B.I.G. In a recorded interview, Davis told Kading what happened in Shakur's case, believing he would have immunity.
The boxes should not be allowed. I've been at his house for 15 years, and he's doing interviews, going in the boxes.
Well, Tuesday's hearing centered on that new evidence. The main reason was Davis's bail. The judge denying Davis's first attempt over concerns the man putting up the more than $112,000 was really a middleman. She also said she was concerned Davis could profit off the alleged crime, but Davis's attorney says no law prevents that until a person is convicted.
Right now, his son, myself, even he can enter into a contract with any media entity and make money on this case.
Now, a judge refusing to dismiss the case against the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur. Thank you for joining us at 4. I'm Kirsten Joyce.
And I'm Brian Loftus. Duane Keffe D. Davis says he was there when the rapper and hip-hop star died, and prosecutors say those statements are really the key to their case.
8 News Now investigator David Charnes in court as a trial gets ever closer.
Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney declining to dismiss Duane Keffe D. Davis's murder case Tuesday after hearing arguments from his attorney about why she should drop it.
We cannot have just the confessions, because if you just leave that to the jury's going to just assume guilt because he confessed.
Those confessions in Davis's book and in TV interviews where he said he was there the night in 1996 when Tupac Shakur was shot and killed. Davis has said he handed Shakur's killer the murder weapon.
Mr. Davis chose upon himself to publicly confess to a crime multiple times.
Prosecutors say they accelerated their case against Davis once he published that book in 2019. But Davis's attorney says they waited too long, 27 years to charge him.
They just can't sit here and say, well, he kept talking about it. No, you had that information in the beginning. You should have arrested him back in 2009.
Over the years, Davis met with police in California and Nevada. He thought he had protection from the law regarding the murder case, but prosecutors and the judge disagree.
Only a court in the state of Nevada could say Mr. Davis has immunity from the crime of murder in the state of Nevada.
Right now, a trial in this case is scheduled for March, but that is unlikely to happen. The judge ordering everybody back in February to talk about if they're going to be ready for that date. At the Regional Justice Center, I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
And the judge has declined to release Davis on house arrest over concerns he could profit from his criminal case. She previously set his bail at $750,000. Brian?
The man accused in the murder of hip-hop legend Tupac Shakur giving his first interviews with 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy. You're watching 8 News Now at 6. I'm Brian Loftus.
I'm Denise Valdez. Vanessa has been visiting him in jail actually now for months as he proclaims his innocence and insists he'll soon be released.
Duane Keffe D. Davis insists he was not involved in the murder of rap legend Tupac Shakur.
So were you there that night in that car? What was your role?
No, I wasn't there. I wasn't there at all. There's no car or nothing. I wasn't even in Vegas. They ain't got no proof of it in Vegas. They ain't got no gun, no car, no Keffe D, no nothing.
Shakur's murder, an unsolved case since 1996 when he was shot and killed near the Las Vegas Strip. As first reported by the 8 News Now investigators, Metro Police arrested Davis in 2023 after he wrote a book and gave interviews stating he passed the gun to the shooter.
I was just trying to make money.
How much money do you think you made from the book and the interviews?
Davis insisting he'd be released from jail since our first visit with him back in September. Clark County District Court Judge Carly Kearney set his bail at $750,000 with a requirement to know exactly where the money is coming from to make sure Davis wouldn't profit from the case.
I'm an American citizen. I'm act like I'm guilty before I give a chance. Let's not rush to say I ran. This is wrong.
He claims he previously made an immunity deal with the federal government.
Really violating all my amendments and constitutional rights. I'm never supposed to be put in jail for this. Never.
Well, they're pointing to the interviews and the book.
I didn't violate that.
And during our visit in January, Davis continues to insist he's innocent.
They ain't got me. They ain't got no car. They forensics. They don't got me. They got everybody on video. They got me on video.
By our visit in February, Davis was also facing charges in connection with this incident in jail. During each visit from September through as recent as Tuesday, Davis insists he'll soon be a free man.
I ain't no flight risk or no threat to the community.
At the time of his arrest, Davis was living in Henderson, a grandpa by then who had fought cancer. Now he is charged in one of the most notorious murder cases in America.
He's really a good person. He ain't no bad person.
A jury trial is scheduled for early 2026. Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
And Davis's next court appearance is scheduled for June.
We anticipate presenting a competing narrative and a more truthful narrative concerning those events of September. Our client was not involved in the shooting.
It's wrong in my life, but I've done nothing criminally.
Not involved in the shooting death of rap icon Tupac Shakur. It's a huge murder case that happened right here in Las Vegas, and tonight it's taking yet another turn. Thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. The man accused of orchestrating Tupac's murder has new attorneys, and they are speaking first with 8 News Now investigator David Charns about how they plan to prove Keffe D is innocent.
Well, Duane Davis has repeatedly said that he handed a person the gun used to shoot and kill Tupac just right here off the Strip nearly 30 years ago. Tonight, his attorneys say don't believe him because lying to the public isn't a crime. You don't think we should believe him?
In reference.
So if you guys watched us, Duane Michaels and Robert Tellis, this is Mr. Draskovich. He was the representative. Now he is no longer representing Keffe D, but he did represent him for a period of time. So if he looks familiar and you've been watching our channel, then yes, he is familiar.
To his claiming to have committed a murder that he did not know. Don't believe him in reference to that.
62-year-old Duane Davis's new attorneys say we shouldn't take their client's public statements about the murder of Tupac Shakur at face value. A grand jury indicting Davis 2 years ago for the rapper's 1996 murder. Now Robert Draskovich and Michael Pandulo are taking over. Draskovich most recently representing ex-politician Robert Tellis in his murder trial last year. Davis's case set for trial next winter.
Usually cold cases that are brought many, many years later are brought on the basis of strong forensic evidence.
DNA.
So we don't have that here.
What we know prosecutors have, Davis's own words, whether true or not. In a book published with a co-writer in 2019, Davis says he was in a group that followed Shakur that night, eventually leading to him handing a gun to the shooter. That, and other statements and interviews, leading prosecutors to bring the case to a grand jury.
Did he write that book himself? Are those statements accurate?
It's not a crime to claim that you did something that you didn't in fact do.
Davis's history with police, both in Nevada and California, dates back decades and focuses more on drug dealings than Shakur's death. His attorneys say anything he said about the murder should include the lens of his receiving immunity and making money.
But we anticipate providing a much more in-depth and true explanation of why those statements were made.
Possible witnesses who would provide testimony at trial: Suge Knight, who himself was injured in that shooting, and Sean Diddy Combs, who ran a rival record label. Now, Combs has denied any involvement in that. It is important to mention we don't really know what prosecutors plan to present at trial, and if that includes other evidence we haven't seen yet. The trial is scheduled to begin next February, and those attorneys say they will be prepared for that date. I'm David Charns, 8 News Now.
Earlier this summer, a jury found Davis guilty for taking part in a jail fight. The sentencing for that scheduled to happen in just a few weeks.
It is video that you saw first here on 8, a fight between an inmate and the man charged in the killing of rapper Tupac Shakur. Well, today, a jury finding Duane Keffe D. Davis guilty for taking part in that fight, and today he learned his punishment. 8 News Now investigator David Charns telling us what it is and also what it means for the upcoming murder trial.
Duane Davis has been in custody in that jail for about 2 years. He was arrested in September 2023, and he had a couple of things to tell the judge before she sentenced him.
This is wrong. I got attacked.
62-year-old Duane Keffe D. Davis tells a Clark County judge he's the victim, months after a jury took just 90 minutes to find him guilty of fighting with another inmate inside the Clark County Detention Center. That December 2024 fight caught on surveillance video, showing the two men wrestling on the ground before guards separate them.
My parents brought me up to protect yourself. And that's all I was doing was protecting myself. And this is totally wrong, man.
Tuesday's sentencing for the jail fight coming after weeks of delays and after prosecutors played audio of Davis where they say he proclaimed victory. Davis, arrested nearly 2 years ago on accusations he ordered the 1996 murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, saying he's a target in the facility and that he knows better.
It seemed like a setup to me, and it was wrong, man. I'm trying to do my time as best as possible, trying to stay out of trouble. The dude attacked me.
So with credit for time served, Davis will be up for parole for the fight in about a year. Meantime, the murder trial is scheduled to begin in February. At the Regional Justice Center, I'm David Charnes, 8 News Now.
So as we first told you, Davis recently changed attorneys for that particular trial. Those attorneys telling us they are prepared for that trial, which is scheduled to start next year.
Lawyers for the man charged with murdering the rapper Tupac Shakur filing a motion this week. 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne joins us live in studio with more. Kyle, why now?
Brian, the murder trial for Duane Davis, best known as Keffe D, is coming right up this summer, and his new lawyer wants to get some of the evidence the state plans to use against him tossed as soon as he can.
They have a right to their point of view. We have a right to ours, and nobody has a monopoly on the truth, or in this case, the facts.
And some of those facts, Davis's attorney, Robert Draskovich, wants to clarify, as he did in this 24-page motion to suppress evidence that Metro Police seized in a nighttime search of Davis's home. Davis's lawyer writing the police didn't have good reason to break down Davis's door in the middle of the night, so to speak, and that this affidavit Metro showed a judge in order to get that warrant shouldn't have been enough for her to allow the nighttime search. The motion to suppress says the court was misled and that there was bad faith, meaning the judge should toss any evidence the police recovered that night. The 8 News Now investigator spoke with Draskovich earlier this year.
We keep our eye on the ball. What we do is we lay out all the tasks that need to occur before the trial date, investigation that needs to occur, interviews that need to take place, subpoenas that need to be issued. We are just beginning that now.
And now, this motion to suppress, accompanied by 186 pages of supporting documents, including a list of items the cops took from Davis's home after the search, like a USB drive, an iPhone, iPads, laptops, and other tablets. The second page showing the police also grabbed a copy of Vibe magazine on the murder victim, the rapper Tupac Shakur, a copy of the book Compton Street Legends, in which Davis is alleged to have confessed to the murder. District Attorney Steve Wolfson, back when Davis was arrested over 2 years ago, standing behind the evidence Davis is now challenging.
This is an important case. We wanted to make sure we get it right. We wanted to make sure we had legally admissible evidence. We wanted to make sure that we felt comfortable that we had sufficient legal evidence. You know, if you're going to charge a person with murder, he has a right to believe that the system would only bring charges if there was sufficient legal evidence.
Davis's attorney is no stranger to high-profile cases. Robert Draskovich just defended a former porn star who was convicted of beheading her ex-husband, and he represented disgraced politician Robert Tellis in his murder case a year ago, August. Brian.
Duane Davis and the lawyers on both sides will appear in court January 6 to argue the latest motion. Davis is serving a sentence at High Desert State Prison for a fight he started when he was in Clark County Detention Center awaiting his murder trial.
Prosecutors say the man charged in connection with Tupac Shakur's murder repeatedly confessed to it. That in response to a motion by lawyers for Duane Keffe D. Davis to toss evidence police collected in a nighttime search of Davis's home. The lawyers call that search unnecessary. Documents say police seized several computers, tablets, hard drives, firearm cartridges, and black tubes containing photographs. Prosecutors say Davis was a high-ranking leader of the Southside Compton gang Crips and served prison time as recently as 2015.
All right. So that was a really good news clip because that kind of shows everything. That was sort of the arc of what happened. So now I'm going to do one more full timeline, and then we'll start to get into body cam of his arrest, news conference. So I just want to do one more timeline so you guys kind of get an idea of
Tupac Shakur was
an idea of what we're dealing with here. Kind of bummed that Draskovich isn't still on.
Tupac Shakur was a rising giant in the hip-hop world when he was murdered in Las Vegas. But even after his death, his legacy continued on. But the search for those responsible never stopped. It's a case that started in Las Vegas and is ending here with a trial. The connection goes all the way back to 1989 when Duane, Keffe D. Davis says in his book he met Tupac Shakur for the first time at the Greek Theater in Los Angeles. Davis recalled running into Tupac many times after that. But when Tupac released his hit song California Love, Davis said the lyrics didn't sit right with his gang, the Compton Southside Crips. But Tupac was already a rising star.
I'm gonna give everything I can.
The two wouldn't meet again until 1996. Prosecutors say by then a gang feud from the streets of Compton was already brewing between the Southside Crips and the Mob Peru Bloods, who were affiliated with Death Row Records, the record company representing Tupac and owned by Suge Knight. September 7, 1996. The Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas had just wrapped up. Tupac was there with his crew and Davis was there with his. But inside the lobby...
All right, so here's the fight. Here's the fight that we were talking about earlier.
A fight. The Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas had just wrapped up. Tupac was there with his crew and Davis was there with his. But inside the lobby, a fight broke out. Davis's nephew was jumped by Tupac and Suge Knight.
Some 11A East Coasters came in there. Like, Keffe D, they just jumped on lane. Like, who? They said, the Death Row, Tupac them. You gotta be.
In his book, Davis wrote, "We couldn't let no record company studio gangsters do us like that." Davis recalls looking for those responsible for his nephew's beating and began searching the strip. Hours later, they came face to face with Tupac and Suge Knight at a stoplight near Flamingo Road and Koval Lane. Davis recalled Tupac was waving to his fans. He writes that Tupac reached for a weapon, quote, Pac pulled out a strap and that's when the fireworks started. Suge Knight survived, but Tupac Shakur died 6 days later. In 2008, Keffe D gave statements to police under a promise of immunity, but that didn't stop him from telling the public what he remembers from the shooting.
Seeing all on the news, like, damn, I got away.
Prosecutors said media interviews in his 2019 tell-all book revealed more about what he knew about Tupac's killing. In July 2023, police raided his Henderson home, and by September, he was in handcuffs in connection to the 1996 killing.
Well, I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department. I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case.
Since his arrest, he has gone through a jailhouse fight and 3 different attorneys leading up to the trial. Defense attorney Michael Samth says he's confident in this case.
We have to leave that up to a jury. They have to make that final call. I'm just, with regards to the preparation of the case, we're very confident in the case.
Now, nearly 30 years after those fateful gunshots on the Las Vegas Strip, a jury will finally decide if Keffe D was the mastermind behind the murder of a music legend. That trial is set to start August 10th. I'll be covering it from the courtroom and from Fox 5. And every week, I'll be bringing you up to speed on the key moments from the trial from our Fox 5 podcast room. I'm Victoria Saha, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
Well, I will be too. No, that's what we plan to do. We're not going to watch it day to day, but I will be doing weekly recaps because this is an important trial. It's an important trial. We're not quite sure if how much. If all they have is Mr. Davis, his book and talking, giving interviews. I mean, that's big, but is that enough to convict him? We'll see. All right, so here's the body cam of his arrest. This is September 29th. So this is the body cam of his arrest.
All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Yep, go for it.
Hey, Keefe, Metro Police, come over here. Hey, Metro Police, come over here, all right? Thanks, buddy. Come on over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? I'm gonna stand right here in front of the car. Yep. Nope, we're going to put it down. I know, hang on. Put that down for a second, all right?
You got nothing on you, right?
Hooks. You have anything on you, sir? No. Okay, yeah, we'll get you a drink. Hang on, all right? Just want to make sure you got no weapons on you or anything, okay? I'll separate the two, sir. Thank you. Put your palms together like you're clapping. I just want to make sure these cuffs can be all right on you.
Yep. Do you mind?
Yep.
Okay. I'll follow you. Oh, yep. I'm good. My person's clear. I'm right here. Huh? Right here. Do you have anything on you, sir? No. That was okay. Phone and water.
Phone and water.
Perfect. We're gonna put you in the car.
I need to drink some water, man. I'm thirsty.
You just going for a walk or what?
Yeah.
Okay. You do like a morning walk every day, or?
Yeah,
okay.
We'll get you some water, my man.
Can you try to get it now?
Yeah. As soon as we get you in the car,
we'll get you in. Yeah, one foot in the car. All right. I appreciate it, sir.
Yep.
All right. Let's walk over here, sir. Okay. Don't worry. Your water's gonna come.
Over here, sir. You double walking all that?
Yep. Okay. Everything's good.
You got legs?
I don't.
You have legs? Yeah, I got some. Yep. Hold on before we put them.
Yep.
We got to put some leg shackles on you. It's just part of our policy.
Are you wearing double pants, sir? You wearing double pants or these are boxers? All right, I'm gonna pull these all the way up.
Where the fuck I'm gonna go?
I'm gonna toss these on you real quick, my man. Cool. All right, sir. Go and have a seat right in here. I'm gonna help you out. Yep. Just kind of put your butt up against there. Kick that foot up.
Yeah,
you ready?
I'm a pro, dude. I got it.
Oh, you got it. All right.
He said
I'm a pro. He said I'm a pro. All right.
Thank you. Else out here, right? No, we're done.
I'll follow you.
Oh, yep. I can do it. My front seat's clear. I'm right here. Huh? Right here. Okay. Do you have anything on you, sir? No. All I had was a phone and water.
Phone and water.
Perfect. We're gonna put you in the car.
I need to drink some water, man. I'm thirsty.
Get a drink on there. You just going for a walk or what?
Yeah.
Okay. You do like a morning walk every day, or?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get you some water, my man.
Will you try to get it now?
Yeah. As soon as we get you in the car, we'll get you in the car.
Playing this again. I hate when they do that.
Sir.
Really?
All right, they put him in the car and then they back up. Why do they do that? I don't understand why they do that.
Oh, we're done.
In custody, camera off.
Yep. All right, more of that water.
Yep.
All right, go ahead and swing your feet out. Step over here. All right, we're gonna walk this way. Just baby steps. I'll get you out of those in a second.
All right, gonna have you face the car real quick. You go.
Yep.
Okay. Separate your feet for me. Lean up against the car for me. Beautiful. I'm gonna keep your phone up here with me so it doesn't bounce around. All right, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. You need help or you got it? All right. Now you can sit sideways if that helps too. I know those things aren't the most comfortable things, they ain't the fuzzy ones. So, I'll be done in a second. Yeah, well. You got his paperwork? Or? Oh, he already knows.
Go get it, yep.
Okay. Lieutenant Page.
Yep.
Got it. Yep, no problem. So what they got you for, man?
Oh man. Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Like recent?
September the 7th, 1996.
Oh no. Wow. That's a long time. That's a long time away.
You know what I'm talking about, yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Not a detective quite yet, but yeah. It's a long time away, man. What was that? 20-some years? No, more than that. Yeah. Sure took him a while, huh?
Yeah. I ain't worried about it. I ain't.
Well, I mean, that's what court's for, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so they raided your house and stuff, huh? That was like
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they, I'm walking around the corner this morning, walking through my walk.
Wow.
This year they make no big ass scene like they did last time.
They didn't make a scene like last time?
No, they made a big scene.
Oh, they did? Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, they had 3 SWAT units. I'm in my back. I heard a bunch of walkie-talkies in the house behind me. So I peeped over the gate. Me and the SWAT dude peeped over the gate at the same time, dude.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Walk in the house. And my whole house was lit up. This is Las Vegas Metropolitan SWAT team.
Oh, they weren't very subtle then, huh?
He said they didn't do that. I was walking down the street and the dude just jumped out. The apprehension team or something.
Hey, Keefe, Metro Police, come over here. Hey, man.
So he just keeps on talking. He just keeps on talking. Although he said it's something about September 7th, 1996. He didn't say I did it, right? He just said it's about something from 1996. All right. So our next up is going to be the press conference of his arrest. Sorry, let me cue this up. All right, give me a moment.
Rivalry, of course, was really the thing in hip-hop at the time in the mid-1990s. And the press conference feed has just come up. Let's listen in here live.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. 27 years. 27 years. For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Duane Keefe Davis, a.k.a. Keffe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis was arrested this morning by my LVMPD criminal apprehension team, and this investigation started on the night of September 7th, 1996. It is far from over. It has taken countless hours, really decades, of work by the men and women of our homicide section to get to where we are today. Several of those detectives that are standing here with us include Detective Cliff Mogg, the lead detective on this case. He is now retired. While I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department, I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case. It was not the case back then, and it is not the case today. Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city. Every single victim, every life that is lost is important and remains a priority to this police department. As we methodically built this case to move forward with an arrest, it was also important that at the same time we're building towards a successful prosecution. We work closely with our esteemed District Attorney Steve Wolfson in his office to ensure that is going to happen. Mr. Davis's own words reinvigorated our case in 2018. I'm going to give you some of those details, and I'm going to introduce to you our homicide lieutenant, Jason Johansson, and he will provide you many of the details on how we got here today. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you everybody for being here today. My name is Jason Johansson, and I'm the homicide lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And my goal here today is to walk you through our investigation and what led us to the indictment of Duane Davis, also known as Keffe D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. This case has been reviewed by our homicide team and homicide detectives for over 2.5 decades. And ultimately, our persistence in this investigation has paid off. Let me walk you through a timeline of events that as we know them right now. Prior to September 7th of 1996, as we all know, Tupac Shakur was an artist who was signed with Death Row Records. And that Death Row Records and its CEO, Marion Suge Knight, were closely affiliated with the Mob Piru criminal street gangs, and that they had an ongoing feud with the Southside Compton Crips. Duane Davis was the leader and shot caller of the Southside Compton Crips. And both of these gangs operated out of the Southern California area of Compton. On the night of September 7th of 1996, Tupac Shakur, along with Suge Knight, and members of their entourage, which include members of Mob Piru, came to Vegas to attend the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. Members of the Southside Compton Crips, which included Duane Davis, along with his nephew Orlando Anderson, were also in attendance at the same event. As both were leaving the fight, members of Death Row Records spotted Orlando Anderson near an elevator bank inside the MGM, and at that time they began to kick and punch him near that elevator bank. I will now show you hotel security footage, as many of you have already seen, related to this incident. And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security intervene, and then they will leave the area of the fight. Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead to the retaliatory shooting and death of Tupac Shakur. Following this incident, Tupac and Suge Knight both left the MGM to make their way to a post-fight party, which was to occur at a local nightclub. At the same time, word had spread amongst members of the Southside Compton Crips of what had occurred inside the MGM. And then that's when Duane Davis began to devise a plan to obtain a firearm and retaliate against Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur for what occurred inside the hotel against Mr. Anderson. After Davis obtained a gun, he entered into a white Cadillac along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Based on our investigation, this is where we know they were seated. At some point in time, as they were in the white Cadillac, Mr. Davis took the gun that he had obtained and provided it to the passengers in the rear seat of the vehicle. As they were driving west on Flamingo Road near Koval, they located the black BMW, which was driven by Suge Knight, and in the passenger seat was Tupac Shakur. And as they turned around, they pulled up near the passenger side of that vehicle and immediately began shooting at Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. Following that shooting, the white Cadillac fled the area southbound on Koval, and after our officers arrived on scene, Tupac was later transported to the University Medical Center, where he was treated medically and died approximately 6 days later on September 13th. My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Duane Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets. In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely, hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crime scene on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, in close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder. Before I hand it off to the District Attorney's Office, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Detective Mogg and all the other detectives that were not only assigned this case and reviewed this case, but all the other detectives from other agencies that assisted us in this investigation. They know who they are, and thank you very much for all the assistance you provided. It does not go unnoticed. And lastly, one of the most important things, in my opinion, is that we need to make this be a reminder that the charge of murder does not have a statute of limitations. This agency has been and is invested in solving our cold case homicides so that we can bring closure to those families and justice for those victims of homicide. And with that, I will turn it over to the Clark County District Attorney, Steve Wilson.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johansson. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I am the Las Vegas, Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. It has often been said, justice delayed is justice denied. It's a quote we hear often and for many, many years when talking about our legal system, but not in this case. Today, justice will be served in the murder of Tupac Shakur. I'd like to acknowledge the relentless work of the many Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide detectives. We've mentioned Detective Cliff Mogg many times, and we can't mention his name enough. He is the detective, along with his colleagues, that brought this case here today to you. A Clark County grand jury has indicted Duane Keefe Davis with 1 count of open murder with use of a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. Davis will appear in court in the next few days or so for a hearing to determine his custody status and to set a jury trial date. This grand jury has been receiving evidence for months and has determined there is sufficient evidence to justify the filing of this criminal indictment. I've assigned 2 of my top prosecutors, Mark DiGiacomo and Banu Palal, to prosecute this case. I know a lot of people have been watching and waiting for this day. Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step. Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender." Well, we didn't surrender thanks to the great work of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department under the leadership of Sheriff Kevin McMahill, Lieutenant Johansson, retired Detective Cliff Mogg. I am proud to announce the return of this document. This is the indictment we've been waiting almost 3 decades for. It spells out the facts and circumstances and what justifies a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment. Justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'd just like to say that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Homicide Section year over year solves over 90% of the homicides that occur in our jurisdiction. You won't find that anywhere else in the United States. For those family members that have lost somebody that we haven't solved that case, I want you to know, just like in this case, we're not going to give up. I also say to you that as we begin, we're going to take a couple of questions. I want you to remember in your questioning that this investigation, subsequent arrest, and now indictment is only the beginning of the process. And we are committed and invested in ensuring a successful prosecution as we move forward. So with that, we'll take any questions that you might have.
Sheriff,
Ken?
Excuse me. Sheriff, thank you. Have you been in touch with the Shakur family, anyone within here today? And if so, can you characterize what they told you?
The family has reached out to my office. I imagine also to Metro. We've been in communication with them. We understand that they are welcoming this news, they are pleased with this news, and they are certainly aware of the return of this indictment.
Do you anticipate them being at court for arraignment of Mr. Davis?
I don't think they'll be at the arraignment. I mean, that's a relatively short hearing, but I know that they'll be involved. I know that they'll want to be apprised of what goes on a frequent basis.
Back.
Could you talk about any of the statements that he made that piqued your curiosity again or got you back into this case?
Jason, you want to answer that? We're not going to talk about any particular statements, but maybe he can address that globally.
What I'll say is there's a lot that's going to come out when it comes time for trial, but he provides his own series of statements that are very consistent with the evidence that we have on the scene that we've obtained through our investigation. I'll leave it at that.
Can you identify anything that came from the the service of the warrant in July that you didn't know before?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I'll say about the search warrant that we did in July, that we obtained information or evidence during that execution of that search warrant that corroborated information obtained through our investigation, and I'll leave it at that until we go to trial.
Go ahead.
Hello, Tiffany Lane with Channel 3. So I know that this was obviously a big move. Is there anyone else being looked at this point? I know a lot of people have passed away since this incident, but is anyone else being looked at as part of this investigation still?
So as I stated earlier, in this case, the only living suspect related to this investigation is Duane Davis. All other 3 suspects are deceased.
Vanessa.
Thank you. Vanessa Murphy, Channel 8. Steve, can you talk about the murder charge if he is not the one believed to have pulled the trigger?
Yes, well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abetter. We have an aiding and abetting statute, which provides that if you help somebody commit a crime, you can be equally as guilty. The best example is 2 guys that agree to commit a bank robbery, and one of them goes into the bank with a gun and actually commits the robbery, and the other guy is the getaway driver. Never went in the bank, but he assisted the guy that went in the bank, so he's equally guilty. That is one of the theories in this case as well.
Last question.
Do investigators believe that Davis was the only person behind the plan to kill Tupac, or was he one of multiple people who came up with this plan?
I think the best way to characterize that is Duane Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan that was carried out to commit this crime.
And can you say how he obtained the gun or who he obtained it from?
We know that he obtained it from a close associate. That a lot of the actual details of who specifically, all that come out at trial, but he obtained it from a close associate of his.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Davis has said anything since his arrest.
Live.
Excuse me. All right, so you guys are talking about Biggie, Notorious B.I.G. All right, so they met in 1993. They shared meals, they hung out, they performed on stage together. Apparently, Tupac cooked green salad for Biggie whenever Biggie would come over from New York to L.A., he'd stay at Tupac's house. So there's that Quad Recording Studios where Tupac was assaulted, shot. Just go ahead and say it. And I posted that he was robbed, and he's coming out of the studio. Again, this sounds like Julio, right? Julio was shot at coming out of a studio, but Tupac was shot in the head, groin, hand, and thigh. And you see, whenever you see like a video of him, like his head's wrapped up, his hands wrapped up, that's from this incident. So that's 1994. That was 1994, November 30th specifically. So Tupac apparently thought that Biggie had something to do with that, and that kind of started this whole thing. Of course, Biggie says no, he didn't have anything to do with that because he looked up to Tupac. You know, he's a little bit younger, and he looked up to him. So. All right, let's see, what else? We have plenty more. Okay, let's get to some arrest news. Now that we heard the news conference, now we're going to get into some arrest news. And we all, if you're of a certain age and you were
at this time,
you always remember when something big happens. And I remember because I was deep in my music at this point, 96. I totally remember when this happened. Absolutely remember when this happened. I was in New York at the time. And of course, Tupac coming from New York, and everybody knew who he was.
At this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case, to successfully solve this case.
Metro Police are seeking to close one of the most infamous cold cases of all time. Today, they announced an arrest for the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. Duane Keffe D. Davis, whose Henderson home was raided over the summer by police, has been indicted in the murder of the music legend Tupac Shakur.
Police say it was his own statements to media outlets that led to his arrest almost 3 decades later. Fox 5's Mike Allen has tonight's coverage.
This is the indictment we've been waiting almost 3 decades for.
Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson proudly shows the indictment of Duane Keffe D. Davis to a crowd at a press conference Friday.
27 years. 27 years. For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice.
LVMPD Sheriff Kevin McMahill also proud of the work done to bring the indictment forward.
Well, I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department. I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case.
Davis, who police say is the last surviving passenger of the white Cadillac that pulled up next to the BMW carrying Tupac and his record label partner Suge Knight, admitted in multiple interviews that he provided the gun used to shoot Tupac to his nephew, who was also in the car. Davis was initially protected from incriminating statements when he talked to police about the murder about 15 years ago, according to former LAPD detective Greg Kading.
But then he began to go out and publicly boast about his involvement in the murder, and that led to law enforcement in Las Vegas taking another look at his claims, and ultimately he's just talked himself right into jail.
Kading is referencing statements Davis made to the media in 2018 regarding his involvement in Tupac's murder. LVMPD Homicide Lieutenant Jason Johansson says this is what sparked the recent police activity that led to Friday's indictment.
This was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge.
Wolfson quoted Tupac himself to make the point that in this case, justice delayed is still justice served.
Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender. Well, we didn't surrender.
All right, that's a quick little kind of recap. All right, here is just another bit of news. Oh, and then we're going to get to his first court appearance. So you know how we like to do it here. We like to give you as much information as we can, including news clips, as much as we can get our hands on. We want to give you as broad of a background as we can.
Live at 5, more information about what a grand jury saw before they decided to indict Duane Keffe D. Davis in the murder of Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago. Thank you so much for joining us. Live at 5, I'm Trisha Keene. Channel 13 has obtained newly released video and photos, part of the evidence seen by the grand jury. And our Brian Horwath has more on what it all means.
It's becoming more apparent that Duane Keffe D. Davis likely talked himself into his own indictment nearly 3 decades after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
We now know more evidence considered by a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment against Duane Keffe D. Davis. It consists mainly of Davis's own words gathered over the past few years from interviews he gave.
I got no reason to lie.
In various public forums on YouTube and in an autobiography, Davis described the events that brought down the rap legend.
Y'all need to come buy my book. Compton's a street legend. It's a good read, man. It's nothing but the truth.
Davis admitted to being one of 4 people in the infamous white Cadillac that fateful September night. He says his crew noticed Tupac because the rapper was hanging out of the front passenger side window of a black BMW driven by Suge Knight along Flamingo Road near the Strip.
Shit, he had half his body out the window. Yeah.
Contrary to what gang member Denvonta Lee told the grand jury, jurors heard Davis claim in an interview with Urban City TV it was Orlando Anderson, his nephew, who shot Shakur on September 7th, 1996.
He gave the gun to Orlando, and Orlando shot Tupac and Suge.
Yeah, he did his thing, yeah.
Davis also said after the shooting, his crew went back to their Strip hotel to pop bottles.
Didn't nobody know but us 4 that was in the car.
The other 3 men in that car with Davis are now all deceased, and investigators say it's unlikely Davis would have ever been arrested if he hadn't opened his mouth.
Orlando, not to tell nobody, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I said, on this type of you can't be telling nobody. That's the only way you're going to stay free.
Davis is set to be arraigned on a single charge of murder before District Court Judge Tierra Jones Wednesday morning. Reporting from the Regional Justice Center, I'm Brian Horwath.
talked himself into an indictment. Talked himself into possibly going to jail. All right, this is from October 3rd. So these are all news clips from October 3rd. This says never before seen. So let's see what this one's about.
New and never before
seen photos.
Seen photos and video connected to the investigation into the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. This is now available to the public. It includes pictures and video of the car Shakur was riding in the night of his death. You can see bullet holes scattered all across that vehicle. This newly released evidence showing never before seen details in a case that's cracked wide open some 27 years later. Investigative reporter David Charnes from our Las Vegas affiliate joins us live. David, I know you've put a lot of work into this as well, and so many people really thought this case had gone cold.
They certainly did, Nicole. And of course, here over the past couple of months, prosecutors have been building their case against Duane Keffe D. Davis to indict him in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And these photos and videos are just some of the evidence that was shown to a grand jury, helping them build their case.
New video shows Tupac Shakur and Marion Suge Knight leaving the MGM Grand after a fight involving a rival gang. The video, part of evidence shown to a Las Vegas grand jury, leading the panel to indict Duane Keffe D. Davis in Shakur's murder. The grainy video from a surveillance camera showing Shakur and Knight in the front of the entourage from Death Row Records. Just before, the two groups fought here by a bank of elevators. The fight over a chain like this, a necklace Knight gave members of his group for Christmas. Death Row Records spelled out in jewels.
And ultimately, our persistence in this investigation has paid off.
It's an investigation Metro Police worked on for 27 years. Prosecutors say some photos were on Polaroid, others on film. Photos like these of the BMW Tupac was riding in with Knight. Images shown to a grand jury include the car riddled with bullet holes. Prosecutors also showing where Shakur was sitting in the passenger seat in a photo of a car door with a hole through it. Other photos include the shooting scene at Flamingo and Koval, with cones representing where responding officers found shell casings. Prosecutors also showed the grand jury videos of Davis talking about the shooting, as well as several graphic photos from Shakur's autopsy. I'm David Charnes, 8 News
And
Now.
Nicole, that black and white video that you saw there inside the MGM Grand has never been made public. It showed Tupac there with Suge Knight leaving the MGM. We had seen that other surveillance video that is in color there, but a lot of these photos, we've seen obviously where this shooting happened, but these are the photos and evidence that police have been sitting on now for 27 years.
Yeah, 27 years, David. What does all of this mean really overall, and then more specifically for Duane Davis?
Well, of course, you and I both know at this point that Duane Davis has said publicly that he was in the car that drove up next to Tupac's for this shooting. He has said publicly that he handed the shooter in the back seat the gun to shoot Tupac. Those are his own statements. What prosecutors are using with this evidence is basically to show that he was there, to show the grand jury this is what it looked like. This is why his statements corroborate. You know, if you're looking at that photo there, it's on the right side of the car, so they can say, well, Keffe D said he pulled up on the right side on Flamingo and Koval. So all of these statements sort of come together, obviously leading this panel to lead to an indictment. Of course, a majority has to vote to do that. And some of these images, you know, while they're quite basic crime scene photos, they do help piece together some of this puzzle.
Yeah, some of this puzzle, nearly 30 years in the making here. All right, David Charnes live for us there in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
All right, so that, let's see, now let's get into some hearings. This is his first appearance. Oh, wait a minute. No court but talking heads in history. All right, let me see what this is about. I have a note that says, no court but talking heads in history. Let me see what this is about. Oops. Oh, no. I hate when that happens. I hit a wrong button. Hello, Riker. Hi, little girl. How are you? Sweet little peanut. All right, give me a second here. All right, so no court. All right, let me see if this might be a bust. These are just a bunch of people talking about it. But here's something. Let me pull this up.
Live presser right now. Let's go.
So that's what occurred today in court. Nothing will occur in the next couple of weeks until the next court appearance when his lawyer appears. Mr. Davis is being held on no bail. That no bail status will continue at least until his next court appearance. We will continue to ask for a no bail setting because we believe under Nevada law and the evidence in this case that the proof is evident and the presumption is great that he will be convicted of first-degree murder, and that allows us to ask for a no bail setting. I'll take some questions now.
Steve, what does it mean after so many months of work from your office to see him in court today?
Well, he's no different than any other defendant. I mean, we had a feeling this day was coming in the recent history based upon some of the events that have occurred in the last few years and few months. I like to see the person in person because on these cases, it's usually me that makes the ultimate decision on how to proceed. So I like to look at a person who's being charged with a crime in such a high-profile case. I like to look at their mannerisms. I like to look at their demeanor. I like to listen to them and kind of get a feel for their attitude.
Steve, can you say if he's been cooperating with investigators, if he's talked at all?
I understand that the day of his arrest, they were speaking with him, but I don't have anything further to say other than that.
Is there any coordination with LA about Victoria's BIG cases?
I'm not going to comment on anything involving that other matter.
Steve Preston, CBS News. This is such a high-profile case, 27 years in the making. Can you talk about how that could impact the legal process moving forward?
Well, it's a cold case. It's been lingering for 27 years, but I felt there was sufficient legally admissible evidence to move forward. That's why we presented it to a grand jury. The grand jury agreed that there was probable cause to return an indictment. But this case is like no other case. In a court of law, we have to present sufficient legal evidence to hopefully prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Any case that's 27 years old sometimes presents some challenges, but we feel very confident that the criminal justice system will work in this case.
Mr. Wilson,
is there any reason to fear for safety with a gang affiliation?
Whose safety?
Davis's safety while in custody?
I don't know. I don't know anything about his safety and his contacts or his relationships with people from 27 years ago. I don't have any information regarding that.
Steve, I spoke to Tupac Shakur's brother yesterday. He says he feels that this case wouldn't have gone without breakthrough for 27 years if Tupac had been a white man. Would this have been solved more quickly if Tupac had been white?
We don't look at the color of a person's skin. We have a number of cold cases that excellent detectives work on every single day, and whether the person is white, black, red, blue, or green, we move based upon evidence and what we can present in a court of law.
Steve, a lot of people have said, why did this take so long, especially in the last few years? Mr. Davis was very vocal about his involvement. Is there a simple answer to that question?
The simple answer is that this is an important case. We wanted to make sure we did it right. We wanted to make sure we had legally admissible evidence. We wanted to make sure that we felt comfortable that we had sufficient legal evidence. You know, if you're going to charge a person with murder, He has a right to believe that the system would only bring charges if there was sufficient legal evidence. So we waited until the point in time when we had that degree of evidence to move forward.
One of the comments from Keffe D in recent years is that he has said that he has terminal cancer, he has cancer, he's very unwell. Is that playing any role in this criminal procedure?
I've heard the same comments as well, some of the statements he's made to the media. I don't know his current medical condition. I'm not going to speak to whether he's still suffering from cancer or not.
Do you think that the trial perhaps will be happening quicker because of the high profile of it, or when do you anticipate the trial likely?
Well, in a couple of weeks, when he's formally arraigned, he has a right to invoke the Speedy Trial Act, which means setting a trial within 60 days, or he can waive that right to a speedy trial, and then the trial would be set off into next year. We have to wait to see at the arraignment what he chooses to do. Anybody else? We're good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so that's that. I don't think we get anything more. These are just a bunch of talking heads. Oh, wait. We saw that. Here, what's this?
To discuss this. Welcome.
Well, Michael Troiano is a defense attorney here in Las Vegas. He is with me, and Michael, thanks so much for joining me. Linda, first off, Duane Keffe D. Davis walked into that courtroom. He has an attorney, but his attorney, Edie Fall, cannot be here today. So this hearing was continued for 2 weeks until October 19th. So Keffe D. did not enter a plea. He will continue to be held without bail at the Clark County Jail. And so really nothing of consequence happened today. We were expecting him to enter a plea, but obviously he doesn't have counsel with him, but he has retained counsel. There was a woman who was here in support of him. There was also a rapper from Death Row Records in the courtroom. More media than anybody else, if you can imagine that. That's often what happens in these cases. A lot of international press here to cover this event. Michael, are you surprised at all by what happened today, given the fact that Keffe D. Duane Davis does not have an attorney or did not have an attorney with him in court?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, this case has been going on for a little bit over 30 years now, and the fact that his attorney is out of California, had to be here on short notice, makes sense, and he's probably going to have to find local counsel as well so that he could pro hoc vice in and be able to practice here in front of the Clark County courts.
This case has been going on now, as you mentioned, for almost 3 decades. So a lot of people didn't think this day would actually come, even though a lot of people knew what presumably happened that night. Keffe D. obviously innocent until proven guilty. What was the reaction in the legal community here?
Well, once his home was raided, several months ago, it was expected, at least in the local criminal defense community. I mean, they typically aren't going to go in and raid a home, especially with a case with this much history, without expecting to find something, at least from the law enforcement perspective.
What do you expect to happen next at that October 19th hearing? Obviously, that will be an arraignment. He should enter a plea, but do you expect anything else to happen?
I would imagine within the next 2 weeks he's going to find local counsel so that his California attorney could pro hoc vice in, which will allow him to practice in front of the Nevada State Bar for these limited purposes. And then they'll probably schedule a bail hearing where his attorneys will probably file a lengthy written bail motion, and the state will reply with an opposition, and then there will likely be a hearing where the main detective will testify at the bail hearing. So it'll almost be a preview to the trial in a sense.
DA Steve Wolfson said that he continues to be held without bail, and they will continue to ask that Keffe D be held without bail. Do you think there's any chance he gets any type of bond?
I mean, that's interesting. I mean, it's very difficult to get bond in a murder case, especially here in Clark County, because it's one of the only crimes where the state has the ability to request that, essentially, with no other open cases and convoluted issues like that. But the fact that the case is so old and apparently he hasn't been in any sort of trouble in many recent years probably leads to a puncher's chance, but I would imagine that he's going to be held no bail if I had to bet on it.
Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, it's a huge case. Is there any talk in the legal community about this? What's kind of the word on the ground, if you would, or the word around the courthouse among lawyers?
We all want to know who he's going to hire. Maybe me, who knows?
Okay, but I mean, is there talk about this might be a tough case to prosecute only because he could say, you know, I was just blowing smoke. It was a bunch of bluster, since his proffer from, you know, the mid-2000s cannot be used against him, the proffer in which he laid out for investigators what happened.
Yeah, a book is a book, and a book can be interpreted as fantasy, just like a rap lyric can be interpreted as fantasy. And going back all these decades, they don't have the sophistication that they do now with GPS monitoring, but it seems very likely that they're going to at least be able to put him in Las Vegas that evening. What happens after that is going to be anybody's guess until discovery starts.
Because everybody else that was in the vehicle that night, the white Cadillac, the 3 other people are dead. Michael, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, and I'll see you later in a little bit. Okay, have a good one in court. Okay, so Linda, you know, we expected maybe some fans to show up today, and we did have some fans show up for court, fans of Tupac Shakur's, and I'm waiting to kind of get them to come over here. They've been in high demand. Mario and Katina Scott are right over here, and we have been waiting to speak with them. Mario, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Mario, why did you feel the need to come to court today?
Well, other than being family, we just had to be here and see what was going on with the case, because it's been so long and so overwhelming. We just wanted to be present, you know.
You say your family. Explain that to me.
Yes, ma'am. My cousin. He's my blood cousin.
Tupac?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes,
and so how old were you when Tupac died?
9.
Oh my gosh, so you were just a little kid, right?
Yeah, I was a little kid.
What did Tupac Shakur, I mean, he was somebody that came from a somewhat rough background.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, that's hard. It's hard to get out of that. And he was able to get out of that and make something of himself. What did that mean to your family?
It was, he gave so much of our family member courage and, you know, just the outlaw spirit and, you know, never to give up and never to stop, because he never stopped. He was a genius before his time. Yes, ma'am.
You were a child.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you looked up to him. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so much. I always heard his music, and his mom would tell us about, you know, all the things that he did going to school and all that. But, you know, I grew up with the memories more than, you know, having the memories myself, because I was so young.
And this is your wife, Katina.
Yes, ma'am.
Katina, you came obviously with your husband today. What was it like in the courtroom seeing Keffe D in cuffs in a courtroom charged with the murder after all of these years?
It was an odd feeling. I experienced a lot of emotions, particularly being that he's always been so close. That's not even someone that I expected or suspected at all to be a suspect. So for him to be in custody and the suspect, and to even have a suspect after all of this time, just a lot of excitement, anxiety, anticipation, just trying to see how this is all going to work out, because all of this is just so surprising.
Mario, did you think there would ever be an arrest? I mean, the word was out that Keffe D was giving interviews on different YouTube channels. He had written this book. Did you ever think anything would happen?
Never, no ma'am, never. It's been so long, you know, more than half of my life. So, no, we never thought it would be, you know, justice. Been so long.
Were you surprised on Friday or even back in July when they raided Keffe D's house?
Most definitely. Yes, ma'am. The whole family was surprised, and we were so happy and elated and so emotional. It was just like it happened, you know, all over again. Yes, ma'am. We was definitely surprised.
how's the rest of the family doing? I mean, he has a brother, older brother, Mopreme. I saw his father on a YouTube channel speaking about some things, and I don't know exactly how old that interview was, but the family had to have been frustrated over the years.
So frustrated, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, because it's like, it happened right on the strip, so for it to be hardly any evidence or they didn't have anyone in custody for years, it was just, they was not trying to bring justice for Tupac. So to finally get justice, it feels great.
I talked to one of the first officers who was on the scene and found Tupac shot, and Suge Knight was shot as well. And he said that night nobody saw anything, nobody was talking, people in the entourage, things like that. What would you say to people about that whole, don't talk, that whole no snitching kind of culture that exists? Maybe it was more hardcore back then, but what would you say to people who have information about homicides and are fearful to talk and tell what they know?
I would say if you have any information on homicides, you would want to treat people how you would want to be treated if it was you in a situation that got murdered. If you think about it, you would want people to come forward and speak on the behalf of the dead, individual that's passed away. So don't hold back information. Valuable information that on a murder case is super valuable. It's not like a death case or something. Understand?
Maybe if people had cooperated, this wouldn't have taken 27 years.
Yes, ma'am. I doubt it. Yes, ma'am. It was a lot of cover-ups, but they finally got justice.
Mario and Katina, if you could just stay put for a second, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Will you be back here for the October 19th hearing? Okay.
Right now.
Okay. I'll just stay put there for a second if you would. So thank you so much for talking with us. Okay, so Linda, there you heard it from Mario Scott. He is a cousin of Tupac Shakur, was 9 years old when his cousin was shot to death on the Las Vegas Strip. And so they are here to support the prosecution, to show up for Tupac Shakur and the rest of the family, and they plan to see this through.
Amazing, Anjanette. Sometimes justice takes a long time. Thank you so very much for that reporting. Just fabulous.
Let's see if there's anything else in here we can... Any other interviews? Okay, I think we saw that. That's Wolfson. All right, hey, check this out. I am going to grab this. This is Reggie White. I'm sorry, Reggie Wright. Sorry. Let's check this out. And then we'll continue on with some more hearings.
That is certainly trending for a lot of folks, and it's happening across the country right now. Lots of people are talking about this story, and it has to do with the trial for the person accused of killing Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago in Las Vegas. So jury selection is underway for the case, and one expected prosecution witness is speaking out. Reggie Wright Jr., the former head of security for Death Row Records, is denying claims from Duane Keffe D. Davis that Wright was involved in orchestrating Tupac's killing, and TMZ spoke exclusively with Wright, and Michael Babcock from TMZ joins us now live. Michael, thanks so much for being here.
Hey, Tyler, thank you so much for having me.
Well, so obviously this is something that a lot of people are talking about. I mean, we posted a clip about Tupac's, this Tupac case last week on our TikTok, and my God, it went viral. A lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of interest. You guys spoke with Mr. Wright about basically what he's planning to talk about. What did he tell you guys?
And it's really interesting, Tyler, because I wasn't sure, as you find out in the weeks and months leading up to this trial, that somebody's actually going to be facing potential life in prison for the murder of Tupac. But this was, I mean, quite literally 30 years ago that this murder happened in 1996. You don't know what the interest is going to be. You know, people get older, people move on, the case sort of fades out of memory, but it has gotten a ton of attention. And this guy, Reggie White Jr., is one of the star witnesses here, but he is not the man accused or has not been charged with the crime here. But the guy who has been accused of the murder and who is facing the first-degree murder charge is actually pointing the finger at Reggie White Jr., Tyler. So it's an interesting situation. Now, that's Reggie there that we're looking at, and he is somebody who was at one time a Compton police officer who then became a security executive at Death Row Records, and Keefe, Duane Davis, the man who was facing the murder charge, has said that it's actually Reggie White Jr. who was the one who orchestrated the entire murder. Keffe D claims, that's the guy facing the charges, that he had nothing to do with the murder, that he did not shoot Tupac Shakur, certainly did not kill him. So it's a lot of finger pointing going on here. Reggie White Jr. says, bottom line, I had nothing to do with Tupac's murder. I am a prosecution witness, but I am not facing any charges. And he says, yeah, it's actually Keefe that was the one responsible.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of your guys' interview that you guys posted, the exclusive on TMZ.com, and it was an interesting conversation because he said he basically didn't even know who this guy was. He was walking out of a convenience store, grocery store of some sort, and the guy walked up to him and said, "Hey, do you know who I am?" And he's like, "Right, no."
Right. You know, it is very interesting because on one hand, you hear people tell the story, and it's like these guys, Reggie and Keffe D were like thick as thieves, and they were like good buds. And he says no, that's not the case. He says, look, I was a police officer, and Keffe D was somebody who was pretty prominent in gangs in the Los Angeles area, so I knew of him, he claims, but he said, yeah, we did not have any sort of relationship, and we certainly didn't conspire to kill Tupac Shakur together. He said that never happened.
I mean, is there any concern for essentially for Reggie White Jr. to testify in this case? Because obviously you were having Keffe D pointing the finger at him, saying he was the one, and then obviously he's saying no, and he, as you heard in the interview, or as I heard in the interview, he had said that he basically had not had any indication from police that he was under investigation.
Yeah, I was surprised, to be honest, Tyler, that he sat down and did the interview with us, that he actually had this conversation, especially given that the trial started yesterday. So this is an active trial. I was surprised that he was so forthcoming and he was so open to talking. I think most people who were a witness in a murder case would probably not choose to talk, but he was an open book. So I think I probably would have concerns, and I would not want to say any more than I had to, but he seems very willing to talk about this, and maybe that right there tells the story, Tyler, that he is telling the truth and he did have nothing to do with this, and he is simply somebody who was, again, head of security for Death Row Records, and he's got some insight into what might have happened here, but absolutely no involvement.
Anything you're going to be looking for during this trial once jury selection wraps up and they actually start the testimony?
Yeah, I think we've heard so much over the years. There has been so much, rumors, innuendo about what happened that night in Las Vegas. It was the night of a Mike Tyson fight, and there have been so many stories told. But I think to get to the truth and to hear in a courtroom what actually happened and hopefully find out who was actually ultimately responsible for Tupac's death, I think many fans thought that this was a trial. This was a case that would never be heard in front of a judge in a courtroom. But here we are, and you hope finally for the Shakur family, after 30 long years, that they can get some justice for themselves.
Is TMZ going to be following up on this and continuing to keep us updated about what is happening in that Las Vegas courtroom? I mean, you mentioned this earlier, saying that people may have forgotten about this case.
Yeah.
I'm 31, so I know who Tupac is, and I was obviously basically, a year and a half when this all unfolded.
You were a little baby.
Yeah. So I obviously didn't watch any of the media coverage, certainly not watching anything news coverage-wise at 1.5 years old, but even I knew about this, and I had been hearing about about Tupac's name for what has felt like 2 decades, if not more.
Right. Yeah. And I'll say this, Tyler. I was in, I am 43 now, and I remember being in middle school and being on the bus and hearing all my friends and kind of classmates talk about that this famous rapper had been shot, and how shocking it was to everybody, and then obviously with Notorious B.I.G. being killed, and that was a really tumultuous time with the East Coast, West Coast rap beef and everything that was happening. So I think, look, it was not top of mind for many of Tupac's fans, but when you hear that somebody's on trial, I think then you say, okay, I am instantly now paying attention to this, and it sort of brings you back to the moments after this horrible crime happened. He was so beloved. He was so much more than just a musician. He was a brilliant person, a poet. I mean, Tupac Shakur was really an amazing guy, and I hope that finally this family can have some answers. Not knowing what happened to him had to be horrible all these years for that family, and now that they've got a prospect of finding out the truth, I think that's probably very comforting to everybody.
Well, Michael, we could be talking about this probably all afternoon long, but you have work to do. We have other stories to get to. I really appreciate your time and joining us this afternoon here on Fox 5 News Live to talk about the Tupac case that is unfolding now in Vegas.
All right, so that's a little clip about Reggie Wright Jr. So he's on the prosecution's list. It's on the prosecution's list. And it's going to be interesting. All right, so let's see. I've got, it's from January 9th. I've got bail. And then there's something with this, like the week before jury selection started, there was something the judge might possibly grant bail for Davis. So then we'll get to that. we've got a full day here for you guys. So this is them setting bail initially. So again, this is from January 9th, 2024.
Duane Davis, C377407. He's present in custody with Mr. Cano as well as Mr. Arroyo at this point. We do have Mr. Bilal as well as Mr. Giacomo appearing for the state. We are on for defendant's motion for release on his own recognizance or in the alternative to set reasonable bail. We also are on for our first status check trial readiness. First of all, let's address the status check trial readiness real quick. I hesitate to ask, but how are we going on discovery?
We got a substantial amount, video, statements, reports. We've been going through that. We haven't met yet. I would like to meet, do a file review, and make sure we do have everything. But just to be honest with the court, June is ambitious. I'm not ready to say that we won't be ready for June. With the amount of stuff and what's left, I just want to let the court know that it's going to take a lot to be ready by June.
Understood. Mr. DeJacqua, where are we at with discovery? I don't know that I have any cases that are quite this discovery, have this much discovery over this many years, over this many detectives, etc.
The original discovery, what we had at the time of indictment, has been supplied to the SPD, and I believe it was complete. Since that time, we've actually gotten quite a bit. In fact, the number of the exhibits attached to our opposition came in shortly after our receipt, so there is additional discovery to provide them, and I also anticipate that there will be even more discovery required between now and June.
Okay, so I think it's safe to say we're working on it.
Correct.
All right, we'll do another status check, maybe 45 days. Does that work for the parties regarding trial readiness? Okay, that date will be?
That's February 20th at 9 a.m.
All right, now that that's been dealt with, let's move on to the defendant's motion for release of his own recognizance or an alternative to set reasonable bail. Mr. Arroyo, it is your motion. I did read your written motion as well as your reply. Anything you wanted to add or anything you want to highlight at this time?
Yeah, sure. I'm not going to rehash everything in it, but there's some things I did want to highlight for the court.
Of course.
I know this court's got two separate decisions to make, whether or not Duane should be denied bail outright. If he is granted bail, is that a monetary bail or is there something least restrictive, such as electronic monitoring, house arrest? Today we are asking Your Honor to release Duane on house arrest on electronic monitoring. As we said in our motion, he's not a danger to the community, he's not a flight risk. And I think the overwhelming thing, the question that's looming out there is, if Duane is so dangerous, if this case is so overwhelming, his guilt is so overwhelming, what's been happening for 15 years? Why did we wait 15 years to make the arrest? The state has attached his 2009 statement to Metro. They attached the proffer to this court. They've been taking the position that he has no immunity, that they can use the statements against him. If that is their position, then why wasn't he arrested in 2009? At the earliest, I mean, we know that he spoke to Metro.
And I don't think the state has said that the proffer is admissible yet. I don't think that we've crossed that bridge.
Yeah.
But any additional statements, I believe, have been tendered to this court, and I believe could be properly considered.
Yeah,
Is that accurate?
Mr. Wall is going to address the presumption is great, and we'll address both the 2008 and the 2009 statements, as well as the reasons for why he wasn't arrested after making that statement in 2009.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you guys do that at some point. I'll go back to you, Mr. Arroyo. I apologize for interrupting.
But, I mean, they did tell the grand jury that he did give a proffer in 2008. They told the grand jury about that. They did say that 2009 that Nevada hasn't promised anything. So that position, at least since 2009, this information has been known to Nevada. I think what the problem is, there's really no corroboration. There's no gun. The white Cadillac was never found. There's nothing to corroborate anything that was said in Duane's statements. I also believe, like I said in the motion, there's problems. They rely heavily on what was said in the book. The author was never called to the grand jury, so we don't really know what parts are Duane's statements, what parts are the author's statements, what's been dramatized for purposes of the book. So really, we're missing this lack of corroboration of the statements. The state does try to address this corroboration issue with Devonta Lee at the grand jury, as we said in our motion. He's not a credible witness. He was interviewed several times by the authorities. The grand jury wasn't told this, but he did previously say that Big Dre is not the shooter previously. He was specifically said, I asked Dre, and Dre said he's not the shooter. That's what his statement to police were before the grand jury. He told the grand jury he was in jail, or back up, he told the police back in 97 or 2007, 2008, that he's never seen a white Cadillac. Then he tells the grand jury, oh, I did see a white Cadillac. But then he also tells the grand jury, well, I was actually in jail at the time all this was happening. So he lacks all credibility. And he's inconsistent in his own testimony. They also try to connect this with Malcolm Greenidge, who was in the car behind Mr. Shakur at the time of the shooting. And they say, well, Devonta Lee's allegation that Big Dre is the shooter is corroborated by Malcolm Greenidge's testimony at the grand jury. But if you look back at what Greenidge said at the time of the shooting, just hours after the shooting, and I did not attach this to the motion, but at the time of the shooting, Greenidge said he couldn't see what type of arm was out of the car. The grand jury, he says it's muscular, but previously he said he couldn't see it. It happened so fast, all he saw was a black arm with 2 people in the car. It's different from the 4 people that is alleged to be said by Duane. So I think you just have all these inconsistencies. You have these statements that have changed over time. And part of the problem is this case has been tried on YouTube already. There's been so many interviews given, so many different stories thrown out in the public, that things change over time as people are picking up bits and pieces from these YouTube interviews that are out there. I think this whole YouTube narrative plays a part in this. I think there's concerns that Devonta leaves after his 15 minutes of fame. I did attach a link to a Vlad TV interview where the interviewer, Vlad, says, hey, Devonta Lee, I've been in talks with him. He's going to come on. He says, I actually talked to him way before I talked to Duane. But who's going to pay Devonta Lee for an interview that he's just saying the same thing that everybody else is saying. So now he's coming up with this counter narrative years after the fact, but when this actually happened, he's saying he doesn't know anything. One of the biggest issues also is Suge Knight. The grand jury never hears from Suge Knight. I know the state says, hey, it's no secret, Suge won't cooperate, but there's been no attempts to get him here. He's incarcerated in jail. He has no choice. They could have forced it or compelled his appearance here at the grand jury. And I think that the statement by that he's never cooperated, I don't think that's accurate. He does give a statement after the fact. In 1996, he gives a 30-page statement to Metro. He just says he didn't see what happened. So, this doesn't corroborate, it doesn't match up with what Duane's saying, or alleged to have said in the book. The book says, hey, we pulled up and me and Suge, we locked eyes in this really dramatic, intense moment. And Suge's saying, no, I didn't see what happened. All right, if this was true, if this corroborated, Suge and Duane know each other since Pop Warner days. He's gonna know if Duane's in that car. They should have heard from him. And he did give a statement. He has cooperated with Metro before. If this court is going to, find some of these statements that are credible and you are going to consider them, the statements don't support that Duane actually ordered the shooting. The shooting, the book and some of the interviews talk about they were going to meet up with Shakur to get the rematch, the one-on-one. And Anderson was jumped at the MGM. There was multiple members of Shakur's entourage, and it was just Anderson alone. Right? So the book and some of these interviews talk about we were looking to go get the rematch, the one-on-one fight. They said when they pulled up along the car, it appeared that Shakur was reaching for a weapon. And the state says that no weapon was actually found, but in Nevada, you don't need to actually, find a weapon. There doesn't actually need to pull a weapon. Appearance is enough for self-defense. If they appeared that he was in danger. But I think here it's not far-fetched to think that Shakur had a gun. I mean, he was on parole, or he was on bail pending appeal. He's a convicted felon, sexual assault. He shot 2 off-duty cops. This was well publicized. He was just involved in jumping Mr. Anderson in the MGM while out on bail on one of the most crowded nights at the MGM. It's not far-fetched to think that he was going to commit an act of violence. In regards to dangerousness, I addressed this in the reply in depth because I was really worried when I saw this allegation that there was a green light. And that word itself is inflammatory. It scares people, and I think there was an issue that I was worried about was the media was going to pick up the word green light, and they did. And I put some of the headlines that have been run now saying Duane orders a green light against witnesses. If you read what the state's actually alleging, they never say that Duane ordered the green light, because there is no evidence of that. If you listen to the phone call, there's actually no threats being made, right? He doesn't even mention witnesses. There is a discussion about something that was heard on the streets, that there's a green light on our side. And Duane's asking what? He doesn't know what it's even being talked about. And I believe the correct interpretation of that is there's a green light on our family. There's word out there that our family is in danger. Not that, hey, Duane ordered a green light, because that's not supported by the phone call. I know the state has listened to every single call he's made since he's been in custody. If there was a green light order, it would have been submitted. He doesn't mention witnesses, let alone threaten any witnesses during the phone call in question. There was also allegations that Devonta Lee was moved because of this green light. I don't see any support for that, that he was moved because of this. As we say, it's pretty clear he's working with the FBI, that he's a federal informant that testified in one of the biggest cases, the most highly publicized cases. So it's not a surprise that the feds will step in and move him on that. But there's absolutely no threats from Mr. Davis towards Devonta Lee. As we said, Lee is younger. He's a violent gang member. If anything, it's Davis and his family that should be worried about Mr. Lee. There was also an email addressing another witness where they said that I was going to give a statement to Mr. Davis's son, and that once the public knew about that statement, the witness was done. As I said in my reply, we're talking about YouTube. And I asked the court to Google the name and see how many interviews this witness has done. This isn't a surprise. It wasn't like we got this discovery, we're learning about stuff that wasn't out there in the public. This witness has been given YouTube interviews for years, and he didn't even testify at the grand jury. But this is all about this YouTube world where all these people are coming in and they're giving these stories. And as I said, this isn't, I don't know if you're just familiar with wrestling, this is WWE, this YouTube life, this isn't real life. These people, Duane knows these people in real life, they have each other's numbers. If you look at the statement from Reggie Wright Jr., he says, hey, yeah, on these YouTube interviews, I talk bad about Duane, but hey, I have his number. I try to hook him up and try and get him paid on some of these interviews. I mean, these guys, Duane's 60 years old. These guys are old now. They're grandfathers. They're trying to do these interviews, trying to make money. Nobody's going to click. Nobody's going to watch if they're on there reminiscing while at the park with their grandkids. Conflict sells, and that's what they're trying to do. They get on these interviews, they puff their chest, they're trying to get clicks. There was also the witness list, and there was an issue with the witness list. I don't know if that should be characterized as a witness list. If you see how old that document is, it's from like 1996. It's a list of people that were raided back in Compton when this incident first happened. This wasn't any surprise to Duane. Duane knew everybody on there. Half of the people on that list aren't involved in the case. Half the lists are dead, or half Duane knows already. So this wasn't, the list makes it to his son, right? We don't know how it got there. There's an allegation that maybe his prior attorney gave it to him, which seems likely since it has the attorney's phone number on it. And
not his attorney.
Well, the person that was going to be his attorney before conflict was found. All right. But this isn't rare. All of our defendants want their families to have their discovery. There was no threats actually made. There's nothing on here where they just said, hey, go find these witnesses. Like I said, none of them are called to the grand jury. The majority of them aren't even involved in the case. This is a list from 1996, people that were raided in connection with the investigation back then. I listed out his medical conditions. He is, his cancer is in remission, but he does have heart issues. He's not getting proper treatment, proper diet, proper exercise, Your Honor. He is a father, a grandfather. He has support of his family here today. He had more people here last week, but this was continued on my request. But he had a lot of family in from California last week. He does have support. He made an oath. He did give that interview with federal authorities in 2008. He made an oath to walk away from the life. If you listen to that tape that was provided, he says, "I'm retiring. I never thought I'd say this. I'm retiring. I'm giving up this lifestyle."
Doesn't he sustain a parole violation in like 2016, 2015?
The state puts that in their opposition. I don't have any indication that he went to prison in 2015, 2016. I know that was around the time he was having surgery for his cancer.
We provided the judgment of conviction in discovery for his conviction for a felon in possession of a firearm. He was arrested with both drugs and firearms, was convicted from a 2013 arrest and 2015 conviction in California.
And was he incarcerated as a result?
I believe he did about 6 months on a 2-year sentence.
Understood. Okay.
All right, but there's no connection to this gang life or anything that they're alleging. Your Honor, he has been, employed before he got sick, before he got the cancer. He was making an honest living. As I said, now he is at home with his family. Before he was arrested, he did not flee. He knew this was coming down. He got the Markham notice. He could have ran if he wanted to. He's been under investigation throughout his life, talking to the federal authorities, the Nevada authorities, California authorities. He's never ran. There's no evidence that if he is released with bail or monitoring that he is going to flee. He will return. If he was going to run, he would have did it back in the summer when he was served with the Markham notice. So,
thank you, Mr. Arroyo. I understand your request. State, I'm going to turn to you to address the issues that were brought up, including the lack of corroboration and the fact that, if we're taking his statements at face value, they include some sort of baked-in lesser charge.
Yes, Your Honor, just so the court's aware, I was planning on handling the primary argument, and then Mr. Giacomo is going to deal with the supplement that we filed regarding the dangerousness and the clean right. That's okay with the court.
So you're going to address if there's proof evident, presumption positive, as well as the majority of the factors. Mr. Giacomo is going to address bail factor 6 or 7?
Right, yes.
Okay,
that's
understood.
Okay. Your Honor, in listening to defense counsel's argument, one of the things he said is there are all these inconsistencies, but there is one constant, that Mr. Davis has consistently admitted to being the architect of the murder of Tupac Shakur. The state's position is that the proof is evident and the presumption is great. Now, there's reference to this case being 15 years old in terms of the statements, but the 2008, if you listen to it, is clearly a proffer, right? It's not immunity, it's a proffer, meaning that we can't use his statements outside of that room unless he disavows or says that he was lying in making those statements, which is what precisely what happened here in the defense's moving paper. But in 2008, we certainly couldn't have filed charges based on the 2008 statement. In the 2009 statement, we were unclear, in perfect candor to the court, of the circumstances surrounding that statement. Frankly, until Mr. Giacomo alluded to the fact that we're getting more information now, even post-indictment, we got more information regarding the circumstances surrounding that statement only in the last few months. Clearly in the statement it says that you're not being promised anything. However, there are an abundance of caution. We could not proceed just based on that. And as the court should know, we didn't even submit that to the grand jury. We didn't submit that statement to the grand jury because we just had some concerns that I think have been alleviated since then, but there were some concerns. So there's no immunity. There's this notion in defense counsel's moving papers that this is all for entertainment, and I think if you listen to the 2008, 2009 statement, you clearly hear that this is not for entertainment. I don't think that's true. So this court asked me about corroboration. Well, the first thing is that in any instance where we've had somebody confess to a murder, you usually don't have to corroborate with great detail their confession. But there is corroboration here. First, the whole setting. Mr. Davis was the leader of the Southside Compton Crips. Well, that's corroborated by Mr. Davis makes that statement. Detective Ladd, who was a patrol officer and then a gang detective in Compton from 1983 to 2000, corroborates that as well. Mr. Lee, who was a member of Mr. Davis's gang, corroborates that as well. Even Mr. Wright Jr. talks about Mr. Davis being a shot caller in that gang, or high-ranking member in that gang. Well, and trying to connect through the event. Well, Orlando Anderson was also a member of that gang. That's been corroborated multiple times. Orlando Anderson is the nephew of Mr. Davis. Corroborated, undisputed. Okay, so you have the fight that occurs at MGM, corroborated, undisputed, right? I mean, it's actually on video. So then you have Mr. Davis say, leading this group of people in a white Cadillac. Mr. Lee says he does see them in a white Cadillac shortly after the murder occurs, right? They see Terrence Brown in a white Cadillac shortly after. You have DeAndre Smith's statement about being in the Cadillac for the murder of Mr. Shakur. And you have Malcolm Greenridge's statement saying, I saw the white Cadillac go up to the vehicle. I saw a large arm come out of the vehicle and shoot at and into Mr. Nice and Mr. Shakur's vehicle. And, Your Honor, like, if taken at Mr. Davis's statement at face value, that would be enough, I think. The state would submit for proof of something great. But taking the connective tissue you have from Detective Ladd, from Malcolm Greenridge, from Mr. Lee, from we had one of the females who were out there in the street when this occurred, and part of Mr. Davis's statement is, yeah, there was these females. That's how we knew where Mr. Shakur was. There was these females yelling at the car, Tupac, Tupac. Well, what do we have? We actually brought one of those females saying, yeah, we were talking at that car during this time. I think part of the struggle with this case, I think to wrap your head around it is, the question is, why would Mr. Davis admit to this in public, right? Multiple reasons it could be. He could have been under the false understanding that he was given immunity. But that doesn't immunize himself in and of itself. But he also gives an explanation in one of the trailers, I guess, for the Death Row Chronicles, one of the interviews he did. And it's addressed a little bit by defense counsel, which is, I have cancer. I have nothing left to lose. Because he was given a serious diagnosis of cancer back in 2017. And he says, I want to set the record straight. When they talk about the book, about we can't prove what he wrote versus what the authors wrote, but again, we just refer back to Mr. Davis's own statement on video where he says, while holding the book, this is the truth. I was the only person that was there. This is the truth. It is stamped, homeboy. Those are his words, not mine. And so he's saying, I am endorsing, and I am saying, and I am validating everything that's in here. The problem for defense is that their defense is, our client's a liar. That's the defense. Our client is a liar. He lied to police in 2008. He lied to the police in 2009. He lied to the Death Row Chronicles in 2007. He lied to the book in 2018. He lied in his YouTube interviews from 2019 to 2022. And Mr. Arroyo says this is not real life, and I take issue with that. To the family of Mr. Shakur, this is very much real life. This is very much real life. So I do take issue with that. Your Honor, there's something that's very disturbing. It's like this kind of character assassination of the victim in this case. In the reply brief, it says Mr. Shakur was a violent person. Certainly, he got into a fist fight. He and some other guys jumped on a guy for 20 seconds. That doesn't come with the death penalty. They also reference his sexual assault, failing to acknowledge that he was acquitted of the sexual assault counts. And I think we have to be a little more precise when we're talking about the convictions, just as we would be with Mr. Davis. Certainly more precise when we're talking about the convictions of Mr. Shakur. And the other thing I'd ask is, what relevance does that have? It certainly doesn't factor into a Daniels analysis in terms of self-defense. It's just there to impugn the character of somebody who is no longer here. Lastly, Your Honor, I want to talk about Mr. Lee, because Mr. Lee does corroborate some of the stuff that's done in this case. And they say Mr. Lee is looking for his 15 minutes of fame. Well, I think it's a mischaracterization of what that YouTube video says. Like the YouTube video, the person who runs that channel says that, hey, I'm trying to reach out to him, I'm trying to get him to come on. He hasn't gone on. But more importantly, the person who tells the police that Mr. Lee has information about this murder, in 1996, Mr. Lee says, no, I don't know anything about it. Who redirects the police to Mr. Lee after the decade has gone by? It is Mr. Davis in his interview when he's giving his proffer. He says, you know who knows about this? When he's talking about some of the elements of the murder? Dirt Rock. That's Mr. Davis who says that to the police. So Mr. Davis is the one turning the attention to Mr. Lee. It's not Mr. Lee that had come forward. It was Mr. Davis that said, hey, he has information. He can corroborate my story. And he did. And lastly, Your Honor, and then I'll defer to Mr. Giacomo, is this notion that somehow this could be self-defense. Mr. Davis says, I got a firearm from Eric Martin for the express purpose of shooting Mr. Shakur. We drove to Club 662 for the express purpose of a violent confrontation. And what Mr. Davis says is, look, if it didn't go the right way, it would have been St. Valentine's Day Massacre there. And what is that referring to? Obviously, a gang murder in Chicago where 7 gang members were killed by a rival gang. So that was the mentality. And then, when he is driving one way on Flamingo and Mr. Shakur's party is driving the other way, it is he, in every iteration of his story, says, we made a U-turn to go after them. And what are we to believe the purpose of that U-turn was? Was it a Yalta-like peace conference? Absolutely not. They have the firearm provided by Mr. Davis to the shooter, and what happens? The logical thing happens. What's Mr. Shakur doing during this time? What's Mr. Knight doing during this time? Indisputably, and according to Mr. Greenidge and to the females that they were talking to, they were going to the club to perform and to party. They were not the ones seeking the violent confrontation at this point. There was one person who forced a lethal confrontation, and that is Mr. Davis. Self-defense is not available to him under these facts. I think I addressed most of your concerns. If there's anything else in particular, I'm happy to do it. And then Mr. Giacomo is going to talk about dangerousness.
Go ahead.
And Judge, when I listen to Mr. Arroyo here, it's a discussion about there's no threat to these individuals because they've all been on YouTube telling this story. If he wanted to harm these people, he could have done it because they're all on YouTube. But he's missing the central fact here because apparently every gangbanger on earth can get on YouTube and talk about crimes, but when it comes to talking to a police officer, that is a unique thing. It's a thing that'll get you killed. And so why did I give you the exhibits, and one of which I provided a disc to your clerk today of Exhibit 8. I'd asked to have that filed under seal, and I'm somewhat disappointed with Mr. Arroyo for publicly naming this particular witness. I'm going to talk about him as a high-level Mob Pi Group member. And here's why. When you look at the 3 facts we put in front of the court, which is that Mr. Westbrook, I will say it was probably both unethical and ridiculously dangerous to provide a list of 39 people and tell Mr. Davis that these are people that have provided information to the police about this situation. Mr. Davis then has a conversation with his son, and his son requests that list from Mr. Davis, and he says, well, I can get it to you, or maybe Mr. Westbrook can get it to you. I don't believe from the nature of that picture that Mr. Westbrook provided it to Duane Davis Jr. I believe because of the way you see the folds in the paper that Mr. Davis mailed that list to his son. What was the purpose of mailing that list of 39 gang members who allegedly provided information to the police about this homicide? Then you have the phone call. And I agree with Mr. Arroyo. Mr. Davis, I'm not the newspaper, I'm not the media, and God knows if I were writing the stories, I'd get it correct. I never alleged that Mr. Davis issued a green light. What happens is there's a discussion, and Detective Mogg's here. You can have Mr. Mogg put under oath and talk about the number of times they discussed this list and that these people are people that have provided information to the police. And then there's a phone call in which Mr. Duane Davis Jr. tells his father, hey, I got some news for you, that there is a guy, and there's some confusion on Mr. Davis's part about he's put out a green light, which in Mr. Davis's own words means an order to kill on our side. I took that statement to mean that anybody on that list who was a Southside Crip was in risk of being killed. They take it as, oh, no, they're going to kill a bunch of Southside Crip people. They put a green light, the mob put a green light on us. Well, if that's true, then why is Mr. Davis's reaction during that phone call so excited and happy about the fact that there's been a green light issued and that we were born in war and this is war and all those other things? Why is he so excited about that if him and his family members are about to be killed? I then gave the court the high-ranking Mob Piru member's statement to police. Yes, all these people have been on YouTube and none of them are at risk of any danger because everybody apparently can be on YouTube. But nobody knew that this member had spoken to Detective Mogg. More importantly, he brings a crucial piece of corroboration that nobody knew, which is that he is at 662, he sees the white Cadillac, and that he knew that Southside was present at 662 prior to the homicide of Tupac Shakur. Meaning he's a critical piece of corroboration. And why is that important? Yes, everybody has said this in social media from 2017 on. But you now know that every single fact that every witness has reported since 2017 on YouTube was reported by Duane Davis in 2008 and 2009. Which means every witness on YouTube has corroborated what he said in an admissible statement that we now know is admissible to Detective Dan Long in 2009. And why those witnesses are so important is because there is no defense at this point to this particular crime based upon the statements he's made in 2017 and in 2009, because it's not until 2011 that Keefe publishes his book and puts all this information out there. And thus, Judge, why is this important? Well, when you hear what this high-ranking member, they find out there's a statement to Mogg, and they're going to put it on the street. What does Mr. Davis say? He basically implies that Mogg will kill this guy on their own because he talked to Cliff Mogg. And that gives you knowledge of what it is they were doing when they disseminated that list of 39 gang members who allegedly provided information to the police. Why were they sending that out as a picture and disseminating it publicly? It's because he knew he doesn't have to issue the green light. He knows what the culture is because he was born in it, he grew up in it, and I dispute he ever left it. You listen to those calls and you know that he is a gang member to the core, that he has their morals, their values, and he presents a clear and dangerous threat to our community. And that he made an effort to cause harm to those 39 people on that list. He is making efforts to cause harm to the high-ranking Mob Piru gang member. He doesn't need to issue an order. He just needs to prove to the world that they talked to the police, and every one of them is at risk of death, which is why the federal government came in and provided money to Mr. Lee so that he could move his location. I would suggest to the court that not only is the proof is evident, the presumptions are great, but that he presents a very, very high danger to the community, and thus he must stay in custody.
Thank you, Mr. DiGiacomo. Mr. Arroyo, I'll give you a final word as it was your motion.
Mr. DiGiacomo is taking a huge leap here about these phone calls. All right. First of all, the high-level ranking Piru has given multiple YouTube interviews from 4 years ago up to a couple of days ago. That's why I asked your court to review it. Nothing he says in that statement hasn't been said on YouTube for the whole world to see. All right? This is a person that says he's a former gang member. There's nothing in that statement that's not been said out in the public forum. That the statement about seeing that they say now corroborates a huge fact in this case about seeing Duane at the 662 Club. In one interview on YouTube, he says, "Oh, I saw him," and then the next interview he says, "I never said I saw him." So he's even inconsistent on his own YouTube statements. And this is not a hidden witness that we had no idea who this guy was. Just Google him. See how many times he comes up on this. All right? We're not exposing some high-level secret government witness. He's out there giving a press tour every day, trying to make a couple of bucks on this case. Just like everybody else in this case, trying to make a couple of bucks on this case. If we're going to talk about putting people in danger, let's talk about this green light call. All right? The allegation is that Mr. Davis's son says, "Hey, I heard something on the street from a guy named B. Rue." right? That B. Brew is saying it's on. It's a green light on our side. I don't need to pull in a gang expert in to know that B. Brew is a mob Pyro blood nickname. It's not a Crip nickname. So now by putting that in the pleadings, now every blood gang member in California knows that it's Mr. Davis's son that's putting out this information. They've made their family more in danger now of retaliation. The threat is against Mr. Davis, right? There's a green light on our side, on our family. He doesn't even know what his son is talking about in that phone call. He's not making any threats. He's not saying, oh yeah, good, make sure that gets carried out. He's saying, what? What are you talking about? Huh? He can't even really hear what's being said. And, I hope the court has listened to that phone call, because I think the way that Mr. Jamalco...
So many of your client's words, I can repeat the way that he speaks, because I've been provided, 20 hours worth of recordings and everything, so I'm very familiar with it, and I've heard everything that was provided to him.
The way that Mr. DiGiacomo characterizes it, I think, is unfair and inaccurate. He's taking a huge jump and taking liberties with what is actually there to support these allegations.
Understood.
I just want to say, who put this information out in the public? It wasn't Duane. It was Detective Kading in 2011. He put all these people's names out there in the public. This was never about finding the truth. Detective Kading was out there to make a buck on this story. Like I said, this is the problem with this case. Everybody's out there putting this information out into the public since 2011, and it was a cop that put this information out into the public first. Devonta Lee was working with the feds prior to them bringing Duane in. He was part of the crew that gave information on Duane in that 2008 proffer. They talk about him and other members, and that is why Duane was first brought into this. I just think here some of these things that were said, and like I said, this goes back to corroboration, the believability. They talk about this massacre that's going to take place at the 662 Club. I mean, it's just incredulous to believe that Mr. Davis and 4 guys go with 1 gun to a club 662 full of Mob Pyro members and armed security and Metro's there, and that the 4 of them with 1 gun is going to take out a whole army of people. And this is why I said that the statements are unbelievable. They're puffery, they're dramatized, they were said a certain way to sell books, to sell clicks on YouTube. There is no corroboration. Statements that Lee says about DeAndre Smith, we believe, are inadmissible. Like I said, at first they're inconsistent, that nobody says he was a shooter and then he is the shooter, but at trial we believe it will be inadmissible. Like I said, he wasn't doing it. It wasn't a statement against interest. He's actually bragging. And that's what Detective Kading says, is actually all these people are bragging, trying to get their stripes. So this is actually a statement, I guess, in his interest, but we believe it'll be inadmissible at trial, and it is not credible. Like I said, there is no corroboration. There are serious problems with the case. Even if you take the words at face value, there's still an issue whether or not this rises to the level of first degree. Mr. Shakur, I'm not trying to discredit Mr. Shakur's legacy, name, or anything, but his history is relevant to a self-defense claim if we go to trial on that issue. All right? What is known about him? What his violent history? It's very public, his violent history. What was known at the time? He's in rap songs bragging about being a Mob Pyro blood member. He's going to kill all his rivals. I mean, this is stuff that was known to public. It is relevant to a self-defense claim. I'm not trying to discredit his name in any way, but it is relevant for this court's consideration today, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arroyo. Before I rule, I did want to compliment both sides on their excellent advocacy here on this case and their utter command of the complex facts that make up this case. First issue that's before me is whether there's proof evident presumption great to justify holding Mr. Davis here without bail. At this time, the court declines to find that, citing the age of the case as well as the lack of physical evidence. I'm not commenting on the strength of the state's case. What I'm saying is that this doesn't meet the exacting standards laid out by the Nevada Supreme Court in Sewell versus State, which bars the district court from relying on conjecture and inferences and denying bail. At that point, I do turn to the bail factors, and ultimately I do find that very few of these will weigh in favor of release of your client, Mr. Arroyo. The length of residence, I do admit he has lived in Henderson since he finished that parole violation. This is a factor that does weigh for defendant. Status and history of employment is the second factor. His life, it appears to have been largely illegal employment. He made a living talking about his past life as a leader of the Southside Crips and ultimately the killing of Mr. Shakur in graphic detail. This is a factor that I find weighs in favor of the state. The relationship with his spouse and family, obviously I think that does weigh for the defense. He does have numerous jail calls that show he maintains these close relationships with his family. When I look at his overall reputation, character, and mental condition, his reputation, although it may be older, is as of a brutal leader of a gang. And ultimately, he makes his money, as I said, talking about the victim's death in this matter. I don't believe this is as far behind him based on what I have heard as the defense makes it seem. I think this is a factor that weighs for the state. His prior record is significant but old. He's not been successful on supervision. This is a factor that weighs for the state. The identity of responsible members of the community who would vouch for the reliability of him. We do have a note from his neighbor attached. However, that note reveals that the neighbor doesn't know anything about him, and that's mainly the gist of the note, is that she didn't know that he had this background. Ultimately, this is a factor that weighs for the state. We don't have responsible people vouching for Mr. Davis's credibility and character. The nature of the offense, the probability of connection, and the likely sentence. Overall, I find the nature of the offense is obviously the most serious that we face in the criminal justice system. The likely sentence here is very high given the existing law at the time when this offense was committed. Probability of conviction, one of the biggest things in evaluating cases. Does the defendant give a statement? And yes, he gives many statements here that connect him to this crime, and so I think that's a factor that weighs for the state. When we talk about the nature and the seriousness of danger to any victims or other people in this case, as the state has indicated, this could be very high. There are lots of people who are still scared of him, even in 2022. There are credible threats being made. I don't believe that the FBI is stepping in and providing coverage or assistance for people in situations where they don't think it's a credible threat. And then finally, the likelihood of additional criminal conduct. I find that this weighs for the state, as laid out by Mr. Giacomo regarding the jail calls. Although not explicit, they do cause the court concern. Possibilities of failure to appear. I do find ultimately he didn't flee when he was served with this Markham notice. I do note he wasn't entirely cooperative as he didn't sign that Markham notice. And I think at the end of the day, the fact that he didn't leave at that point sort of speaks to the fact that despite this evidence being out there, it took quite some time for it to be charged, and he probably thought that there was no likelihood that it was charged this time as it wasn't charged in the past. So I find this to be a neutral factor. Overall, I find that there's no non-monetary conditions that could ensure the community safety as well as Mr. Davis's return to the court. The bail here will be set as a detention order. The court does have to give credence to the defendant's repeated insistence that he was involved in this horrible death. While I am concerned about his medical issues, those can be handled by CCDC. If any issues arise, let me know. I'm going to set bail at $750,000 with a source hearing as well as house arrest. We will see everyone back for the status check on trial readiness that we previously set. Anything from either side?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We do need an order from the court to seal Exhibit 8.
All right, at this time I will order that Exhibit 8 be filed under seal and lodged in the vault. For the record, the defense does have a copy of this that has been provided to them as well as the court previously. Yes. All right, did you want to pick? All right, go ahead.
All right, so she sets bail at $750,000. He does not make it, but in a weird twist of fate, like a couple days ago, last week, because they're in jury selection now, it was like maybe Friday. I think it was Friday. I don't think it was this week. Today's Thursday. Anyway, it's been within the last couple of days. she has not ruled out him making bail even in the middle of the trial. So go figure that out. I don't think I've ever seen a defendant be able to make bail in the middle of a trial. So we'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that. So,
well, we are hearing new.
Now we're going to jump back to a news clip, and then we'll keep picking up on some more hearings. So appreciate you guys joining. Please hit the like button. If you guys haven't already, we have 204 likes. We got 529 watching. So really appreciate you guys joining us today as we get ready for the upcoming trial of Duane Keffe D. Davis. His trial that's currently in jury selection right now. Opening statements are scheduled for Monday, so that's coming up on the 17th. We will not be watching it live every day because we're going to be focusing on Mario Fernandez out of Jacksonville. That's a trial that we've been covering more closely, and I'm actually going to go a couple days to that trial. So that's why we're going to be focusing in on that. But we will be doing updates every Sunday afternoon. We're going to go back through the week, and we're going to pull important testimony, and so we will be covering it, just not every day. So I know we had to make a decision. Mario Fernandez or Keffe D, and Mario Fernandez won out because I'm going to be going there. Plus Shanna Gardner will be going there as well. So that one won out. So all that being said, let's get back to news clip. Be sure you guys hit the like button. We have 215 right now, 215 likes. If you can hear my voice and you're not in chat, please just take a moment and hit the like button. We really appreciate your support. All right, let's get back to a news clip here.
Jailhouse calls from the suspect charged with the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur. Prosecutors believe Duane Keffe D. Davis's calls raise concerns for witnesses because of troubling language heard in the phone recordings. Our Jaewon Jung breaks it all down for us.
In a brief jailhouse call between Duane Davis and his son, you can hear them using the term green light. Prosecutors say green light in Davis's world means an authorization to kill.
Around the city, we're talking about it's a green light on our side. Our side is a green light? Yeah, we was raised in war. We don't give a fuck.
A cryptic exchange heard between Duane Keffe D. Davis and his son Duane Jr. during a jailhouse phone call. Davis is the suspect accused of orchestrating the 1996 drive-by shooting of rapper Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas.
He's saying that it's on.
Prosecutors argue this phone call shows the defendant poses a danger to the community. That's because they say green light is an authorization to kill, and he might be conspiring to harm witnesses cooperating with prosecution.
You know, the intel part about the gangs are very important.
Phil DePalma is a retired Metro detective. He says interpreting specific language is a big part of gang investigation.
It 100% is real, the lingo, the codes that they use to speak to try to circumvent any law enforcement gaining knowledge of what they're talking about.
Channel 13 also obtained a 2007 interview between Los Angeles police and Davis in which Davis confesses to his involvement in Tupac's murder.
Shot out of the window.
It was under a proffer agreement or a deal made without the defendant having to worry about prosecution.
Man, but I feel I can still go to jail with that because this is federal.
What is said right here cannot be used against you, Keefe. Nothing you say today can be used against you.
Davis's lawyers claim he was offered immunity in exchange for what he knew about Tupac's murder, but prosecutors say Davis's own words outside of the proffer deal are what landed him in jail, including in his own book and various media interviews over the years.
Did nobody know but us four that was in the car?
The proffer agreement is expected to play a major role in Davis's upcoming trial. Currently, Davis's bail is set at $750,000. He's back in court on February 20th. In the studio, I'm Jaewon Jung.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well. It's not. I mean, I know he's. A lot of people are saying he talked himself, into prison or whatever. He's saying this stuff. It could be a First Amendment thing, You're allowed to, look at Afroman. He's writing songs. Went to trial with the Adams County sheriffs. He won. This could be a First Amendment kind of thing. he is allowed to say whatever he wants to within reason. Obviously, you can't yell fire in the middle of a movie theater. We've all heard that. So it'll be interesting. I don't hear the defense going with a, First Amendment. I don't hear them going with that. I hear them talking about, he's just talking about for street cred, or he's just saying this and that. He's not really saying. I haven't heard First Amendment yet. That's my own thing because I'm thinking about Afroman. And you are. I mean, the book could be. Oh boy, hold on a sec. Sorry about that. Sid had jumped up on the blinds. She was literally like hanging on a blind. For those that don't know, we have 7 cats. And they are they keep us. What? No, she was up there. She was hanging. Yeah, she was hanging on the shades. Yeah, cat emergency, catastrophe, exactly. Anyway, crisis averted. All right, let's get back to. All right, this looks like an interview.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Arnold, good morning. Would you tell us what happened in court today?
Today was just a simple status check. What we were talking about was the discovery that has to be turned over. I have not received all the discovery on the case. Additionally, since I haven't received the discovery on the case, the date of June had to be vacated. We set a new trial date of November 4th. So hopefully we'll get the trial done sometime this year.
So may I ask, there was something mentioned of habeas corpus that would you explain that to
Right. A habeas petition is after the grand jury comes back with their indictment, a petition can be filed by the parties, by the defense in regards to not enough evidence was presented to the grand jury, or there was problems with the evidence that was presented to the grand jury. We still have to make that decision as to whether we're going to ask the state for an extension, but at this point, we're kind of okay with where the grand jury came, and we know what supported their decision, so we probably won't do a habeas petition, but we'll still review it.
It seems like Mr. Davis was concerned about making bail, and there was concerns of his about his family's safety. Can you expand on that at all?
Yeah, he's not concerned about making bail. Bail will be made. What he was concerned about is just the media attention, because the judge ordered a source hearing, and in that source hearing, someone's going to have to come forward and testify in regards to, where the money came from. They just don't want to be put on the news. He has family members that, you guys haven't taken pictures of and everything. They just want to maintain their privacy, so that's why he has those concerns.
Can you explain briefly how you intend to defend Mr. Davis in terms of the public statements he's made about what he said he was there, the things he made? We've heard from his public defenders. You're now his attorney. How do you intend to defend him?
Well, the statement part is really easy in regards to a defense. Right now, the state hasn't provided any evidence to corroborate the statement that he's given. I'll give you an example. I could sit here all day long and say, I shot JFK. I can say, I was in this building, I had this rifle. I can even produce the rifle that actually shot or was involved in the shooting of JFK. But would I be convicted of that? Absolutely not. JFK was assassinated in 1963. I was born in 1967. And so there's no way that I would be convicted of that. The same with the state. They have to provide evidence, number one, of a gun, number two, of a car, most importantly, that Mr. Davis was even in Las Vegas at the time. Right now, I can be forthright and say we haven't seen any of that evidence.
What made you want to take on this case?
Well, it's the biggest case that since OJ. Why wouldn't you want to take this case on? I mean, it's going to be a historic case. I think it's a challenge, again, with the statements that already came out, and to win this case, again, would be, quite an accomplishment.
And are you confident he's going to make bail and get on house arrest?
Yes, I am confident that he'll make bail.
When could we see a source hearing?
I would say within 30 days. That'd be a safe bet. I mean, I'm getting phone calls from potential people that can put up the bail, and so I would say within 30 days. Hopefully something's nailed down this week. By Friday, I have a phone call to the bail person this afternoon, and then from there, I'll file whatever motion that's appropriate, and then go ahead and have the hearing.
So may I ask, one of the things that we saw today was your client obviously very vociferously fight for his freedom and insist he's innocent. As we stand here today, what is his sentiment about this matter, about the killing, the case, him being accused of being the killer?
I mean, in summary, it's just like I said, there's no evidence that he was involved. He did what Detective Kading did. He put out a book and he made money. I mean, even the state's main investigator that testified at the grand jury said this is all about making money, and that's why he put out the book.
So that's his stance still, I did it for money?
Correct.
Just briefly touch again, what are the next steps for you?
The next steps would be still going through discovery. I need to know what the public knows about this case, and so I still have to read a couple of books, Kading's book, Detective Poole's book, and then go through all the discovery that the state, stated in the hearing today that they still have to turn over. And then, work on our defense. Our defense is just not going to be combating the statements and that he wasn't here. We're going to have a very sophisticated defense.
You're our third attorney on this case so far.
Hopefully the last.
Are you going to stick? Are you going to stay?
I believe so. We have a good relationship.
Did you know him before?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
The media attention, if he does make bail, will he have witness protection?
No, he won't, but I mean, I don't believe he needs it. He's lived all these years with, no repercussions against him, from gangs or anybody else. And so I believe it'll be okay,
To that point, the prosecution at the last hearing cited him as a danger to society. They accused him of still being linked to gangs. What would you say about that?
That's ridiculous. I mean, I saw an affidavit from a neighbor that, lives right next to him and said, they were one of the best neighbors. He and his wife sat out in front of the garage, greeted everybody, talked about the grandkids. We never heard about Mr. Davis in regards to being a threat until this trial, and when he's getting ready to come out, all of a sudden he's a threat.
Your position is that he's retired from being in a gang, right?
Yeah.
On another note, how is his mental health? Because obviously, the previous lawyers have spoken about the stress of this. You've spent some time with him now. How is he doing mentally? Obviously, you had some issues with cancer in the past.
Right. At this point, I think he's in good spirits. And again, it's based upon, recent people being able to come up with the bail money potentially. And so, we have about 2 or 3 people that can provide those funds. And so he's upbeat that he can possibly get out of here real soon.
What's the amount you have to raise in order to have him out?
At least $75,000.
10%?
Yes.
Last question.
If I may, as you stand here now, you touched on this case being very significant. After his arrest, Mr. Davis said that I'm involved in the biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Right.
Can you reflect on that for you and the importance of being at the center of this case and representing him?
Well, I mean, it's a big burden, a burden that we gladly take on. I mean, we understand the enormity of the case, and, it's going to be my life until November, to make sure that, justice happens. And so it's going to be a great trial, I'll tell you that.
And confident in getting him off?
Am I confident? Yes. Yes, I am.
And reasons for that?
Basically, at this point, again, I'm just looking at the evidence that's been provided to me. I could walk in there right now and say, not guilty. I'd be real confident about that. But again, they haven't turned over everything. And so let's see what else, comes through the DA's office, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So Carl Arnold represented Deabra Redden. You guys remember the judge jumper from Las Vegas? So Snowcadish, you were saying he looks familiar. So he does. You guys remember Deabra Redden? He's the guy who jumped the judge after she told him he wasn't getting out, and he goes and he jumped the judge. So Carl, and he got disciplined for that. He got disciplined. Nevada Supreme Court has disciplined the attorney who represented the man who attacked a Las Vegas judge after finding the lawyer failed to promptly handle his client's appeal. Carl Arnold, who was now the second attorney for Davis, represented Deabra Redden during Redden's criminal proceedings and appeal following the court incident. January 3rd, 2024, Redden, 33, attacked Clark County District Court Judge Mary Kay Holthus as she was sentencing him to prison in another case. So during his trial, Redden pled guilty, but mentally ill. Now he's representing Davis. So, yeah, wow, right? Snowcadish, he looks so familiar, I wasn't sure if I saw him as a talking head. Right? So anyway. Interesting stuff. And then we have Draskovich, who represented Tellis and Devine Michaels. So Las Vegas has a lot. We've been covering. I guess we've covered. That's 3 trials we've covered. There goes one cat. Come here, Roger. Come on, buddy. All right. Move it. There goes Roger. Roger and his fluffy tail. All right. So that was from February of 2024. It's July 24th of 2024. So let's check this out. I'm not sure if this is a hearing. Oh, I think this is a hearing. Let's check this out. So again, opening statements start on Monday. Just so you guys know, opening statements start on Monday, and we'll be doing weekly recaps. We won't be doing it live, but we'll be doing weekly recaps, like every Sunday afternoon. All right. Here's Roger's tail. Blink. All right, so again, this is from July 24th, 2024.
We have Mr. Arnold appearing for Mr. Davis, who's present in custody. Additionally, we have Mr. Giacomo and Mr. Koval for the state. This is on for defendant's motion for reconsideration and reinstatement of previous bond. It's also on for a status check discovery, and then I think the state had also filed a counter motion for me to reconsider my ruling that there was not proved evident presumption. Great. Accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Arnold, your motion to reconsider and reinstate bond, I voided the bond on 6/24/24, so there's no bond posted. What is there to reinstate? How would that even work?
I believe you vacated the bond. The bond bailsman, who I believe is on the line, said that the bond was still posted. If it's not, we can repost it immediately. But I don't believe, because the language that you use, it never came off, so they still have the actual
So it went
bond.
back to them, but ultimately they haven't returned it to the person who posted it.
Correct.
Okay. So did you want to be heard any further then on the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
First, I'm going to do argument and then also take testimony from Cash. Do you want me to use this, Your Honor?
That is
media. Oh.
Actually, Mr. Arnold, if you, because of the last one that I typed, if you could stay at your table because
Oh, okay, this is not.
as Cash.
Oh, okay.
So if I can separate them out easier if you stay back.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Your Honor, looking at the first comments that you made at the initial source hearing, on page 3, you said the purpose of the source hearing was to ensure the bond was not posted with proceeds from talking about the murder or killing of Tupac. There was no evidence at that source hearing that Mr. Davis was paid any proceeds for the murder of Tupac. He has been paid in the past through a book, through social media accounts, etc. The only evidence that we had at the source hearing was a prospective payment. And Mr. Jones was very adamant that there was no contract between those two yet. And so it was prospective in regards to his life story. The state made comments in regards to, well, the only thing that people would be interested in regards to his life story is basically in regards to Tupac, and that's simply not true. I mean, Mr. Palal has read the books as well as I have. His life story, he was one of the most notorious gang leaders of all of Southern California. He ruled Compton. He was the godfather of Compton. Basically, he had a drug trade that extended from here to New York to Little Rock, Arkansas. He was doing 350 kilos at a time with the Mexican cartel. There's many aspects of his life that are relevant and interesting to the community other than the death of Tupac Shakur.
A lot of my initial ruling really focused on the sufficiency of the documents and proof ultimately that this was not obtained through illegal sources. It was because the documents gave me so many questions about where those wire transfers came from, where those counter deposits came from, $50,000 deposited at counters and typical, what we're seeing. Additionally, when you go into his drug history and things like that. So we're really looking at, is this a bond that was posted through legitimate sources? And
right.
So that's why I was looking more into the bank records. And that's really the first part and the largest part of my ruling. I mean, I have concerns ultimately about the profiting off of Tupac's death, but I think my authority is somewhat limited in the source hearing to determining whether it's legal or illegal.
Right.
And so,
in Your Honor, in regards to...
You gave me the June records.
Right.
The bond premium was wire transferred out on June 11th. I see a transfer in right before that of $112,000 and $500 wire transferred in on June 11th and then immediately taken out in 2 separate payments. You provided me a check to show a portion of the payment, and the rest was, I do see, wired out in the records. I don't see that check that you provided me even coming out of the bank account.
It has not yet, Your Honor. And again, we have the Mr. Jones and the bail bond on there. What they had agreed to was pending Your Honor's ruling. He was simply going to hold on to the check, which there's funds in the bank to cover that check. But he was going to hold on to the check until the court approved the ruling and then go ahead and cash it.
So my question ultimately is, where does that $112,500 transfer come from? Because given your client's own words, Mr. Jones was a front or middleman for this money, and so ultimately if I know who that came from, that would give me more peace of mind.
Right, and we did provide the court with the actual company that the check came from, and that was the Agent Entertainment Touring Group. And you can see that notation in the June 11th transfer out of the bank. It says AG Entertainment Touring.
Okay.
Now this is a client of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones would testify that he received this money. This was money owed to him. He asked for that specific amount of $112,500 on the basis that he knew that he was going to use that money to pay the bill. They owe him more than that, but that was a payment that they made to his account.
Okay. Anything else?
And so in regards to whether those monies came from a legitimate source, I think you have all the information there. We have a legitimate bank account. We have a legitimate business. He received the funds from another legitimate business. Your Honor can even review their website at www.agententertainment.com. It's a legitimate transaction between 100 Entertainment and AG Entertainment Touring. And he decided to use that money. In regards to any restrictions that money is for his life story, again, as Your Honor just noted, it's very limited that at this point, since he's not convicted, you cannot tell Mr. Davis he cannot receive those monies. He can receive any monies in regards to this crime until he's convicted. That's well supported by the Nevada case law. It's supported by the statute that the state had previously alleged that they were relying upon, which was 41B200.
Which case law specifically?
No, they didn't mention any case law, but I'll get to the case law. But I was just saying that the state referred to 41B200.
Sure, the Slayer statute.
The Slayer statute, which says it has to be a convicted killer. But the case law that we are referring to is the Sears v. Lerner case. Let me get you the site.
Okay.
That's 120 Nevada 930 2004. In that case, it was a discussion in regards to the statute NRS 217.007. That statute was found to be over-inclusive.
Can I get that site again? Did you say 120 Nevada 930?
930, 2004.
Nothing comes up. Nevadans for Nevada versus Beers? The only thing that's
Sears v. Lerner. Sears is SERES versus Lerner. I could double check the site for you. But again, in that case, it was discussing NRS 217.007. The court found that statute to be over-inclusive. And that statute was the right of a victim to receive proceeds from material based upon or related to a crime. The reason why the court found it over-inclusive was because it did not restrict the realm of possible defendants to just convicted felons. Additionally, in that case, in the Sears case, I believe on page 939, excuse me. On page 939, the Nevada Supreme Court cited to the United States Supreme Court of Simon v. Schuster. Simon and Schuster, discussing the Son of Sam statute in New York, voided a provision which denied the recovery of proceeds from telling a story by any person who has voluntarily and intelligently admitted to the commission of a crime for which such a person is not convicted. So basically, the United States Supreme Court threw out a statute on the basis that a person can admit to a crime, but if he's not convicted of the crime, he can still reap financial benefits from that crime. Sears also held that in their decision to find NRS 217.007 as over-inclusive. The constitutional analysis that has to be made in this case is a strict scrutiny analysis, because basically with that court's ruling that he cannot benefit from the proceeds of talking about the murder, there has to be a strict scrutiny analysis because it violates his freedom of speech rights. And for there to be a violation of freedom of speech rights, the courts have said in a strict scrutiny analysis, number one, the state has to state a compelling interest, number one. I couldn't figure out what the state's compelling interest is in this one, but mostly I was thinking it was probably because of the victim, but I'll leave the state to go ahead and address that, the victim's being compensated. I'll let the state assert what its compelling interest is. But then, after it asserts it, we have to see if the court's ruling order is narrowly tailored to go ahead and affect that outcome. And we don't believe it is, because basically, at this point, what we have derived from the court's ruling is he cannot talk about his life story, which he can. The only victim, because Mr. Shakur has no living heirs at this point.
So to analogize this to another constitutional right, for example, freedom to associate. I can, as a condition of bond, I can restrict someone's ability to contact, for example, the victim or children under 18 or things like that. And so as a condition of bond, in order to meet those two goals of bond, ultimately the court has greater discretion in fashioning release conditions. And so I think ultimately, to cut to the chase, that's the state's argument, is that this is a condition of bond. And the argument that they have is that this is a condition of bond similar to that. And so it's not a situation where, you know, a family member or somebody is posting the bond to ensure the safety of the community or to ensure that he comes back. And so really the conditions of bond are not met, or the ultimate goals of bond are not met by Mr. Jones posting this one.
Right. And the argument that they presented now was that the condition of bond is that the court has stated is being used to protect the community. Because obviously it's not to ensure his presence. They have other things to ensure his presence, house arrest and electronic monitoring. But to protect the community has already been exposed to his life story. They've been exposed to his different recollections of what occurred that night. The community is not being harmed in any way, fashion whatsoever by him telling his life story.
I think the harm is probably more future criminality or injury to potential witnesses, as was argued at first, than the community being exposed to the story.
But again, all of that has been discussed in regards to his different videos that he's done, to his book, that has been discussed. So there's no additional harm that can be done. What I think would be a better order by the court, if I may recommend such, is that there be a gag order on Mr. Davis from having any conversations in regards to Mr. Tupac. It should not be publicized, printed, disseminated in any fashion until after the conclusion of the trial. This whole order that prevents him from being able to collect money, like I said, it's an infringement on his right of freedom of speech. It drags us down a quagmire that we don't need to be
But if I'm
dragged
entering
down.
a gag order, isn't that implicating those exact same rights that you just asked me not to?
Right, but I think it's narrowly tailored because, again, remember how I started off, that Mr. Jones wanted a 10-part series. That 10-part series, I would imagine one of the episodes in that 10-part series would include the Shakur slaying, but there's many other things and interesting life events, crime stories, etc., that Mr. Davis can discuss. And so, do you see the distinction, Your Honor? The life story and just discussion in regards to Tupac Shakur.
I mean, I've read so many things, I don't know if they're true necessarily, but it seems like your end goal here is to make some sort of show on the prep for this trial, according to news articles that have been sent to me.
Like, again, you read so many things about it. That's not my
quote to the Sun is not accurate?
That's not my end goal here, Your Honor. My end goal is to win the trial. Okay? Whether they want to follow me with cameras, they can do that. Are we going to benefit by that? I promise you, as an officer of the court, we have not signed a contract, nor have we been given any financial incentive to do something like that, Your Honor.
Okay. This case isn't going to be your legacy? Okay, you may continue, Mr. Duane.
Yes, Your Honor. So, just to focus on what this court actually ordered. So the court may reach two orders. This is a motion to reconsider, right? So to bring it back to what this court ordered, the first finding of this court was that the defendant failed to make a prima facie case that the funds were from a legitimate source. Your Honor, first I would suggest that a preponderance is probably, the state would suggest a preponderance, but even if we were using prima facie.
And I'll let you know why I went with that, because ultimately there was some disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a statute for source hearings. There was some disagreement among the states of what the standard was. And as you know, prima facie is much lower than preponderance. And so ultimately I used the lower standard, so ultimately it would be encompassing both standards. I honestly, would welcome some guidance on what the standard should be for this hearing, because I'm sort of flying blind on this thing, but at the same time, that's ultimately why I fashioned that. And so I understand your argument, but ultimately that was something I did consider.
But yes, and what I think is very telling, though, is that after taking evidence, sworn testimony from Mr. Jones and Mr. Davis, the defendant couldn't even make the lowest threshold of prima facie case that this came from a legitimate source. So, I mean, and the reason still remains true. Defendant's statement to his wife that Mr. Jones was a middleman, I think this court really has to consider. Also, as we provided exhibits, it wasn't just some spontaneous lie that he told his wife, as was proffered to this court at the last source hearing. Instead, these schemes, these plans, these attempts to deceive the court have been going on for months and months, laid out on jail calls over and over. Hey, we're going to use this person as a front. We'll use that person as a front. This person doesn't want to testify, so we've got to get somebody that will testify. And the sample I gave to the court is just that, a mere sample, a mere sprinkling of the scheming that has been going on by Mr. Davis in order to deceive this court as to where the source of the funds come from. And so, the other point I make is Mr. Jones lacks any credibility whatsoever based on the evidence that we've heard. Your Honor, I would go so far as to say that he perjured himself. And the reason why is, let's look at the evolution of Mr. Jones's positions. The letter he offered this court is, this is a gift. And I've known Mr. Davis for a long time. We're good friends for a long time. Then his testimony evolved. It started with when Mr. Arnold asked him, are you receiving any benefit? No, I'm not receiving any benefit. Then it goes, when I ask him, well, is there a contract? It evolves to, well, there's no contract yet. Then when Mr. Arnold asks him about, well, on the jail call, we did hear about a contract. Can you tell us about that? And then Mr. Jones tells an incredible story about what they're actually discussing. Has nothing to do with the murder of Mr. Shakur, but it's about a car that Mr. Davis once held, and he needs to get the title cleared. So that's what he's talking about signing. So, and then this court tried to clarify what Mr. Jones was saying. And Your Honor, you have the transcript. You tell me if you got anything from Mr. Jones's response, because I sure as heck couldn't figure it out. In fact, it's the reason why we asked for the transcript, is because, well, maybe I'm not understanding and something meaningful was said. No, it was just nonsensical rambling. And so that's just what happened in court under oath. Now we take the extra court, outside of court statements. We have a jail call that refers to a contract. We have a YouTube interview where he talks about stipulations. We have a Clubhouse interview, or a Clubhouse social media post, where he talks about, hey, I just received this contract, and as a result of this contract, I'm going to be bailing Mr. Jones out, or Mr. Davis out. And then after the hearing, he goes another YouTube interview where he tacitly admits, yeah, so what if I got this from somebody else? What if I told somebody, hey man, I need $112,500 in order to make something happen, and you'll get it back if I can get that money back. That is a remarkable admission that he makes after this court hearing. And Your Honor, whether or not, and I'll address whether or not the legality of the court's requirement, but whether or not Mr. Davis or Mr. Jones agrees with the court's position, they are not allowed to, one, lie, attempt to deceive the court, or two, scheme on jail calls to circumvent this court's rulings. So I don't know what Mr. Jones could tell you that would give this court anything, prima facie, preponderance, anything, to believe that this is from a legitimate source, given Mr. Jones's observable willingness to deceive the court in order to get his deal done. So Mr. Jones has no credibility. Mr. Davis has no credibility when it comes to this, except though I do appreciate Mr. Arnold admitting, conceding that Mr. Davis is a notorious gang leader, that he was the godfather of Compton. I appreciate those admissions, but if anything, I think that should go to the later argument that Mr. Giacomo is going to present, that maybe this court ought to reconsider its positions, given these concessions today. And Mr. Arnold's position has always been, you can't trust Mr. Davis because he's not telling the truth. Well, apparently he is telling the truth about being a godfather of Compton, and he is telling the truth about being a notorious gang leader. So, Your Honor, the source of the funds, at least for Mr. Jones, is just not credible. He is not a credible source. Anything that comes through him is not credible, is not reliable. Now, with regards to whether or not the court's has the ability to set conditions on a detention order, I think first and foremost, this court made a finding that a detention order was necessary, right? It wasn't that we're just setting bail. This court found, after a lengthy briefing, lengthy argument, given all the factors required to be considered in NRS 178-4853, that a detention order was necessary to protect the public from Mr. Davis. And so, one of the conditions for release was that he may not benefit from Tupac Shakur's killing, right? He may not use proceeds from that to make his bail. And I would submit that this court was correct in doing that, because pursuant to NRS 178-4851, subsection 3, this court can set any condition without limitation as long as it relates to keeping the community safe. And Your Honor, I would argue that a person publicly availing himself of funds from the proceeds of a murder that is still awaiting trial is in fact putting the public in danger. After all, when we were here in January making this argument, one thing the state told the court and reminded the court was that the FBI literally had to move a witness based on credible threats from the defendant. Now we're going to infuse him with more funds from proceeds from killing Mr. Shakur. How does that keep the community safe? It certainly does not conform with this court's finding that a detention order was necessary to protect the community. I would also add, Your Honor, that a gift, even if we were to believe Mr. Jones's original story out of the 4 or 5 he told, even if we go with the original letter, this is a gift, Your Honor, that simply does not meet this court's findings that Mr. Davis presents a danger to the community and requires to be detained. Because the only reason why you set a detention order assured by a monetary amount is because the philosophy that, well, he has at least got some incentive to follow the court's orders based on the monetary penalty he will suffer if he violates his court's rulings, right? Otherwise, there's no point to the cash bail, or to set a bail. And so if he's just being given found money, $112,500, just because, if we were to believe, again, Mr. Jones's first story, just because he's a gift, he's a great guy, I've known him forever, even that, I think, would undermine this court's findings of a detention order being necessary. But that's not what we have here. Lastly, Mr. Arnold, with regards to the First Amendment, what's curious is that Mr. Arnold suggests a gag order which actually does trigger the First Amendment violations that he worries about with the bail, the release restriction. Because a gag order actually does require the strict scrutiny analysis. But a condition of release does not require a strict scrutiny analysis. And as this court aptly pointed out, every court in this courthouse restricts whom a released defendant can associate with, right? And we have that freedom of association, but you can make it as a condition of release as long as you tie it to the safety of the community or the ability to return, or the likelihood to return. And here, Your Honor, there is a close tie to funding somebody because of their retelling of the crime that they are on trial for and the safety of the community, especially given what we know about Mr. Davis being as Mr. Arnold pointed out, a notorious gang leader and the godfather of Compton gangs. Your Honor, given those concessions, this court ought to be concerned.
A lot of what Mr. Arnold is arguing centers on, ultimately in his pleading papers and a little bit of what he's talked about today. We are pre-trial. There's the presumption of innocence at this point. And so, how does the state address that, given that these are convictions?
Right.
These are, his story is what got us here.
Right.
And his story, now he's saying, is a total lie.
Right.
And everything that he said is a lie.
Right.
And so, how does the state sort of reconcile those two issues, those two?
Right, and so I guess I made an overly nuanced argument with regard to 42B last time we were here. My point with regards to 42B...
I understand, you can't get the money back.
It's gone.
Okay, once it's posted, it's gone.
Okay, so then if we just go back to the presumption of innocence, sure, Mr. Davis is presumed innocent. This court was aware of that when it set its orders in January, and that's why we had a whole hearing, and this court created a detention order and a requirement based on the well-considered factors listed out in NRS 4853 about the danger to the community Mr. Davis posed. that's the reason why. That is the reason why he should not be able to profit from talking about his crimes. Not because of 42B, but because this court made a finding that he's a danger to the community, and one of the stipulations of his release, tied into his danger to the community, is that he should not be using funds from the murder of Mr. Shakur to fund his release. One other thing I just want to clarify for the record is that Mr. Arnold stated that Mr. Shakur has no heirs. He does. I believe Ms. Shakur, his sister, is on the line. His brother also. They run his estates, and so I just clarification, not for the point of our argument, but just for the clarification purposes. I want to acknowledge them because they've been involved very much through this whole process. But yes, Your Honor, presumably when this court made that order, it made the finding, because this court laid out specifically all the factors, the couple for Mr. Davis, a number against Mr. Davis, and then made its ruling that he should not use those proceeds. And I would assume that's because this court believed, as the state believes, that using funds from the proceeds of the murder does not protect the community.
Mr. Arnold, did you want to respond to any of those points before I move to the state's counter motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Specifically, it seems that this is not a matter of protection to the community or ensuring his presence. What the state is asking for Your Honor to do is simply that my client not make any money off of this case. There's no legal authority that they have cited to that disallows my client from making money on this case. Right now, his son, myself, even he can enter into a contract with any media entity and make money on this case. The court cannot prevent him from doing that, and no one has access to those proceeds until he is convicted on this case. That is just the law. And so why is a bail condition going to his ability to make money? Next, the state says, well, this is a gift, and so there's no repercussions. There's probably been 80 people bailed out this morning. Most of it is a gift, Your Honor. It's going to come from the mother, the father, the spouse at times. A lot of people are getting gifts to pay for the bail.
If my mom bails me out, I don't want her to lose her house.
Right.
If some guy that I think is a front and a bad dude, his words, not mine, bails me out, I don't really care if he loses his money. And so that's, I think, my big concern with that point. I mean, there's other concerns.
Right, but that individual, Mr. Jones, he has recourse against Mr. Davis should Mr. Davis flee or not show up to his court appearances. But he has no reason not to show up for his court appearances, for the simple fact is that's part of the story, Your Honor. That does not make sense.
Talking in circles here. So it's both about, his life story is not about the Tupac murder, but also it's only about the Tupac trial. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because that's his reason for coming back.
What I'm saying is, Your Honor, the life story of my client is separate from the murder of Tupac.
But the only thing that drives him to come back to court would be that he can only profit from a deal if he's either convicted or not convicted or goes to trial in some way. That's just what you said.
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
Well, because the reason why he's coming back is to find himself not guilty on this case. He has plenty of incentive to come back. He's not going anywhere, and you have set the parameters to make sure we know of his whereabouts at all times. That ensures his presence.
Okay.
Additionally, you said in regards to a Nebia hearing that you needed guidance. Many Nebia hearings that we've done on the federal level as Assistant U.S. Attorney, what we were trying to determine is whether those funds came from an illegal source. Did they come up from some made-up corporation? Did they come from a legitimate bank account? Or there records to indicate that this was a legitimate business? Those were the factors that we were trying to get from the source hearing.
Right, in the federal court, but we don't have any sort of statute or case that says anything about what our source hearings look like.
Right, but we do have those concerns met in this instance. That is, we have a legitimate business, number one. We have entity, 100 Entertainment, that has been in business prior to the beginning of this case. We have another entity, AG Entertainment Touring, that was in existence prior to the beginning of this case. They made payment to 100 Entertainment in the amount of the bail. Again, for reasons known to Mr. Jones, he asked for that specific amount. And there's nothing illegitimate that the state has pointed out in regards to that transaction. And so, since there's nothing illegitimate about that transaction, that satisfies the requirements for the Nebia hearing. Him being a notorious gang leader, that shouldn't deter the court from allowing him to be free. He was a notorious gang leader in 2008. Those days are long gone. He was a law-abiding citizen for many years here in Las Vegas. And so he should be able to go back and again tell those stories. We are not protecting the public from anything. What we have to do, again, is to make sure that he's going to be present, number one, and that number two, that the community is going to be safe. He has not violated the law in any way. He hasn't put out a hit. We don't know the validity of this FBI moving a witness and how that witness was going to be in danger. There's no indication that Mr. Davis has any power with any gang or any people out there to go ahead and order a hit or anything like that. And so those are all speculation by the state and should not be considered in a Nebia hearing, which should just be the focus: do we have legitimate sources?
Okay. State, did you want to be heard regarding your counter argument?
Yes, Judge.
On motion, I apologize.
And I'll be brief as it relates to that. Yeah, there has been a significant change in circumstances. Obviously the state disagreed with the court's prior ruling, but I think there was probably two reasons behind it. One was, look, there's a number of statements by the defendant, but what exactly is the corroboration? And then the other one is one I don't quite grasp from a legal standpoint, but the temporal relationship between the arrest and the crime, right? That 27 years, kind of something about it. But when you look at our motion to reconsider, there's only one temporal relationship that really matters, which is in 2006, there is a live witness who puts the four people the suspect says in Las Vegas leaving to go harm Suge and Tupac Shakur. That witness is corroborated by records from a hotel that establishes he was here, and we know that he's a member of this gang. But the most important temporal relationship here is he makes that statement 2 years before any confession the defendant ever made. And that's the reason why I put the 2008 in there, and I know there may be some litigation about what exactly that 2008 statement may or may not be used for. But certainly in 2009, when he makes a fully admissible confession to those facts, he puts the same four people in the car that an eyewitness has him leaving a bar to go harm Tupac and Suge on the night in question. So now it's not just a guy who's confessed 37,000 times to killing Tupac Shakur. You now have corroboration long before he ever said that from a witness that he wouldn't have known would said that gives the exact same factual pattern. And I suggest to you, there are a few cases where you can get a full confession and not have the proof as evidence presumptive is great. I understand why in this case the court probably had some reticence. But now that we know that there is a live witness that places Mr. Davis with the 3 other suspects leaving to harm Mr. Shakur long before he ever confessed, the proof has to be evident and the presumption must be great at this point, and I would submit it to the court.
Can you just answer for me why this wasn't presented at the bail hearing?
I can't. We didn't have these records. There was, I don't want to say a lack of cooperation necessarily from law enforcement in other jurisdictions during the course of this, but this has been a highly complex situation involving Christopher Wallace, the lawsuits, and getting those records. Ultimately, we just received, as I put in the motion, we just received between the time of the last bail hearing and the time of this court, this particular hearing, we just received an enormous amount of records that we supplied over to Mr. Arnold from the Christopher Wallace investigation. And this report was within those thousands and thousands of pages that we had. And then we went out. There are other confirming people, but the only one we can establish that this witness is currently still alive at this point is this particular witness. There are other things that fully corroborate the story that Mr. Davis said long before Mr. Davis ever said them. It's just at this point we have not yet confirmed that we have a live witness that can actually testify to it. And I put that in the motion as well.
Okay. Mr. Arnold.
I didn't understand that last part. We're talking about Corey Edwards, right?
That's the witness that we...
Right. And he's not alive?
He's alive.
Oh, okay. And so, in regards to Mr. Edwards again gave a statement in 2006 that he identified the 4 people that were in the car and he identified them in Vegas. That is not a change of circumstances in regards to this case that was under the meaning of the Nevada Rule 7B that the court can reconsider its bail. Basically, all he did was corroborate what has been said by Mr. Davis in his multiple interviews and by the state in their presentation of the case. And so a corroborating witness, that happens all the time. It shouldn't cause the court to go back and review its bail. Mr. Edwards, he's not reliable. He made this almost 10 years, this statement 10 years after the incident. And so, bottom line, he could have heard that through hearsay, rumors. I don't know how he came up with this information, but that's subject to cross-examination at the time of trial, and it shouldn't be considered here to look at the bail again. Again, as you stated, Your Honor, he has a presumption of innocence. We should be allowed to discuss that presumption of innocence at the time of trial, but still, we can't just shirk it aside for the sake of this statute of Nevada that allows us to look at this presumption. You already made your decision on that, and we ask that you abide by that decision and remember that my client is presumed innocent.
All right. Excellent arguments on both sides. Ultimately, this is a little bit more wide-ranging, especially from the defense perspective, of what was covered in the briefing. So there's a couple things I need to look at before I issue an order, okay?
One last thing, Your Honor, I apologize. Someone provided me with the site. It was 102 Nevada 928. I apologize.
I did find that one.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, though. Thanks for looking that up. All right, I'll let you guys know the next day or two. My opinion, my decision regarding both. Thank you. We talked a little bit about discovery. Anything else you think? That Christopher Wallace discovery seems pretty wide-ranging.
I think we have turned over everything. We do have one last thing that was turned over to us that we need to review. I don't think it has anything relevant to Mr. Shakur's murder. It involves a totally different case. But I just want to, and I've gone through about 2/3 of it. Haven't seen anything that we need to disclose. But I mean, I'm working diligently to make sure that even through this unrelated case file, it was turned over to us. So I want to go through it and personally make sure that Mr. Arnold does anything that would be exculpatory or inculpatory.
Okay. Mr. Arnold, how are you progressing toward that November 3rd trial date?
I'm concerned about this box. I just want to see it. I mean, we just got the box, the Greg Keating box that he was talking about. We're going through it. We should have our review done before the end of the summer. I'm just concerned another box comes and we have to do further investigation on that.
So as we sit right now, are you ready for that date? Because I have a death penalty case trailing.
Can I say 30 more days and then make that determination?
We'll do a status check then on trial readiness. And it'll be August 20th. I think we're done.
I got something to say.
You want to say to Mr. Arnold, and he can say that he represents you. So ultimately, you represent yourself. You can talk at will, but
Mr. Greg Keating had them boxes at his house for 15 years in his attic, doing all kind of TV interviews. The boxes should not be allowed in a case.
He's going to talk about it.
The boxes should not be allowed. The tainted evidence, everything. The man, he broke a proffer agreement, and he broke the law, all kind of stuff. The boxes should not be allowed. He's been at his house for 15 years, and he do interviews, going in the boxes. Let me see here. Ooh. You can see it on any internet site that this man been going in the boxes for years. And he's a judge, federal judge in LA, did a 142-page thing about him. Look it up on the internet.
So I think what the state said ultimately is that they don't think that there's going to be anything in those boxes that they're going to use.
They just used something in the boxes. They just used something in the boxes from 1996, and they know they did it.
Yeah, no, certainly we are.
They're not only ugly on the outside, but they're ugly on the inside. They crashed in my family in this. They did my daughter first. They did my son. Then they just did my wife the last year. What's the name told me about these? David Westbrook told me about these dudes. He said they're not only ugly on the outside, but they ugly on the inside too. These two dudes right here.
All right. At this point, there's nothing before me to exclude any sort of evidence. There's been no motion filed about the proffer. I don't know if Mr. Arnold plans on challenging that or not. Ultimately, that decision is up to him. So we'll see you guys back on that 30-day date. That was August 20th at 9 a.m. At that time, we need to know if we're going to go on the 3rd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Page 7.
Not only are they ugly on the outside, they're ugly on the inside. So it's going to be an interesting trial. Going to be an interesting trial. All right, so welcome in, everybody. If you guys are just coming in, take a moment, hit the like button. We're at 319 likes. We've got 808 people watching, so really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you for joining us today. The trial starts on Monday. We're going through hearings right now. That was the last one was from July 24th of 2024. And jury selection's happening right now. They're in day 4 of jury selection. And as of yesterday's news report, the news said it was going to start on Monday. So I haven't heard anything. Well, I'll check the news from today to see if they're going to start earlier. But as of right now, opening statements will be on Monday. So in the meantime, if you guys don't mind, if you can hear my voice and you're not in chat, just take a moment and hit the like button. And I really appreciate seeing all the new faces joining us today. Tell us what you think. Do you think the state has a shot? Because right now, all I'm seeing is it's Mr. Davis, writing a book and giving some interviews. They don't have him in Las Vegas. They don't have a weapon. They don't have eyewitnesses. So it's pretty circumstantial at this point. But we'll see. You guys tell me what you guys think. So let's see, we're at 341 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 350 likes while I queue up this next clip. Again, if you can hear my voice and you're not in chat and you have not hit the like button yet, just go ahead and take a moment and do that. This next one is going to be from August 12th. We're at 343 likes. 343 likes. Let's see if we can bounce that up a little bit while I queue up this next video for us. So this is from August 12th, 2025. This is going to be a press conference. This might be Draskevich, who represented Robert Tellis and Duane Michaels. So this is a press conference. All right, so that's Robert Draskevich on the right. And if we go back over here, that's Michael Pendulo. He was, so it's Carl Arnold. He wasn't his first representative. I didn't catch the lawyer's first lawyer that was representing Mr. Davis there. I didn't catch his name. But the last one was Carl Arnold. He represented Diabra Redden. He's the judge jumper. If you guys remember that from a year or so ago, he's the guy that jumped the bench and attacked the judge. So Carl Arnold represented him. And then we got Robert Draskevich and Michael Pendulo. They are up now. They have since been replaced. So I want to hear what they have to say. If you guys watched Robert Tellis and or Duane Michaels, we covered both of those trials. You'll recognize Mr. Draskevich there. All right, I'm really interested to hear what they have to say. See if they give us any insight as to what their defense might be. All right, Jennifer, I agree with you. I don't know any more than what I've seen here today, but it seems pretty thin. Sorry, excuse me for that. D says, Suge Knight could blow the case open if he tells all, but I know he won't. He's saying he's not. He's saying he's, as of like 2 or 3 days ago, he's like, it's not for me to say anything. He's saying, but if he's subpoenaed, I mean, he has to. He'll be found in contempt of court. I mean, he's already in prison for a hit and run, but from 2015. So, I mean, if you're subpoenaed, you're subpoenaed. You got to show up, right? You can't not show up. They'll drag you in. You know, that's the whole point of a subpoena. So it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if he testifies. Ricky Brown, thank you so much for hosting this podcast today. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that, Ricky. Thank you. It's great seeing all new faces in our chat. You know, you guys are giving us a lot of love today, so appreciate them. Hopefully we can give you some love back with this content. So 360 likes and climbing. Awesome. Thank you guys. Really appreciate the support. All right. Hey Edwin, how are you? He put the hit since he's an OG. Who are we talking about? I missed something there. Who are we talking about? Who put the hit out? I know there's a lot of people that think Combs had a lot to do with this, that he put the $1 million bounty out. Is that what you guys are talking about? All right, let's see. Michael says, what they're going to say is, within the book, the omission of guilt. What they're going to say is, within the book, the omission of guilt. He was not supposed to talk about the details in the agreement when he shared information to the FBI. It's his job to keep a copy. They did tell him that anything he says cannot be used against him. They did tell him that. I mean, when law enforcement says, whatever you say, we're not going to use against you. I mean, are they lying then? Gina, how are you? Welcome in. So great to see you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Suge is. Wait, hold on. All right, let me queue up this next thing here. Let's watch this. All right, so this is Davis's third set of lawyers.
Right?
Not the final ones.
Ready to start, anyone? Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to introduce us. This is Robert Draskevich. I'm Michael Pendulo. The reason we asked everyone to be here today is obviously we are the new attorneys for Duane Davis in the Tupac murder case, now set for trial February of next year. The reason in particular that we asked the media to be here is that, obviously we're not trying the case in the media, but we want to establish better relations with the media as a lot of information has come out, and so we want to make ourselves available to strengthen the relationship with the media as the case develops. We're going to have hearings. There are going to be developments in the case as we go along, and we just want to keep open communication with the media so it's not so one-sided, because obviously the state makes statements to the media, and we want to adequately represent our client. And so with that, I think we'll open it up to questions. Yes?
I understand that Davis essentially wanted to make you guys his lawyers. He did have another case going on. What was the decision? Where did that decision stem from? Do you know what your client had? Why did he decide to make the change?
Well, I think some of it did have to do with that battery by a prisoner case, which he went to trial on and was found guilty. I think in some ways it can be like a sports team. If you come up short, sometimes you need to change the leadership.
Are you guys going to be waiting? Is it effective immediately? Are you guys waiting until that motion is reviewed by the court to go ahead and move over with representation, or is this effective immediately?
We filed the substitution of attorneys in this case. So we are his attorneys for the February 9th trial date. As far as that other case, that case is still pending. However, we are not involved with that case.
Do you anticipate being able to keep the February 9th trial date?
We anticipate going forward in February, yes. And that's also in part while we were retained on this case. I mean, we try cases. That's what we do. I believe I've tried well over 100 cases to verdict in several states. He wanted a trial team, and that's why we're here, and that's why we've been retained to represent him.
Yeah, I mean, we're not taking this case trying to win it on a technicality. We're obviously still getting up to speed on the case, but we anticipate it going to trial.
The news release we received about this event promised that there would be new announcements along with questions. Are there any announcements? Or
there's going to be a number of motions filed. There'll be a motion to suppress filed promptly. That concerns the search warrant that was executed on his residence. That search warrant contained a nighttime clause, which is curious. You've got a case that's nearly 30 years old, yet you have this 24-hour nighttime search, this 24-hour authorization. So that's the first of several motions that we anticipate filing. I mean, anytime you have a cold case, obviously there's concerns. There's degradation of evidence, loss of witness testimony. We anticipate challenging this case on those grounds as well. But again, it's not necessarily linear representation. I mean, it's our job to basically kick the constitutional tires of this case in our preparation for trial. But there's no mistake, we will be prepared to proceed to trial in this case.
And when might we see these motions?
We were just retained last week. We're working on them right now. I anticipate the first motion concerning the suppression of evidence should be filed within the next 2 weeks.
Additionally, I think we're looking into whether or not, and again, this is based on how old the case is and how stale evidence may have been and whether evidence was maintained. We could be looking into a spoliation motion as well.
What was actually found during the search of Davis's home that you want to suppress?
Everything. We understand that there was rounds of ammunition found, which is our position, have nothing to do with this case whatsoever. There was a great deal of documents that were taken. In Mr. Wilson's initial press conference, he had stated that our client is presumed innocent. And that's obviously a constitutional protection that every defendant enjoys. However, he had said that just recently they had come upon evidence that they felt basically corroborated their theory of the case, and it made reference to this search warrant. So again, there's still a lot to be seen in this case, but obviously if there's evidence that they intend to use in this case, we intend to challenge the constitutionality of the seizure of that evidence.
What do you anticipate your trial strategy will be?
Well, would you like to speak to that?
Well, I think, it's the idea here is that the state has the burden of proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't think that they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, just to go back a second about what was seized, also what was mentioned was some memorabilia, posters of Tupac and things like that, which we don't really think has a lot of evidentiary value. But if we're talking about things that would be suppressed, it would really be anything that they think might be evidence.
The theory of the defense is that he didn't do it. And this presumption of innocence, while it's a constitutional principle, it's also a reality. I mean, it's our understanding that the primary thrust of this case are his repeated claims to have been in the vehicle, his claims that he was in Las Vegas. Well, when you present a case to a grand jury, it's a very low standard. It's a probable cause standard. When you go to trial, it's the highest legal standard that we have in the United States. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. These statements that he made will be addressed. The context in which those statements were made will be addressed, and the reliability of those statements will be addressed.
Are you going to take the same position Arnold took, that Davis is a liar and you can't trust what he says?
It's not so much an issue of being a liar in that, we live in a society now of dual personas. I mean, we have public personas, we have personas in reality, we have online personas. That is going to be addressed and explained in much more detail, and I would submit with a great deal more accuracy than has been done so far. But again, that's going to be presented to the jury, which will be the ultimate determiner of the facts in this case.
And if I could add, the question, is a person a liar or not a liar? Most people are going to lie for certain reasons, for certain purposes. Very rarely do you find a person that, and I would say never, that always tells the truth or always lies. So the idea that you would present Mr. Davis as a liar doesn't make much sense, because what we're really talking about is specific statements, whether those were true, and what was the motivation for making those statements at the time, in the full context that those statements were made in.
So, this case was cold for more than 2 decades. Your client, I believe, has written a book, been on podcasts and that sort of thing. So what I'm hearing is that your defense is basically he wasn't telling the truth in his book or on the podcast.
Can I address that? Well, first of all, and this is a narrative that we've seen, that this is his book, Duane Davis. Have you read the book?
No.
Okay, it's called Compton Street Legend, and there are 2 names on that book. Duane Davis is not a writer. It's written in the voice of Duane Davis, but I'll tell you, for instance, the book quotes, so it's written from the first person of Duane Davis, but it quotes Winston Churchill, A Tale of Two Cities, and Ralph Ellison's The Invisible Man, amongst other things. Now, those words and that style is certainly not his. So at the very least, those words are not exclusively his. And we can delve more into what words were his, what words weren't his, and why those words were chosen in that particular context. So, that's what we've heard a lot, is that this is his book, his words, but it's right on the page. There's another name there. It's Yusuf Jah.
Why would he have put his name on the book if he didn't write it, or if he didn't agree with what was in it?
There's a financial incentive to that. Obviously, there wouldn't be any financial gain if a book was written on that, hey, I wasn't involved. So again, that's part of the complexity and the complete story of why those statements were made. As Mr. Pandulo had addressed, there's a great deal of argument to be made whether or not he in fact made those statements. In a court of law, in order for an admission, or as they sometimes refer to it as a confession, it has to belong to the defendant, to the person actually making the statements. And in here we're going to be calling into question and proving that it appears that those in fact were not his statements.
What needs to be done at this point to prepare for the trial?
A lot.
everything. This case represents one of the most significant cultural events of the last 30 years. I mean, there are so many books and documentaries, fictionalized movies made about these events. They're connected to public figures, perennial public figures over the last several decades. There's a lot to learn about this case, and I think at this time, we're immersing ourselves in the case, in the evidence, and everything surrounding it.
We've had a series of conversations with R.J. Bond. He's a documentarian who has a great deal of institutional knowledge concerning this case. While he's a journalist, he is not an investigator. We have had a series of discussions and will continue to have discussions with him concerning his knowledge of this case that's obviously, it's covered over 3 decades.
Would you be able to make us more familiar with why Davis decided to select you guys? Like, what does it speak to as far as your defense skills?
I'd say they're superb. Obviously, I'm not necessarily an objective judge of that, but I've been practicing for nearly 29 years. I have a practice based primarily upon criminal defense and trial practice. I've known Mr. Pandulo for nearly 20 years. We've worked together in several cases, and we, quite frankly, make a very good team. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's results, and we're seeking, obviously, results that are beneficial to our client. So this isn't our first rodeo, nor our last. We anticipate giving him the very best defense available and that we can provide.
And I got to give Mr. Draskowicz a compliment here, because I would say that if I were charged with murder, I would want him to represent me.
So I know you just started, but it is just 5 months or so until the trial starts. Do you have an idea of witnesses, specifically someone like Suge Knight? Do you have any expectation that he would be called by you or the other side, brought over from prison in California?
That's a very definite possibility. And obviously, we will leave no stone unturned. I mean, we do, as officers of the court, we do have powers that are given to us by the court. So we anticipate thorough investigation. We brought in one of the best investigators in the state, and I would say the country. I believe truly that 5 months will be sufficient time to adequately prepare and present this case. It's my understanding this case, in large part, is basically collecting dust.
Yeesh. That audio's on their side. Sorry about that, you guys.
Do you plan to contact Mr. Knight?
We do.
It's still a little scratchy. All right.
Maybe there's ever been...
Hang in there. Maybe this audio will clear up.
Yes.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Sean P. Diddy Combs, he's certainly mentioned in the book Compton Street Legend, and it's sort of an open question. If the state believes what is written in that book, was Mr. Combs questioned? Would he be a witness? And that's all I'll go into on that point. But if the book is out there for everybody to read, I mean, you could see how he's specifically mentioned in that book.
Arnold had raised the possibility of an alternate suspect. Is that an avenue that you think has credibility? Is it something you intend to pursue?
Well, we've heard multiple alternative suspects. I mean, now some of these are more credible than others. So yes, we are looking into certain credible alternate suspects. But there have been so many theories about this case. I mean, some people think Tupac Shakur is still alive. We don't believe that, by the way.
That's not that theory of this defense.
No.
And obviously, if our client wasn't involved, somebody else was. So we don't know.
The assumption is that Orlando Anderson was the shooter. Well, I mean, in some of the narratives, it was one of the. So there were supposedly 4 gentlemen in that car, in that white Cadillac. Well,
They're all dead.
Really, all of them? Well, I mean, but that's.
Yeah, they're not going to talk about the theory that Tupac is still alive. That's a discussion for another day. Tupac is still alive.
That's an assumption that, let's think about what proof, other than statements by Mr. Davis, what proof do we really have of that? What happened with that white car? Why was it never found? We're looking into that. There may be conflicting information on reports about a white Cadillac being recovered. But, this is an issue with the case being so old, is that, had this case been brought in the 90s, it maybe wouldn't be so hard.
All right, but if he's faking it, he's not making money. He only had like $200,000 at the time this happened. So I hear what you guys are saying about, he's still alive and faking it, but he was like at the height. He was a movie star. He was, a rap, icon. He was, why I hear what you guys are saying, but what would be the point of doing this and then just completely going off the grid and not, I don't know. It doesn't make sense, right? At least to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, why? Put in chat. Why do you think he would fake his death? What are you guys thinking? What's the theory behind that?
To follow up on these things.
So in the trial, we can expect to see the whole story being explained, at least examined, that what happened that night at, I think it was the MGM, right?
Yes.
And after the fight, what instigated the events and the timeline. So we'll have witnesses that will go through that whole
We anticipate reviewing everything. I mean, fair to say we're fairly new to this, and this is fairly early on in the game. So obviously this is going to be a developing topic.
Well, and so this is another sort of assumption, is the beating of Orlando Anderson, was that in fact what precipitated the shooting? I mean, that's an assumption. I mean, obviously, the state wants to prove that, and that is mentioned in the book Compton Street Legend, but there are other potential motives that are mentioned in there, some of which are contradictory and conflicting. So, if we're looking at that book, and if we're looking at those statements, I mean, we really have to look at the credibility of those statements and then say, well, there's a jury instruction that says if you find that a witness has lied about something that is significant, that you can toss out everything that they said. So, if we were to apply that here, if you toss out those statements, considering, I mean, that they may be contradictory to certain facts, that they may be contradictory to each other, then what do we have? And can we prove that there were 4 guys, even in that white Cadillac? Can we prove that they're the ones that everyone...
They bring Suge Knight in. He was in the car.
Maybe so.
He knows also what happened at the MGM.
So we may see him.
We'll have to wait and see. Exactly. That's a meritorious point. So.
Is there anyone else who you would have your eye on as far as who you'd be going up to the stand?
Again, this is going to be a work in process. We're at the very beginning of this, and we've got 5 months to develop the facts how we intend to present them.
Well, if you want something interesting, in the book Compton Street Legend, and this may be something that, obviously we have to investigate, but Foxy Brown is mentioned. I mean, have you heard this? I mean, if, and we haven't, oh, you do? Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought maybe you could give her. Okay, all right. You can't put us in contact with her. No. Okay.
She doesn't want to be reached.
Well, you see, and that's and here's my point about that, right? If potential parties don't want to be reached, that's a difficulty for the state, not necessarily for us. We don't have to present the case. We didn't bring the case.
In 5 months, in lawyer speak, that's kind of like 5 minutes, you know. So I know you guys have a whole bunch of other cases to prepare for. Could we see this case being pushed back to give you guys more time, or are you guys confident that you'll have 5 months and be able to be successful in this case?
We anticipate being ready on February 9th. Obviously, there can be unforeseen circumstances, but as we sit here today, we anticipate going forward on February 9th.
And, you know, obviously that's a moving target, so maybe, you know, as the case develops, you know, at closer to the end of the year, I mean, we might, that can evolve, you know. But, you know, 5 months can be a short amount of time. It can also be an eternity, I mean, is if you're willing to put the effort in, and we are.
Sorry, I'm just going to come to the point of Foxy Brown. Actually, we were the ones who broke that story, that the prosecution have tried to reach out to her, given that would solidify their case. If what Keefe had written in Compton Street alleged was correct, then that would put him in Las Vegas on the night at the time he denies it. Would Foxy Brown be potentially the bombshell witness for either you or the prosecution?
Potentially. Do you want to speak to that? It's again, it's a work in progress, and we'll see where the evidence leads.
You know, I could say I'd definitely be willing to talk to her and see what she has to say. If anybody wants to pass my number along.
Best of luck getting hold of her.
No Lil Kim? No, I'm just kidding.
If there's a way to tie her in, I'd be happy to talk to her as well.
So if I may, sorry gentlemen, James Desborough, I've been covering this for the US Sun, and I've interviewed RJ, plenty of the family, both sides. I just wondered, obviously, in the most respectful way, one of the interesting things is Keefe has had financial issues raising bail. He had a public defender before, and Carl Arnold, and with you guys, the notion of a financial compensation for this. There was a story, I believe, circulated. I don't know factually that it's accurate. There's a documentary coming along with this to financially cover your fees. Could you just cover that off so that we know the full picture?
I don't have any knowledge of that, and I'm not in a position to speak as to that.
And in terms of how Keefe's paying for his defense, if I may ask?
We've been retained, and outside of that, I'm not going to speak about that subject.
Thank you.
I know that you guys said that you guys want a better working relationship with the media. Is that coming from a not so good relationship with the media? Where does that stem from?
I would say out of necessity. I mean, you know, we see certain of the sort of standard narrative that's out there, and you know, we're not, again, we're not trying the case in the media, and so a lot of, you know, what you hear us doing is sort of challenging certain of the assumptions, because, you know, when those assumptions are not challenged in a certain way, the state's narrative can kind of be accepted as a foregone conclusion, and we just want to point out that that's not necessarily the case, and, you know, to give us a shot to show what we're going to show, and you know, to actually take this to trial, you know, where we believe that we're going to win. So.
I mean, your own client has described this, quote unquote, as the biggest case in Las Vegas history. Given that statement, may I ask about your emotions and sentiments about covering, quote unquote, the biggest case in Las Vegas history?
We're looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
We're looking forward to the trial. We're looking forward to the process. We're looking forward to face the jury and to address the issues that the state brings up and how to rebut them.
And if I may, Keefe himself, I mean, we know he's had a few health problems. His family has been forthright with me about that. How is he doing both emotionally and medically, given that he's obviously spoken about his medical conditions?
I know he's got a great deal of medical conditions. Obviously, they've been exacerbated being in custody. He wants this trial to proceed in February as well.
I can tell you this, when Mr. Draskevich and I went to get his signature on the document that would allow us to be his attorney, he was smiling ear to ear.
I'd like to go back to the question about documentary and fees. Is there, what's the status? I mean, it was a big issue last year when there was a bail hearing. What's the status of any media deals that Davis is making?
I know of none.
So you haven't been involved. Have either of you been involved in negotiating any sort of media arrangement that's going to make Davis money?
No.
And you're not aware of any?
I'm unaware of any.
Okay.
I'm sorry to follow up on that point, but it's interesting because obviously this was discussed perhaps 2 years ago in relation specifically to Michael Jackson's lawyer. That's how he raised the funds to pay for his legal representation in his manslaughter trial. So, I mean, obviously while you're not currently aware of it, or you're not currently in negotiations or have no contract, is it something you would consider in the long term?
Obviously, that's a bridge that we could cross when we came upon it, but as of this point in time, there is no bridge to come upon.
Thanks.
Anything else you'd like us to know?
Oh, I think you've covered it. Yeah. We appreciate you coming. Thank you. Thank you for your questions. All right. We don't anticipate this being the first time that we speak to you, but again, we just wanted to start out and introduce ourselves.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Sorry, when is the next time that you guys will be in court?
I know he has a sentencing coming up on that other matter which we're not involved in. We'll be filing several pretrial motions that need to be filed. These are issues that need to be brought up pre-trial, so we anticipate that happening in the very near future.
Who will be handling the battery sentencing?
I believe it's a current attorney on that case.
Arnold?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you guys got me interested because I never heard the theories that he's not alive. So that's kind of new to me. I'll admit that one's a new one on me. So you got me interested. Now, granted, this is from Rolling Stone, so depending on how credible you want to put on them, but let's check this out because you guys got me interested.
Unsolved murder of Tupac Shakur is to this day one of the most widely debated homicides in music history. Even now, over 21 years later, people still speculate about what exactly happened that night. This is what we know for sure. On the evening of September 7th, 1996, Tupac and Suge Knight, the then CEO of Death Row Records, attended a Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. In the casino lobby, Tupac had a run-in with alleged Crips gang member Orlando Anderson. There was a brief fight. Shakur and Knight's entourage got involved, but it was eventually broken up and the men went their separate ways. Shakur and Knight headed out toward Club 662. While Shakur and Knight were on their way to the club, around 11 p.m., a white Cadillac pulled up next to them on the passenger side while they idled at a stoplight. An unidentified gunman then fired 14 gunshots into their car. Shakur was hit 4 times, twice in the chest, once in the arm, and once in the thigh, with one bullet puncturing his right lung. Suge Knight was injured by a bullet fragment that hit him in the head, but otherwise walked away unscathed. The rapper was taken to a nearby hospital where doctors kept him alive for 6 days before his mother finally made the decision to stop treatment on September 13th, 1996, at 4:03 p.m. His official cause of death was cardiac arrest. So now, here's what people are not so sure of. Following Tupac's death, investigators looked into a number of suspects, including Anderson. Anderson's affiliation with the Crips would have made the shooting a gang-related retaliation hit. Members of a 10-car entourage following Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur told officers that it was Anderson who fired the shots. But Anderson was later killed in an unrelated gang shooting, and the cops lost their lead. The media was quick to jump on a different narrative that placed the blame on Shakur's former friend and East Coast rival, the notorious B.I.G. The pair had come up together in the 90s, with Shakur even acting as Biggie's mentor of sorts. Things eventually went south in the middle of the decade when the two rappers got embroiled in an epic East Coast-West Coast rap rivalry. The feud was believed to have been sparked by Biggie's 1994 song, Who Shot Ya? The possible diss track is said to be about Shakur getting shot and robbed in New York City. 2 years later, in 1996, Tupac released Hit 'Em Up, where Tupac claims he had an affair with Biggie's wife, Faith Evans. Evans denied this claim. Evans later told MTV News that Biggie was afraid people would believe he was responsible for Tupac's death and feared retaliation. Biggie denied such claims. 6 months later, on March 9, 1997, Biggie was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting while leaving a party in Los Angeles after the Soul Train Awards. His death also remains unsolved. A third theory put the blame on Suge Knight. Fans have pointed to a possibly frosty relationship between the Death Row Records CEO and his rising star. Theorists believe Shakur was ready to leave Death Row to start his own label. And so, Suge Knight orchestrated his murder that night in Las Vegas, a claim that he has strongly denied. In fact, in 2017, a new documentary about Shakur's death that pointed to yet another possibility. The documentary claims that Knight's ex-wife, Sharitha Golden, and Reggie Willis Jr., the former head of security for Death Row Records, had actually plotted a hit on him in order to gain control of the label. Golden has publicly denied the accusation. But perhaps the most outrageous, yet more popular theory out there is that Shakur didn't die at all that night, that maybe he's living in Cuba after faking his own death. Supposed evidence here includes his 7 posthumous records, a supposedly fake autopsy photo, and his mother's choice of words when she told the world that her son Tupac, quote, chose to leave quietly. This is in a long, long tradition of music stars who fans have claimed faked their deaths and escaped. Examples include Jim Morrison, who supposedly faked his death in Paris and ran off to Ethiopia, or Elvis Presley, who spelled his name wrong on his tombstone in Graceland, then went into hiding. Elvis was frequently spotted at supermarkets and other public places all over America in the 80s and 90s. The case of Tupac may just remain a mystery unsolved. My name is Rob Sheffield, and I officially do not believe.
All right, that didn't really show much. that was like a. I thought that would be more. I thought there'd be something more to that. So, this is what it is. All right. Interesting stuff. All right, let's continue on. This is from February 17th, 2026. All right, this is denying. This is a motion. A judge is going to deny a motion. Let's check this out. I got to grab some lunch, you guys. I haven't had lunch yet. All right, let me cue this up for us. All right. Who had a question? Paul, did you have a Paulus? Paul Lawless, what was your question about? You had a question there, and I missed. I was going to answer it, but let me see. Did anybody answer your question, Paul? Are you going to talk about the Thursday, Friday finalizing for open court? No, because tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow we're going to switch gears and go. We're focusing in on Mario Fernandez out of Jacksonville, so that's why we're doing this today. But I have a couple news reports from yesterday that I'll play. I'll try and find a couple news reports, some more current ones, to see if we have anything like that's happening today. But as of right now, opening statements are going to be on Monday. That's the last that I've heard. All right, let's get to this. This is from February 17th, 2026.
377-407, page 6. Hello, Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Draskovich and Mr. Brown, and then we have Mr. Bilal and Mr. Giacomo appearing for the state. This is on for a motion regarding the evidence obtained from unlawful nighttime search. So, Mr. Brown or Mr. Draskovich, did you want to be heard further on your motion?
I think it's been fully briefed, and I know that Your Honor meticulously prepares for these hearings. To note, the state did not oppose our request for an evidentiary hearing, and I really think that would be the most prudent path to take, given the differings of opinion concerning whether or not bad faith was involved. Obviously, it's our position nothing but bad faith could be inferred from the affidavit that was submitted. That's our primary concern. I think our primary issue this morning.
So, Let me jump forward then. I guess that's the sticking point. This is an argument regarding a non-constitutional violation, so it would be a nighttime clause, which is a statutory construction. What authority is there that allows the court to suppress evidence for a non-constitutional violation under these circumstances?
Well, I think we can look to NRS 179.085, subsection D. It's our position that this warrant was illegally executed.
Sure.
And I believe that the statute, I mean, number one, this is a statutory animal, but number two, that statute allows for the suppression. The cases that were cited, both parties do converge on the point that if bad faith is involved, obviously that's the basis for the suppression as well, hence I'm asking for the evidentiary hearing if the court does not find bad faith based upon the pleadings.
And so what would this evidentiary hearing look like that you're asking for?
We need to have Detective Mogg on the stand. It's our issue that's not necessarily what was presented to the court, but what wasn't that constitutes the bad faith.
And so I guess evidence regarding his stability in the community that you've argued, evidence regarding the age of his convictions, his age, things like that.
The fact that Detective Mogg had gone to his house and had a conversation with him. Also, the very fact that the justification for this nighttime search creates the very potential danger by executing the warrant at that time. That's our concern, and obviously it may be difficult for the court to reach our conclusion absent an evidentiary hearing.
Understood. State, what's your position regarding the evidentiary hearing?
My position is there's no fact that they can establish before this court which would result in you issuing an order of suppression. And here's why, and that's why in their reply they take exception to our exhibits that we supply to the court. The suggestion is, well, if you told the magistrate he had survived cancer, she wouldn't have issued the nighttime clause. You and I both know that's not correct, but we also provided you, hey, the detective could have added more about his dangerousness as well. The fact that he makes the threat to Mike Tyson with the gun movement in videos around the time period that it happened. Their other argument is, oh, well, he only said he was arrested as an ex-felon. Well, it turns out he actually was convicted of possession of a firearm and received a 16-month sentence. There isn't any fact they could put before this court in an evidentiary hearing that would in any way change the analysis of the deference given to the judge. Is there any fact they could establish that a court wouldn't issue a nighttime clause? And look, you're a magistrate that signs these all the time. And their argument is that there's only 3 lines within this long affidavit that justifies the nighttime clause. And that's not the way you look at this. It's a holistic approach to this. You're talking about a homicide investigation involving very violent gangs. Yes, maybe 27 years old, but there's nothing in that 27 years that changes the analysis of whether or not a nighttime clause. Now they say they talked to Mr. Davis through, Detective Mogg talked to him through a steel door. What's relevant about that? Mr. Davis doesn't identify himself, denies being Mr. Davis. The fact that Detective Mogg knows it's Davis, but also he refuses to open a security door, and that's one of the things that he lists, that there's a security door that we may have to breach in order to get inside this house. What's relevant about that is more need for SWAT to execute the warrant. But here we have a situation where no magistrate would have ever denied a nighttime clause in this jurisdiction for a homicide suspect's house being searched by SWAT. That alone would have justified the clause, and it was her deference that you have to give the magistrate deference to suggest that they could prove any fact from anything that they've submitted to this court would change the analysis. It's just they haven't come up with any particular fact. They're saying Detective Mogg failed to provide certain information. Sure, in any affidavit you can't describe every single fact that's true, but nothing that he failed to describe that they've raised would change the analysis or change the determination of the magistrate. So I suggest the motion should just be denied outright.
Okay, Mr. Draskovich, you've sort of indicated that without a hearing, obviously getting to bad faith would be difficult for defense. Mr. Giacomo is saying there is no way to establish bad faith, even with what you're saying is, what you're saying is necessarily true, that still doesn't get you there.
Well, there's reference made to the prior drug conviction, but then the fact that it's over 25 years old is omitted. What do you do with
that. I mean, this idea of, for officer safety, the nighttime clause, and again, we're assuming, the issue concerning dangerousness is kind of a holistic approach, and what the detective chose to include and chose to exclude is indicative of bad faith. We need to address that. In a large part, in the state's opposition, they supplement the record. So they're wanting the court to rely upon matters that were not contained within that affidavit. We're asking the court to do the same thing by way of an evidentiary. We're talking to one witness.
Here, the defendant has not demonstrated that the magistrate abused their discretion in authorizing the nighttime service clause under NRS 179.0456D under Sanchez v. State, 103 Nevada 166, page 169 from 1987. A finding of reasonable necessity is reviewed for abuse of discretion. The affidavit provides a sufficient basis for the magistrate's good cause determination. When I look at the fact that this is a homicide investigation, there is the anticipated presence of the suspect with a prior violent felony and firearm history, as well as a steel door being present, which is not something common that officers necessarily encourage. The officer and public safety concerns do exist. The defendant's omission arguments do not establish a showing of intentional or reckless misconduct required under Franks versus Delaware. They also don't show that the inclusion of the omitted facts would have defeated the good cause finding. The warrant was executed pursuant to judicial authorization. There's no showing of bad faith, and so suppression is not warranted here. The motion is denied. States prepare the order.
Thank you.
All right. Regarding this as a status check trial readiness, my understanding is that there may be we may need to readdress the court date, the trial date, but we do have a June 9th status check trial readiness. Do you want to do it at that time, or did you want to set a different date?
Let's do it earlier. I know that we had a discussion with all parties concerning potential dates close in time to current trial setting.
Okay.
Could we set this 2 weeks?
All right, we will vacate the 6/9/26 status check trial readiness and instead set it for status check trial readiness in 2 weeks. That date will be
March 3rd at 9 a.m.
Just we'll do 3 weeks just to make sure the prison can bring Mr. Davis back.
We'll do 3 weeks. That date will be
March 10th at 9 a.m.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So Mal, the only thing they found, a couple weapons. There was a Vibe magazine. There were some news clippings from '96. I guess a poster. Really, the only thing they have on Davis is the book. Is his book, right? Which we've talked about. Do I still have it up? His book, right? Compton Street Legend. And then, of course, his interviews. He's given a lot of interviews. He talked to the police. That phone call with his son, the green light. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all how you spin it. I mean, you could spin it as he's just talking. He's writing books with a ghostwriter, or you could spin it as, oh no, he knows stuff and he's admitting guilt. We can sit here and we can debate it, which is great. I love debating with you guys and hearing your theories and whatnot. But ultimately, it's going to boil down to the jury, and will the state be able to provide enough evidence? Because right now, I'm not really seeing it, but we're seeing it from the outside.
Page 4, Duane Davis.
We're seeing it from the outside. All right, I got to put myself over here. We're not seeing all that the state has. State says they've got a lot on him. Was it Wolfson, I think his name is? He said they've got a lot on him, so I don't know, we'll see. All right, I got to cover this big logo here. All right. Okay, so this is from July 1st now. This is a long one. This is over an hour. This hearing's over an hour. All right, so either way, I'm interested in it. I'm going to follow it. We're not going to watch it. I've said a couple times now, but if you guys are coming in fresh and new, we're not going to follow it live because we're going to be covering Mario Fernandez. That's out of Jacksonville. So we're going to be covering that instead, day to day, and then Shanna Gardner. So those two are involved in the Jared Brightigan shooting. So we'll be just doing weekly recaps of this trial. So sorry that we will not be watching it live, but we will definitely be doing recaps and showing testimony, kind of like what we're doing today. We're just going to go through and we're going to pull some testimony, and we'll do the highlights of the week. So if you guys do watch it live, cool. Just come and join us on Sunday and watch it again with us. All right, so this is from July 1st of 2026. Let's check this out.
C-377-407. Here you are, Mr. Shamp. Didn't see you come in. All right.
All right, sorry to stop. So that's his new attorney. Oops, shoot. That's his new attorney. That's his new attorney, Michael Shamft. That's a tough last name. S-A-N-F-T. Michael Shamft. Samft. I keep putting it S-H. It's not Shaft. Samft. Michael Samft. So he's pro bono. From what I was able to tell, he's pro bono. So this guy, Michael Samft, is pro bono.
We're on for 3 motions. Let's start with the motion to sequester the jury. Mr. Stamp, did you want to be heard any further on that motion?
I mean, it's an unusual request in this jurisdiction with regards to sequestering any jury, but due to the level of media attention that we have on it, the fear and the danger is that the individual will go home at night and listen to commentary, maybe not directly, but through family members, something along those lines. And so we're always concerned about that. That's why we talk about it.
I think sequestration worked pretty well when not everyone had a phone that did absolutely everything in their lives attached to them. I don't know how we could separate the jurors from their phones for an entire 30. We'd have to take them essentially to accomplish the goals of sequestration that you're laying out. Additionally, if we did that, then they'd be alone in a hotel room, no phones, away from their daily routines, probably watching TV, which would then have coverage. So my concern is that sequestration might actually not resolve any of the issues that we have. But I do understand the concerns while jurors are in the building, that there may be communication with people, so we could do some sort of like partial sequestration while they're in the building, going kind of to the back for lunches and things like that.
And we have talked about it with the state that if, a full, how do you pronounce it, sequestration?
Yeah.
If that's not going to be granted, that yes, absolutely, maybe accommodating jurors through the back elevators so they're not in the hallways coming up towards the courthouse would be a way to sort of protect them while they're in and out of the building.
Yeah.
And maybe have lunch for them in the jury room type thing. The other thing I was going to
We've reached out to another department that did that in a case, I think, last year, and so to get some guidelines on how that worked.
Yeah, that was going to be our position as to, we've done a lot of high profiles and that's it. It's like a daily sequestration, but they can go home at night.
Yeah.
The only other thing I was going to suggest is, as it relates to jury selection, once we go through some of the hardships and all that other stuff, it may be best in this particular case to do individual sequestered body or the jurors themselves, so that when one juror discusses their knowledge of it, we don't have to deal with that situation. I don't know if the court wants to address that after you ask who here has heard about this case, or if you want to just do it up front and make that decision.
So I think very valid concerns. I think we can talk about maybe how we're going to handle that, but I do think it makes sense maybe when people raise their hand that they've talked about it, to take those people individually and see if how much they've heard about it, instead, without infecting the rest of the jury with their knowledge. So it might be sequestered for kind of that answer. I don't know. I'll take some suggestions from the parties, but what are your thoughts on that, Mr. Sam?
I had dinner last night with a professor from BYU who's 73 years old, and he heard of Tupac, which once again I would have bet no, but 30 years ago he was 40, so it makes sense that when you were 40 you put the potential. So I think we're going to get the same problem. Everyone at some point will raise their hand because they're going to be familiar with something to do with this particular trial, whether it's his music, whether it's some of the other individuals that would be named by the state. as potential witnesses in this case, that they would have knowledge about that. So I think we cross that bridge when we get there.
Sure. I anticipate larger panels than usual, multiple days of large panels, and probably a lot of people that maybe ultimately cannot be fair in the situation and are excused because of their either knowledge or interest in the case, or some sort of issue with that. But I think we're all kind of aware of it. It seems like you've got some thoughts as well.
I think it's just because of the nature of this case. I think we're all on high alert as to how this case is going to proceed forward. That would give us a fair and impartial jury, right? So I think we're all on the same page as to that particular intention. It's now just a matter of how we're going to make that happen. So, having the jury of 100 potential people on a panel and individually hearing them might be a problem just because of the time issues here and constraints. I don't know what the court's position would be on that.
Sure. We won't be able to ask them their movies.
It's one of the best questions ever asked by a defense attorney.
Anyway, I think what I see doing is when people raise their hands and they've heard about it, we'll ask that question individually, but not the entire voir dire, because I think, as I've seen, you pick a jury, you pick a jury. There's a lot of building that goes on the other questions, but the questions about the victim, if people know them.
Sorry about that hum, you guys. That's on them. that hum's coming from the courthouse or the courtroom. So let me see if I can do anything about that.
Or people know this situation, I think need to be outside the presence. I agree with everybody.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So denied in part, or denied as to full sequestration, granted in part as to a partial sequestration, which we can all work out a little closer to the date. The next motion would be the motion to suppress.
Your Honor, due to the fact that we filed a very lengthy motion to suppress this matter, I'm going to rely on my notes. Just let the court know, I don't know the last time I've done this voluntarily, so be in front of the court like this. But I think the issue here that we have with regards to what we filed is that the statements that were made by Mr. Davis in 2008 and 2009, we're arguing here that it's not an issue of immunity, which was covered before by previous counsel. This is an issue now as to voluntariness.
Right. I did see that in the opposition. They were kind of arguing, this is what I think meant Mr. Stanford arguing, but it seemed like you were focusing on voluntariness. Is that what you want to really focus on?
Right. Because those are the things that have now been developed during our review of the discovery in the matter. Okay. And what we're talking specifically about are interviews that were conducted of people that were either present during the interviews with Mr. Davis in 2008 and or 2009. And with regards to Detective Moggs' efforts afterwards in terms of his interviews with people and what they believed to be something that they couldn't get into because of their knowledge of what was going on during that time period.
Okay, so then when we're talking voluntariness, first we're saying Miranda doesn't exist, or it's a custodial interrogation, and then we're moving into kind of some of factors.
Correct. Now, I think, and I want to make sure in terms of the motion that was filed by the state, the issue I think that we have here is that the position the state I think is taking is okay, because Mr. Davis allegedly lied, that somehow the proffer does not cover. He does not have the benefit of the protection of the proffer because of the fact that allegedly he's lied in this matter. The issue that we have with that is that, first of all, we cite to Rogers v. Richmond, which is 365 U.S. 534, and this is on pages 543 to 544, that in essence, the Supreme Court has mentioned that, hey, the trial judge should focus on the question of whether or not the behavior of law enforcement officers was such to overbear a defendant's will to resist and bring about confessions not freely determined, and not necessarily because of the fact that they're, whether he lied or not. The idea behind it is that when an individual goes forward, he's in a room, he's with law enforcement, does he lie or not? It sort of doesn't matter. That's not the analysis here that was offered in Rogers. In addition to that, with regards to inconsistent statements or defenses, we can offer inconsistent defenses, which is, we cite here to Matthews v. U.S., and this is 485, U.S. 58, as well as U.S. v. Dema. And what I mean by that is that, we have due process requires us as defense to have a meaningful opportunity to present every available defense, even if defenses tend to be contradictory to one another. And that happens all the time in cases where you say, well, you know, we don't think he was here, but if he was here, he was acting in self-defense, something along those lines. And I think the court can understand that issue. To me, the other part of the problem here is the idea that, hey, we waive the privilege because we voluntarily disclosed. The state points out NRS 4949385 to talk specifically about this idea of privileges and so forth, but the problem is that the privileges aren't applicable in this particular case. It's not a privilege in terms of, say, attorney and client. This is an individual who's in a room with other people. And so with regards to the analysis under NRS 49.385, it's an inapplicable argument because it doesn't apply to this particular scenario and fact base. In fact, I think that the interesting thing about this case for everyone that's concerned is that there's a lot of ideas here that may end up being things of first impression. I mean, trying to find case law that fits and provides some type of direction on this particular issue it's not out there. There's no case on point. There's no issue with regard to the Supreme Court, United States or Nevada, that really sort of lends any type of real direction to the court to follow. I think at the end of the day, one of the things here is comparing what they're arguing to Diaz versus 8th Judicial District Court, which is 116 Nevada 88. The Nevada Supreme Court held that the waiver statute does not apply to privilege in that particular case with regard to news shield statutes. And that was a case in which a journalist does not have to waive any rights or privileges by publication if they do publish. And so as a result, we're also arguing that it's the only direction that we have right now with regards to how the Nevada Supreme Court has viewed that particular issue. No Nevada Supreme Court or U.S. Supreme Court cases directly address the proffer issue with regard to a promise or inducement to render a confession involuntary. The voluntariness of confession is determined by the totality of circumstances. I cite to Arizona v. Fulminante, which is 499 U.S. 279. And I'm going to quote to it. It says, a defendant's confession is like no other evidence. It is probably the most probative and damaging evidence that could be admitted against them. And if it is a full confession, a jury may be tempted to rely on it alone in reaching its decision, while some statements by a defendant may concern isolated aspects of the crime or may be incriminating only when linked to other evidence. A full confession, in which the defendant discloses the motive for and means of the crime, may tempt the jury to rely upon that evidence alone in reaching its decision. There should be a huge red flag of extreme caution to the court with regards to admitting that kind of information from 2008, 2009. And that is, once again, Arizona v. Fulminante 499 U.S. 279. We have a situation here where it's a 30-year-old case, it's a multi-jurisdictional case. There's a lot of things that were done in secret, and it's messy. The question is, at the end of the day, whose fault is that? Obviously, we're not law enforcement, we're the defense. Mr. Davis is a citizen wandering around in his life doing his thing. And in the meantime, as this is happening behind the scenes and under the table and in the water, there is movement, planning, things that are happening, discussions that are taking place to try to figure out, okay, how do we resolve this issue? And the problem is that if we keep Mr. Davis as someone that's responsible for this, for the messiness of this case, for that kind of thing, I think we have a huge issue because I don't think it's his responsibility. We focus a little bit on this idea of, during the course of the time that he's meeting with these people, is that they threatened him. I don't know if the court received the thumb drives with the audio. Did you get a chance to review it? Okay. We gave that to the state as well. But with regard to the communication that's happening during this time period, it's pretty clear that Mr. Davis is being threatened. There's an understanding here during the time period that while he's in...
Are you referring to the Los Angeles or the Las Vegas? Or second?
So the 2008 would be the proffer that did not include Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. The 2009 is the meeting that Las Vegas had come down.
So when you're talking about threats, are you referring to Keating in 2008?
This would be the 2008.
Okay.
And Detective Keating is one who mentions that, who talks specifically about it. And so let me just go through that part as well. The idea of Detective Keating, I think, is another problem. Now, Detective Keating, according to what the state has filed in their opposition, is that he's a private citizen, which I don't know. Maybe that was mistyped. It's pretty clear, Detective. You give me a look. Is that because?
No, you're fine.
I think at the end of the day that the idea of Detective Keating being a private citizen and somehow, and once again, this is in their motion. This is page 18. They say the following: Nevada exercised no coercive police activity against defendant in connection to the 2008 proffer. No Nevada officer interrogated him. No Nevada officer threatened him. No Nevada officer made any promise to him. The Keating assurance came from a federal task force detective operating under a federal proffer arrangement to which Nevada was not a party. Connolly, which is the case that we cite here, that they cite, forecloses the defense's claim regardless of how the Basama factor analysis is framed, because the constitutional predicate for finding of involuntariness is entirely absent from this record. The only violation of his agreement was not by the government, but by a private citizen. And the only private citizen that we know that actually disclosed what happened in the 2008 meeting prior to a publication of a book or an interview done on a podcast or a series was Detective Keating. And so, in essence, if that's what we're talking about here, maybe what they're saying is something else. But to me, the idea of a private citizen, if that's referring back to Detective Keating or anybody else for that matter, I think that that's erroneous. The law with regards to hack, which is what the state has relied on in their opposition. It's under the Second Circuit. It's 884 F3rd 400. It's not binding legal authority. Now, it is still distinguishable in this case because even though Hack, the defendant in that case, was not in custody, detectives advised them of his Miranda. If you look at our case as a whole, the totality, there's no proof at all. There's no recording. There's no discussion about Mr. Davis ever being Mirandized prior to giving any statement at all. See, but that's the problem with the analysis in terms of him being free to leave. If the analysis is he could have just walked in and said, hey guys, and then do whatever, walk out, sure.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't have helped with other situations. So
correct. So now you have that problem of, hey, you leave, we're just going to arrest you on a drug charge, and we're going to arrest all your entire family, we're going to arrest everyone that's involved in this, and then now here you are. So, was he free to leave? No.
all right, but he's also got this attorney, which, as we know from, in order the second thing they say, that you have the right to remain silent, and you have the right to an attorney. He has that there, so it's not really this naive baby blood who can be overcome by these coercive techniques of the officers.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, once again, look.
So sorry to interrupt. So we have a hum from the court. So I can put a filter on and take the hum away, but then we don't quite hear the judge. Or I could leave the filter off and we have the hum and we can hear the judge. So you guys tell me what you want me to do. Do you want the hum and hear the judge? Or do you want to not have the hum as bad and not be able to hear the judge? Because I have like a gate on it. Let me know what you guys think. I'll play it without the hum and let me know what you think. If you want to hear the judge, I got to take off that filter.
I could have been sitting next to Mr. Davis back in 2008, and if I know at that particular point what's on the table is if you leave the room, we're going to arrest you for drugs. What's my advice to my client? I mean, to me, at that particular point, it's like, hey, man, you got to do what's best for you and your family. You choose your path and where you want to go. And so as a result, once again, is that custodial? I think it is, because in essence, he cannot leave because the threat is you leave, we charge you and your entire family for drugs. That would be our position on that. Now, in addition to that, the other case that was cited by the state is Colorado v. Conley, which is 107 Supreme Court 515. The Supreme Court there held that, first of all, number one, a coercive police activity is a necessary predicate. to determine whether a confession is not voluntary. 2, that the statements made by the defendant when he approached police and stated he wanted to confess to a murder and then did so after receiving his Miranda could be admitted without violation of due process because of his mental health. And then 3, whether or not the state bears the burden of proof in a motion to suppress the statement already obtained by violation of the Miranda doctrine. The state only needs to provide proof waiver by preponderance of the evidence. Now, the idea behind that one is that it still doesn't fit the fact pattern in this case. That's why we're going back to the first problem, which is there's no precedence. There's nothing here to sort of say, hey, we have a framework, we have a previous situation that we can sort of use as direction in this particular case. In addition to that is that, in Connolly, for instance, Miranda still was given. So even though it may have been late, even though the defendant in that case sort of admitted to the crime 5 minutes before being Mirandized, Miranda was a big part of the court's analysis in that particular case as well. So yes, even though client might be sitting next to attorney in the middle of a meeting, the process of the Miranda still takes place. There is still an advisement of the person that, hey, we're going to have a conversation here and it might be against your interests. Now, is it up to the defense attorney to lean over? By the way, hey, you got a right to remain silent. No, it's the responsibility of the law enforcement officers in that room to give that announcement to the client, which in this case didn't happen. And it goes back again to this idea of just being sort of like.
Well, he's not their client. He's the client of their attorney.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Maybe I rephrased that wrong, but they're in there specifically for one purpose and intention. There should have been at least the idea of a Miranda. I don't know if that's this or not, but so on YouTube, I get a lot of YouTube reviews now. One of the YouTube things I look at, for some reason the algorithms give me this, is police arrests for some reason. And every single time, they will immediately default back to the Miranda. Why? Because they need to cover that basis. Even if it's premature, whatever the case is, they want to make sure that whatever is going to happen here does not violate that Miranda right. And I think in this particular regard, you had some very educated people in that room. You had FBI, you had DEA, you had Compton Police, you had LAPD, you had a United States Attorney allegedly in that room as well. And those people should have at least pointed and say, hey, just to cover all of our bases, let's just make sure this happened, and it didn't happen.
And in your research, you have not been able to find a similar situation where this situation.
Here's the best part about this. Yes, and here's the best part about this. At the end of the day, this is going to be a case that more than likely will be whatever is going to happen at the end of the day. This will be sort of that case. It will end up being the case in which the extent of how Miranda is used and the idea of when someone's.
Or won't. So we have to make this decision what this trial looks like.
Oh, of course. Absolutely. But I'm just saying at the end of the day, with regards to this particular question would be the question, the driving question here. If it does end up having to be revisited by an appellate court in the future.
Sure.
I just think that when we have a situation where you have multiple times MOG interviewing different people and everyone agreeing that, hey, yeah, we can't touch this, we can't get into this, we can't discuss this. Kading in the interview of this 2008 interrupts and says basically to Mr. Davis, what is said right here cannot be used against you, Keefe. Nothing you say today can be used against you, so don't even worry about it. And this is in a room with all these other detectives and people that at least at some point somebody should have said, I don't know, we're going to run into a problem. Nothing like that happens in this case. We also identify in the recording as well, that it was a discussion here with Detective Long. And his idea of this is like, he said, this is like an informal meeting. He's trying to get information. This is Higgins talking to the defendant. Now, once again, would I have said something like that? But people are telling my client, hey, this is not a big deal. We just want to get information. Then Long says in his discussion directly with Davis, you understand that? All I want to gather is some information. I have absolutely no intent of arresting you today. When things are happening here and then all of a sudden it's clear on the recording that Mr. Davis is uncomfortable with the line of questioning and he wants to have a conversation, for some reason we still have the recording take place as there's a confidential conversation between the attorney and his client, but in that Mr. Davis asks the question, can I talk to D-Boy, meaning to Dupree? Detective Long steps out, and then Dupree says, hey, yeah, you know what? Whatever you told us, it will stay consistent with what you told us. And then he basically says, look, I need for it to stay with it, meaning I need to stay with what the agreement was. Everyone is under this impression, and the problem is, though, this is coming from interviews conducted with these officers after the fact. You know, when Davis later says, you know, I thought, I said whatever I tell them, the problem is, though, is that it's pretty clear that Mr. Davis is not comfortable with with being in the situation. He's not clear as to what's going on, and the question then is asked, is it the defense attorney's fault, or is it the law enforcement officers who should be saying, hey, I want to make sure we're clear here, Mirandize this man, or inform, you know, let him know what's going on with this case. When you listen to the recordings again, it says, you know, over and over again, it's like, you know, the question is it confidential covered, right? Yeah, and they said you cannot be charged on it. There's conversations between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Later on, when Detective Mogg interviews, he says that, you know, that Detective Dan Long came down to the area and is speaking with Mr. Kading. He said, Dan Long came down and interviewed Davis under this proffer, so none of this stuff can I use in any way, shape, or form. So Detective Mogg at some point starts saying, look, hey, I also can't use any of this stuff, and it's not like he's getting a lot of pushback from anybody. Kading responds in his interview with Mogg and says, with the proffer, everyone understood it was a proffer agreement. Everyone understood that it was a proffer. He says this was a verbal agreement between Higgins, who is now dead, and Tim Seawright, who was the United States attorney that was present in that meeting. 4 investigators sat in on the multiple proffer sessions or interviews with his attorney, with Davis's attorney, and everybody understood it to be a proffer. Mogg continues to ask questions, and it's clear that Mogg's understanding of what's going on is based upon the idea when he later says, and this is in the recording again between Mogg and Detective Kading, everyone thought initially this was a written proffer agreement, but now it's even more frayed than anything I could have imagined. There's no way, because they can bring that into court and that would get suppressed. That's Detective Mogg talking to Detective Kading. Detective Kading responds to that statement and says, from a prosecution standpoint, you kind of go into this knowing the proffer would be suppressed. Anyways, just on the nature, that's the purpose of a proffer, is to not use it. So even if they suppressed it, I wouldn't imagine they're going to try to use it anyways. And then Detective Mogg responds and says, my whole thing is to try and put the whole case together without any of the information that could even have been remotely connected to the proffer, to which Kading responds with a agreed. Now, one of the questions I think that's been asked here is, why would he give a proffer? Why would Mr. Davis have this conversation? Detective Kading explains it to Detective Mogg and says, the beginning of this whole thing with Davis and how we're trying to set him up was, we developed dirt rug as an informant. We began buying kilos and PCP until we could meet the threshold that the United States Attorney wanted for a minimum mandatory sentencing. We wanted to get as much leverage as we could, which would have been a life case for narcotics based upon his prior convictions, and so that's what we did. We just started to work up the dope case and got to the threshold that Tim Seawright, once again the United States Attorney, wanted, and then approached Keffe D and said, here's the deal. I don't know how that's involuntary. When you have Detective Kading, who's present, who's there, who's meeting and having a very private conversation with Detective Mogg and is explaining things the way he recalls it, that's not voluntary.
Okay, so that's 2008.
Yes.
Another statement, 2009.
Yes, I'll get to the 2009, Your Honor. This is like a 40-page motion that...
40 pages? You're just going to read to me?
You know, I'm just billing per the hour, and so I think every page is at least 5 hours.
You can do whatever you want. I'm just curious as to, I completely understand. Like, listen, you're saying, you hear the beginning of the statement. Law enforcement says, this isn't going to be used against you in any way. And now they're saying, listen, let the jury hear it. I get that. I get how the difficulty there. Now we're in 2009. We're into this And that's a situation, I know Las Vegas doesn't have necessarily any proffers a contract between two parties, and Vegas isn't one of the parties. So it's a contract that doesn't necessarily exist with that involved in it. However, now we're talking about 2009, how do we get there?
So I think the problem is that when you look at it from the viewpoint of, I mean, did Compton and LAPD really hate Las Vegas Metro to the point where they just weren't going to disclose any of this information? That they wouldn't have said, hey, we met with this man is saying that he knew some information about the murder of Tupac Shakur, and as a result, this is what's going on. That somehow they just kept all of that from Metro? I don't know. Because to me, the inaction of what happens next is the problem. 2008, there's no movement by the Clark County District Attorney's Office, which would indicate to me one or two things. Either they didn't know about the proffer, or an alternative, they knew about the proffer and chose not to do anything about it because of what you're seeing now from all these different people that Detective Mogg had interviewed, and that is, it's a proffer, we're going to stay away from it. Now here's the thing. Say it's the second problem, and the second problem is they weren't notified. 2009 comes along, and what happens? Las Vegas Metro goes and interviews with Mr. Davis. They are no longer in the position where they can say, hey, we didn't know anything about this. They're meeting with Mr. Davis, they sit down with him, he gives his statement, he answers their questions, and they leave. What happens after that in terms of the Clark County District Attorney's Office? Nothing. If there was this discussion or this agreement that, hey guys, that was your agreement, the proffer was between your parties, between the state of California and the federal government and Compton and LAPD, that would have worked for 2008. But what happens in 2009? So to me, when you hear what these attorneys or these investigators and detectives are talking about, is that there was an understanding that, hey, that covered it. Now, why would a detective go down and speak with this individual in 2009? To ask questions and clean up the file. To follow up on loose leads, to figure out where everyone was at, or do whatever the case was in this particular case. That's why you would do it. Not to go down there and see if you can arrest the guy, but rather to say, hey, you know what? He's got the information, let's finish up this file. To me, the 2009, Mogg is the one who really talks and really sort of indicates this. He says, he told Detective Ladd, we even sent a detective out here in 2009 who interviewed Davis with his attorney, and the LA detectives told me that, yeah, everybody was under the impression that was still under this proffer, so I can't use any of it. What does that mean? Detective Mogg takes over the case in 2017. He knew about this particular person going down and meeting with Mr. Davis in 2009, and even he believed at that particular point that the proffer still covered whatever the interview was between Detective Long and my client. So that's the 2009 issue. Once again, we just believe that the statements made at the time of the meeting 2008 and 2009 were involuntary. It's not a matter of this immunity issue. I think it goes more fundamental to that, and that is, when you're given a statement like this, you're forced into a position because you're afraid of the consequences of saying no. And the consequences of what was happening here wasn't necessarily because Mr. Davis was afraid for himself, but rather the threats that were made against his family and his friends that was built up over time. Detective Kading agreed to that and said, yeah, we built up this case and we got him to a position. Now, when he's talking about building up to the sentencing guidelines, in the federal system, there are mandatory minimum sentences, and you have to accumulate over time. There's an objection you can make as a defense attorney. It's called sentencing enhancement. You basically wait until the amounts that are accumulating gets to a mandatory minimum 10 years, whatever the case is. That's what he's talking about. So they literally just sat and waited, and they just accumulated more and more information until they got Mr. Davis in a position where he was afraid, like I said, not only just for himself, but for his family. And that's our position with regards to the 2008 and 2009. I hope I did my motion justice. But with regards to the last issue, and that is the Compton, the book. What's interesting about the discovery that we received in this case is that we received an interview that Detective Mogg I guess it's Mr. Mogg now, had done just recently. I don't want to say it was in the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, something like that, where the individual that's named in the book next to Keffe D, or Duane Davis, Keffe D is what is on the cover of the book, is this person named Yusuf. The interesting thing about that is because Detective Mogg, for some reason, never made an effort to interview this person prior to submitting this case to the grand jury in 2023. Which you would think is sort of common practice, it's sort of commonsensical, it's what you would do because you got a name on a book and then you also got another name as somebody who also wrote the book. And as a result, you've got two different people on there. Why not interview both people before reading the book into the record? Because it's not like he testified and said, this is what I do, and the book was part of it. He read excerpts of the book as if it was the gospel truth into the record on the grand jury. And so our position is that in this particular case is that, look, he finally goes and meets with the other writer, but the writer is not giving him the information that he wants. He's not saying, hey, I just received whatever Mr. Davis sent to me on an email. I just put it in the book. Whenever I did something wrong, he would correct me. It's not that conversation at all. What the conversation is about is hey, it's this idea that, hey, in the book, he sort of made it up. And I'm not talking about Mr. Davis. I'm talking about this other person named Yusuf. So to me...
Well, doesn't that disregard every single promotion of that book by your client?
The problem with the promotions are?
Yeah.
You don't raise your hand to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when you give your promotion. You don't sit there at, in BET in the middle of this, 6-part documentary and you say, you know what, I'm going to tell the truth today. Now, you do expect to tell the truth, and what people do expect is that when you're questioned by law enforcement, that you are telling the truth when you're being asked questions about some investigation, right? There's an inference there that you are going to tell the truth there. But to a documentary, in a promotion of a book, to me, the problem with the analysis is on some level is that we're putting way too much credence and value and weight on statements that are made for entertainment purposes only. Not a confession to a priest, not a confession to a police officer, but rather to promote a book, to sell a product. And that's where we're at with it.
I think you used a really interesting word when you said the weight to give this, right? I don't know that there's necessarily a legal basis to keep this out, to keep the book out entirely, or admissibility. I think all of your arguments that you've argued about Mr. Yuja and how this book was written and how it was composed, maybe you go to weight. What weight the jury should assign it as opposed to a legal admissibility issue.
Yes, Sean.
Okay.
And I think ultimately, just with regards to the motion, we do label out other parts of it, and just to get to the point at the end, once again, I think we have a huge problem here if we're going to say, look, his words in 2008, 2009, even based upon what these other detectives were saying that were present, people who understood what was going on during that time period, this was a proffer, all those things, I think on some level, all of a sudden now the state wants to say, well, we weren't party to that, but you were party in 2009. And on top of it too, it's law enforcement. I don't understand how that wouldn't be a thing with regard to each state honoring the efforts of other law enforcement with regard to their investigation, even if it's about the same thing. Maybe that's another issue that will go up on appeal, and that would be a different issue that would be decided with regards to new case law. I don't know. I just know at the end of the day, what we have here is we have an individual that gave an involuntary confession, who gave an involuntary statement because he was threatened. It's clear from the record, it's clear from the interviews with these previous detectives that was the issue, especially from Detective Katie, and as a result, we will be asking the court to suppress the 2008 and 2009 interviews and the book.
Okay. Turning to the state. It's the voluntariness argument. I think the voluntariness framework is what was really raised here. And I think the issue has sort of morphed into that of essentially when you're told this won't ever be used against you, that's possible, that's very coercive, and that's essentially renders it involuntary. But that really only essentially applied to the 2008 Did you want to be heard about all of the issues that Mr. Sanchez brought up?
Yeah, and just briefly, because obviously the book is admissible, the number of adopted admissions, but I also think they're taking a lot of liberties with what the author said about the book. But the book is central to almost every other argument.
So you start with the book and work backwards?
Yes. If you notice, and I don't know if the court's read the entire book, we've given
I read these
segments of it before, and maybe we should supply the court an entire copy of the book, because you'll have a better understanding of all of the facts that are discussed within that book and how the trial will proceed and questions. We were actually going to file a motion in limine on what portions of the book the court is going to admit or not admit, although it becomes really interesting when a defendant is going to disclaim authorship of the book. We should be able to establish every fact he says in there, but there are some very prejudicial things that he says within there that are true, but maybe more prejudicial than appropriate. But that being said, this issue is right now the authentication, I guess, is the really what they're arguing. And obviously, as the court notes, he adopted it by admission, whether he wrote it or not. So to me, the 2009 aspect, or sorry, the 2018 book, 19 book, really isn't in dispute here. The court's already sort of assessed the 2009 one, and I know that Mr. Sam said, well, what did the DAs know or not know back in 2009, and that should somehow be held against us. But the court, in the motion for immunity, reviewed, I didn't put Dan Long's affidavit, but also I did put Detective Mogg's affidavit in here. In 2009, nobody from Las Vegas could understand the circumstances of that situation. And look, I don't know if you need me to address police officers aren't lawyers, but clearly police officers aren't lawyers, but might there have been a reason for Detective Mogg to have investigated this case without ever reviewing the 2009 case statement? The grand jury presentment being done without the 2009 statement, because at the time, we still didn't know what the circumstances were, and ultimately we now do know what the circumstances are. And the only thing that matters is what Mr. Davis understood when he was in that room. And the only person who knows the situation in that room as to exactly the legal consequences of his conversation is the guy who negotiated the agreement with the federal government in 2008, Wayne Higgins. And if you read the transcript, you will see that Mr. Davis makes no inculpatory admission sufficient to charge him with the conspiracy in the crime. And when Detective Long begins to ask him questions about that, Mr. Davis asks to have a meeting. And I know Mr. Sam said, I don't know why they were still recording, but there's still a cop in the room while that conversation is going on. So it's not a privileged communication. And what the lawyer tells him is, hey, you gotta be a little fuzzy on some of these facts, because that guy out there wants to put a case on you. He can arrest you for murder. So you can't be telling him specifics. And Detective Dupree says, but you can't lie, because that'll vitiate your agreement with the federal government. And so Davis makes the decision to talk to Dan Long. Now, why he made that decision or not isn't the issue. The issue that they're raising is voluntariness. He's not in custody. No promise has been made to him concerning that statement, and he clearly understands that the statements being made against him are going to subject him to criminal prosecution for murder, and he's being told that by his lawyer. So 2009 is obviously admissible. Now you get to 2008. And look, your initial gut reaction from the content of the conversation in 2008 is, this shouldn't be admissible. But then you ask yourself legally, why isn't it admissible? So, voluntariness.
My knee-jerk reaction is because Detective Hayden goes out and says, this won't ever be used against you in any way, Keefe.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make the statement involuntary unless the promise is broken, and then there is still an analysis. And
Let's talk about the broken promise.
Yes.
Because that's a bit of a,
Right.
an interesting needle you're trying to thread here.
And I was going to get to that,
Okay.
right? And it's because Mr. Samt asked, why didn't we do anything in 2009? Well, we also didn't do anything in 2011 when former Detective Kading writes this book, right? We didn't use it against Mr. Davis in 2011, or when the tape is released later on that year to the documentary done by Mike Dorsey. That statement is we didn't go, oh, we're going to run down here, we're going to arrest you, we're going to use the 2008 statement. That didn't happen either. But from a legal analysis, his argument is it's involuntary, Judge. Not that a promise was broken in a contract. He's arguing that it's involuntary. That essentially saying that there was some sort of coercion to him. He got arrested and was subject to prosecution for a life sentence from the federal government for PCP and a kilo of cocaine. He is also subject to prosecution by the LA County District Attorney's Office for PCP and a kilo of cocaine. And he's a third strike in California, so he's looking at a life sentence. And as he explains in his book, as you've read, he has to make a decision as to whether or not I want to talk to these guys or I want to fight the charges, and I knew they had me on the charges. So he explains in his book the voluntariness of his decision to have this conversation. And at the time, the police actually think he's responsible for the Christopher Wallace murder. They are not there to interview him about Tupac. It's during that first meeting that he tells them, hey, I know something about Tupac, and then there is the second meeting that there is a recording of from December 2018. That may be covered by some agreement between the federal government, the LAPD, and Mr. Davis, to which he can, by contract law, hold them liable for. The fact that Greg Kading, and that's why I say as a private citizen, later on released it to the public, is something that agreed to everybody who does this for a living, is something that just is it seems unfair to utilize it against them. Would you agree? I think everybody in 2011 felt that way as well. But now you have to look at what the factual scenario is now. Imagine, if you will, that a defendant goes into a police station and he gives a statement to the police and that gets suppressed, that's highly detailed about his involvement in a murder. And the court suppresses it. And the defendant walks outside the door and says, everything I said to the police is absolutely true, but because the police screwed up, the statement is suppressed against me. Wouldn't we be able to charge him with everything he told the police was true, and then use the statement to establish the context of everything I told the police was true? 100% we would. And so in 2019, when the defendant decides himself to write a book where he describes a factual scenario all the way through conversations he had with his lawyer, all the way through the decision making that went on in his mind, all the way through the fact that he gave a truthful statement, and then all the way through the fact that he is so mad at Greg Kading for doing him dirty and by releasing it and demanding consequences for him. At that point, when he says I told them the truth, it's the same as the defendant who walked outside the door with an inadmissible statement. Whether or not it's admissible in 2011 is irrelevant to your analysis. He adopts it in 2019 in a book. He himself adopts it. Yeah, we put some waiver arguments in there and everything else, and their position on the book is it's fiction. So we should be entitled to establish what he said in that book is true.
He did wind up meeting with his lawyer. The cops did go to his garage and explain to him, hey, we've got you on all these. Your brother Kevin, we got him on it. The other person that they mentioned that he got, everything he says in that book is 100% true. And then he does go down to his lawyer's office, and the court can't possibly find that a proffer situation is inherently involuntary. You'd be saying every proffer is inherently involuntary. What you're saying is that there was not a promise followed. But we're not relying upon Greg Kading's releasing of this information in any way, shape, or form. Had Mr. Davis never opened his mouth, had he never decided to take money and go on BET and talk about this situation, had he decided to never write the book, he would not probably have ever been prosecuted for the crime. But once he decides to write that book in 2019 and describe this situation, we are entitled to prove up what he's saying is true, including what he says about the facts. The Lakewood Mall incident, the MGM incident, the shooting incident, the aftermath. Everything in there is now admissible because he chose to release it to the public. He chose to profit off of it. And therefore, whether or not Greg Kading violated the promise when he was a private citizen, it didn't change his agreement with the federal government. He becomes a confidential informant in March of 2009. He does these trips. None of that is covered by any sort of proffer agreement. What he's doing is what the court knows, and I know Mr. Sanf knows, in federal court, he's trying to provide substantial assistance to law enforcement. Because he can either get a no prosecution on his PCP or his cocaine, or he can get a 5K departure on whatever sentence he ultimately gets from any prosecution that occurs from it. He's not promised no prosecution for the PCP within that proffer that you see. Tim Seawright says, I only gave him a proffer letter for one occasion. We're willing to accept that multiple proffers are acceptable. But at the end of the day, nothing about what Greg Kading did retroactively makes this an involuntary statement.
How do you intend to use the 2008 proffer?
I intend to establish the factual scenarios that he provides in his book. And what he says is, my lawyer told me not to lie, so I didn't lie. And I told them the whole truth about Tupac. I had nothing to do with Biggie. And then I planned to actually play the recording of him saying exactly what happened, which is consistent with 2009, and then consistent with there's been no motion to exclude the fact of a proffer, nor the fact that he becomes a confidential informant, he flies to New York, he meets with Zip, which corroborates the fact that he knows Zip. There's a conversation where he tries to set Zip up on a drug deal. All of that, none of that's covered by the proffer in any way. The sole issue for the court is somehow Detective Kading in 2011, when he's a private citizen and decides to make money off something that was a confidential document of the task force, is released. But that fact is irrelevant to the analysis of the court on admissibility, particularly since in 2019, the defendant describes the entire situation himself, and he does to a certain extent in 2017 on those recordings with BET.
Okay. Mr. Stamps, anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a couple of things just in response. I think the court's first initial impression upon reading and seeing the evidence that's been presented to the court is the right. It does shock the conscience on some level when you have openly discussion with a detective who says, yeah, we promised him that we were going to prosecute him when he did this. And all of a sudden here we are now arguing and saying either we're not privy to that, we're not party to that, or in the alternative that my client sort of waived some type of protection, which doesn't make any sense to me either. I think it shocks the conscience. It's one of those things where you look back and take a step back and go, what? Like, you promised a man this and then you turn around and do this later. The other part of it too is, once again, going back to this idea of voluntary confessions under Arizona v. Fulminante. It's extreme caution. There's a danger here that if we do something like this, give this information to the jury, that they will turn around and say, well, so we just have his confession. His lawyer sitting next to him. He, had every opportunity to talk to his lawyer, blah, 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 blah. But what we have instead is we don't have Miranda, we don't have any of the other things that would they would signal to Mr. Davis at the time that he's making the statements, that this is not one of those things where you just, frolicking through the tulips and at the end of the day he's going to be okay. We are now in a position where we're saying, we want the confession to come in. The problem with the confession, once again, is it sort of puts us in a bad spot. Now, the question that the court might have in your mind is, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is there's other evidence that the state has that they're going to present to say, he's the guy that's there and he's the guy that's in the car, and whatever it is they want to use. But regarding this particular request, this doesn't knock the case out. All it does is it says, hey, this is too prejudicial. The probative value of the 2008 is far exceeded by the prejudicial effect in this case. And if we look at it from that viewpoint, we stay away from it. We don't get involved in it. We don't try to traipse in the middle. We don't clean up the mess that was made by other people in 2008. What we do instead, we say, look, we're going to move that off to the side, let the jury consider all the other evidence in the case to make their decision at the end of the day as to whether or not the state's met its burden beyond reasonable doubt. And so as a result, like I said, I think we have to have extreme caution with regards to the statements that were made in 2008. And I think it would be, the most prudent position would be to exclude the 2008-2009 statement.
All right, starting backwards. I think really no question on Compton Street Ledger book. I find that as admissible under NRS 51.035 subsection 3. It's clear that Mr. Davis adopted the statements therein as his own through publication, promotion, and subsequent ratification. In his interview to Vlad TV, he promotes this book as his book. He encourages people to buy it to get the real truth, and not from the law enforcement or industry people. He also repeatedly says it's something like the whole truth of the situation. So he's indicated to a reporter also on 10/21/23 that he wrote the book to let people know his truth. He's adopted its contents under NRS 51.035 subsection 3B. And then ultimately, when you look at the entirety of Mr. Shah's interview, it supports that the factual content from the book was from Mr. Davis, and that Mr. Davis ultimately also got the manuscript and made no edits to the description of the murder that's relevant for today. Ultimately, the arguments regarding what Mr. Shah's contributions to the book are, etc., goes to weight, not admissibility of the book. I really find there is no legal argument to exclude the book. Working backwards, then, when I'm looking at what's in front of me, the motion is on voluntariness here, right? And so when I'm looking at voluntariness, I started this out saying, first I'm looking for is Miranda required, and then I'm looking to those PSAMA factors. And so ultimately a criminal defendant is deprived of due process if the conviction is based upon an involuntary confession, and voluntariness is determined under the totality of the circumstances, including the age, intelligence, custodial status, and whether coercive police tactics overboard the will. When I look at PSAMA, Dewey versus State, and then the Miranda decision itself. When we're looking at Miranda, it's only custodial interrogation. It doesn't require warnings where a defendant voluntarily provides information in a non-custodial setting. Statements offered against a party are admissible where they are the party's old statements or the party's manifested in adoption or a belief in their truth. Neither required Miranda, because neither ultimately were in a custody setting. He was free to leave at all times, and in fact he did leave for decades after these were stated. So I don't think the Miranda framework is the appropriate one here. Additionally, it's important to note that he was represented by counsel throughout, and that is really what Miranda is. Miranda is designed to protect from police infringement on a person's ability to protect against coercion, and that's what the attorney's entire job is. When I look at the PSAMA factors that have been laid out, I don't think they apply here necessarily to establish involuntariness, really. If I apply that test, Mr. Davis passes with flying colors. I mean, this is a situation where he is an adult. He's not inexperienced in the criminal justice system. He has counsel present. He's expressly advised he is not under arrest. He's not inexperienced, he's not uneducated, he's not isolated, he's not subject to prolonged detention, deprivation, or coercive text. I mean, he's indicted to this situation. He comes to tell his story to avoid the federal government's issue. So I don't find it that it's involuntary either. However, I do have problems with that 2008 interview, but I don't think that they were necessarily addressed in the framework that I'm given here. So I'm not necessarily saying it's admissible. I'm saying it's not voluntary at this time. So the motion is denied as written. So prepare the order on that.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, just as a matter of clarification of the court's order, is this one of those things where we can redress this issue?
You can address it. I don't know what basis fits better, but it's not involuntariness framework.
That's fine, Your Honor. And I do understand the court's ruling with regards to that. I'm just trying to figure out in terms of timing and whether or not we can have the ability to redress it later.
I don't really have a ton of guidance on what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the framework that you presented me with, it doesn't fit as an involuntary statement. But you are free to redress it as you see fit under the legal evidence. Gang evidence.
Your Honor, this is the state's motion. Looking at the defense response and talking to Mr. Sams, I think we largely agree that it's admissible for the purposes of motive. So the real question, they took some issue with the purpose of identification, but we're not doing it as a modus operandi. It's more identification as Davis's role within the larger South Central Crips and why he was the person in leadership in order to issue those commands, why he had the ability to do that. That's what we were looking for in terms of identification.
Okay. Ultimately, gang information gang affiliation evidence is a bad act, and there's generally some sort of bad acts, Petrocelli type hearing, although it doesn't really tap all the traditional contours of Petrocelli hearing. But it seems as though Mr. Samt is not requesting that. He's conceding that it could be necessary for, or that he concedes the evidence of the affiliation with the Southside Compton Crips, personal leadership role within that organization, the rivalry with Bob Pirro and the Lakewood Mall and the MGM Grand incidents are probative of motive. And so it seems like we've passed the point where I thought we would need an evidentiary hearing. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that.
On the clear and convincing of the gang evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what it then leaves out, essentially, is the state is not seeking for identity, and so it's really just for motive. And so we're at, essentially, is this a situation where you're seeking for any gang enhancement phase to be bifurcated from the guilt phase?
I think that's an agreement that we would have with the state with regard to that particular issue. The danger is the use of the word shock collar and the use of the word green light. That's really where we're trying to get at right now.
Okay, so for you, your concern is those two terms.
Correct. I mean, those are terms that are associated with gang activity, and it's not just gang activity, but it's also associated with this idea of rank within the gang activity. Whether or not Mr. Davis was part of the Southside Crips, I think it's documented. He lives on a street in Burris, in Compton. I mean, it's laid out. I think Detective Ladd would be very clear about the fact that you move into a neighborhood and you're on a street, you become associated with that particular thing. I have a concern about the idea that now they're going to try to shoehorn in this idea that he's a shock collar just by the fact of just using the words and saying he was a shock collar.
What about his own words? That he's the shock collar.
Once again, I think if the evidence comes out that way, I think that's one thing. But at this particular point, I don't believe that they have enough to at least say, hey, we can just throw it out there and make this a thing, like in their openings or anything like that. I think during the course of the trial, if that becomes evidence, that's one thing.
Shock collar and green light, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So by the court's ruling, the fact of green light is already coming in because it's specifically pulled from Mr. Davis's own words from his book. So, I mean, green light's already coming in. We have a good faith basis that it's coming in based on the court's ruling today. With regards to the shock collar, I mean, that is a term of art within gang hierarchy. The person who actually has the ability to direct orders to other people. And by the way, again, using Mr. Davis's own words from his book, he was the general. He was the president. He was the person that had the authority to make this happen. These are his own words. And so Detective Ladd when he comes here, him saying that yes, he was the shot caller, he was the person in that hierarchy that could order that retaliation is wholly appropriate given the context of gangs. Now, if the court wants me, I really don't know what I'm trying to work out what's the way to deal with that, other than to just say, we know Detective Vlad testified to that based on his experience. It's in the grand jury transcripts. That's where that's where this term is derived from. So, he describes himself in this manner.
And maybe what we do in the meantime, Your Honor, is we set this for a very short petricelli hearing right before Detective Vlad takes the stand. And we can make that determination at that particular point with regards to that issue, very narrowly construed just on the issue of the shot caller.
I think we can, okay, so the motion to admit gang evidence, it seems like it's largely unopposed, and so it's granted. The state can use it for motive, to establish motive. Regarding the issue, the gang phase will be bifurcated. Regarding the issue of shot caller and green light is within sort of the key sentence that is used, that Mr. Davis uses to describe the murder, the crime that he's charged with. So I don't think that can be excised from the case. It just doesn't make sense. The shot caller, we can do that brief evidentiary hearing, and we'll hold out until the detective testifies in using that particular phrase. All right, state's prepared to order. Anything further?
Just a little bit. I expect that Detective Maughan's officer's report will be sent over by the end of the week to Mr. Sams. And I know it's a short week, so I really mean by Thursday. There were a few other items. When I went through them, I didn't see anything, but there was a couple of transcripts of a couple of audios that came through, and there was 2 audios. I think they're of random tips that came in to either Metro or LAPD, and so there'll be one last group of discovery sent over to Mr. Sams by the end of the week.
Okay. So it seems like discovery is on the way.
Yes. The only thing we still haven't received is the lab, but I expect that the lab notes, I think because they're so old, there's literally testing done in 1996, that I think there was some search that had to be done to find it, that we'll get them the underlying lab notes as well.
Your Honor, there was a couple of things I think there was mentioned in the last hearing with regards to discovery, conversations with Compton PD with regards to multiple other police reports that have not been disclosed. Are you talking about the same, and are those going to be disclosed as well? Other police reports in the last hearing?
No, that was 2 hearings ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I sent it after that hearing. It was a day or 2 later that I completed all of the review of the Biggie Smalls murder file and sent over everything from that, as well as everything we have from the federal government 302s, the DEA 302s related to the drug transactions that we already discussed here in court today, as well as what we could find on confidential informants and any benefit they received in those prior investigations.
Thank you. And then just one final thing, Your Honor, with regards to transcripts, could we get a transcript of the hearing today?
Sure. Do you want to do a final status check trial readiness July 14th, or
we'll be here anyway?
Leave it for calendar call.
We will be in here anyway, July 14th. I think we have a hearing.
It was a further motion to eliminate. It got set, so we can address anything else. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that your motion, eliminate, or states?
I think it's
Mr. Sams.
It's mine.
It's
Okay.
Mr. Sams.
All right, we'll see you back for your motion July 14th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess. Come on, guys.
Mr. Davis is shuffling off. we have a few more things to play. Actually, quite a few more things to play. Lovely Lynn, you asked. That's Michael. I always want to say Shanft. Why do I see Shaft in there? Michael Shaft. Michael Sanft. So that's the latest, most recent attorney for Mr. Davis. He had previously gone through. I missed the first attorney's name, but then Carl Arnold. We got Robert Draskovich and Michael Pandulu. Draskovich and Pandulu, withdrew because they weren't getting paid. And now Sanft, I want to keep throwing that Shaft in there. Sanft is doing this pro bono. So he's just doing this for pro bono. So, all right, let's see, what else do we have here? We've got a couple more hearings, I think. Let me just check here. Yeah, let's see. Hold on. We are up to, let me look at my list here. Now an interview. Okay, now we get to an interview. This is from July 31st of 2026. So this is an interview with one of the local news reporters.
This afternoon, an 8 News Now exclusive.
Okay, let's check this out. All right, so again, this is from here. I don't like being on this side. All right, well, I queued this up. If you guys don't mind, hit the like button. We're at 481 likes. If you guys are out there and you're hearing my voice and you're not in chat, please take a moment and hit the like button. And let's see if we can get ourselves up to 500. Can we get up to 500 likes? We're at 481. Let's see if we can get up to 500 likes. Please take a moment and hit the like button. And 481, let's see if we can get up to 500. Again, opening statements start on Monday, as far as I know. I haven't heard anything to contradict that. That was from the report from the news yesterday. And we are anticipating opening statements on Monday.
This afternoon, an 8 News Now exclusive before one of the biggest trials in Las Vegas history. A sit-down interview with the man accused in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Duane Keffe D. Davis speaking with investigator Vanessa Murphy. A quick note, our team was not allowed to put a microphone on Davis due to security. That's why we've included subtitles.
The trial surrounding the murder of rap legend Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago is just days away. We were given the rare opportunity to sit down with the man at the center of it all, Duane Keffe D. Davis, face to face while he waits here in jail.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And
but did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was a ghostwriter. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the black thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, it's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking in this interview about Tupac's murder, and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, crib. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader, no Crips, or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They just trying to make their case look good or something. He's the leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was just the leader of the Crips. I helped Suge Knight get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? He's the best rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. Suge Knight will tell you that I didn't do it. So.
Has the DA's office offered you any plea deals, and would you consider a plea deal?
I'm not going to take no plea deal because I didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 63. I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to like 74 years old. 10 years, I'm dead. So what I don't like taking a deal, you know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something from 10 to 25. I'm not going to do that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take a deal like that. And I have, especially after I haven't done nothing. I'm innocent, man.
How concerned are you that you'll be convicted after this trial and you won't get to spend your final years with your family?
Yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court's going to let me go. I think they're going to let me go because it's not right. I'm going to be all right, though, because God upstairs, He got me, and He know I ain't doing this. Yeah, and I hate I put my family in jeopardy like this. So that's one regret I have.
Jury selection is scheduled for August 10th. Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
Davis is now represented by defense attorney Michael Samft, who was not originally representing him. The 8 News Now investigators interviewed Samft. You can find that on our 8 News Now Plus app.
So I don't know if you guys recognize the reporter there. She was in Tellis. Robert Tellis is. She interviewed Robert Tellis, so we've seen her before as well. All right, I got quite a lot still to go. All right, this is really short. This one's only 42 seconds. This is the witness list, and we know Suge is on the witness list. I think this is where we found out that he's on the witness list, but he's saying that he's not going to testify. He has within the last 3 days, he has said he's not going to testify.
A new witness list is out ahead of the murder trial for Duane Keffe D. Davis, the man accused in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas. Davis is charged with orchestrating the drive-by shooting that happened near Flamingo and Koval. Shakur died 6 days later. The trial is expected to start in 1 week on August 10th. Among those listed as expected witnesses, Marion Suge Knight, who was in the car with Shakur that night and is the only other surviving witness to the shooting, as well as Shakur's sister and former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman. Davis was arrested in Henderson in September of 2023, and he is the only person ever taken into custody in the case.
So interesting. They're going to have his sister too. They're trying to get his sister and the mayor. Why would the mayor? That's an interesting one. Let me bring myself up a little bit. Why would they have the mayor? Huh. Yeah. Knight is saying he's not going to testify. I think like 3 days ago, he's like, it's not. Do I have that clip still? I don't think I copied it. Yeah, he's basically saying he's not going to testify. I don't know. I mean, when you're subpoenaed, you have to testify. But I mean, he's already in prison. So he doesn't really have much to lose, I suppose, if he's found in contempt of court. But I mean, it's not like they're going to, I don't know. Okay, this next one, I got a couple of short news clips here. All right, this one is from August 5th. Yeah, this one they're talking about he could make bail. So I was telling you guys about this earlier, and I think there's another clip that I have where he may make bail. He may actually make bail, like in the middle of the trial, which would be crazy.
The countdown to the trial over the murder of Tupac Shakur is on today. Duane Keffe D. Davis, the only suspect in the late rapper's murder, was in court for the latest hearing before next week's trial.
And there were talks about Davis possibly making bail. Fox 5's Victoria Saha joins us from the courthouse with those details.
This was the last court hearing before the murder trial is expected to start next week. And as we've seen for the past few months, the state and the defense were going back and forth with each other about whether or not to use previous statements Duane Davis made during trial. As we get ready for a trial now 30 years in the making, Duane Keffe D. Davis could be out on bail before he faces a jury.
He is moving towards making bail in this matter. He would be requesting of the court time to allow him to be able to bail out.
The state didn't agree, but the judge says otherwise.
If Mr. Davis were to bail out tomorrow or in the middle of trial, that wouldn't affect anything from the evidence perspective or how the trial is conducted.
Meantime, more discussions continued about presenting to the jury Davis's 2019 tell-all book about Tupac Shakur's murder in Las Vegas and the various media statements he gave. The question is whether his 2008 interview with LAPD under the promise of immunity protected Davis's statements he made to the public, and if Davis was being truthful.
Mr. Sam, through the course of the trial, is going to tell the jurors in the box, he's going to say, hey, look, 2009 story isn't true. It's not true. It was a lie. When he told it on the BET Chronicles, that was a lie. When he wrote it in the book, that was a lie. He is going to celebrate the notion that Mr. Davis broke the contract in 2008 and equity says we can't say anything about it?
As a point, if the federal government is saying you will never be prosecuted for this, so whatever you tell us remains with us and won't be used in the future, like literally that's what is said to him. Isn't that extinguishing his rights to remain silent?
I think there is a fundamental fairness problem here. And so the court can still make that ruling.
The judge will review the media interviews ahead of the trial. That trial is expected to last at least 4 weeks. I'll be covering it from the Regional Justice Center and from Fox 5. And every week I'll be bringing you up to speed on the key moments from the trial from our Fox 5 podcast room. Reporting from the Regional Justice Center, I'm Victoria Saha, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
And this week, the prosecution released an 11-page list of witnesses expected to testify in the trial.
One of the biggest names expected is Marion Suge Knight, the then CEO of Death Row Records. He was in the car with Shakur that night. And other than Keefe...
God, they're going to have the mayor and the governor? All right, wait. Original Philly. What did you say here, Eric? Mayor's name is Eric Perodin. I don't know any of these names. I don't know any of the mayors out there. So that's news to me, but why would they have the governor? Why on earth? Here, let me bring myself down. I don't need to be that big. Why would they have the governor and then the mayor? So Eric Perodin, who was the president? Who's the president? Who was the mayor? Was it 96? Was the mayor of Las Vegas in 1996? Jan Jones was the mayor in 1996. Jan Laverde Jones. So it's not even. Oh, Compton PD. Okay. I thought you were saying that was the mayor. All right, my bad. Oh, turned mayor. Okay, gotcha. Okay, Eric was the Compton cop with Reggie Wright. Okay, I gotcha. So then, who's this Oscar Goodman? When was he mayor? Yeah, I don't know any of these guys. When was Oscar? And why would they be having him come up and testify? 99 to 2011. Huh. So he was mayor 99 to 2011. Why on earth would they be or why would they want him to be a witness? William Reggie Wright's dad was like a captain or something on the police force. Yeah, 99 to 2011. That's what I'm reading too. He won 3 terms in office. What's up, Hellrider? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Why on earth would they want Oscar? I'm trying to figure that one out. Unless you guys know something I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. All right, let's continue on with this. This is almost over.
D is the only surviving witness to the shooting. Other witnesses include Shakur's sister and stepbrother, former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman, and Governor Joe Lombardo, who was a Metro sergeant at the time of the murder. To catch up with this case ahead of opening arguments, download our
That's why. Let me rewind
Fox
that.
5 of Death Row Records. He was in the car with Shakur that night. And other than Keffe D is the only surviving witness to the shooting. Other witnesses include Shakur's sister and stepbrother, former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman, and Governor Joe Lombardo, who was a Metro sergeant at the time of the murder. To catch up with this case ahead of opening arguments, download our Fox 5 Vegas.
Okay, that's why. I got it now. Yeah, I was an attorney, so Goodman was an attorney. Okay. Goodman was an attorney. All right, and Lombardo was an officer. Or what did he just say? I just heard it. And what did he just say?
Records. He was in the car with Shakur that night. And other than Keffe D is the only surviving witness to the shooting. Other witnesses include Shakur's sister and stepbrother, former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman, and Governor Joe Lombardo, who was a Metro sergeant at the time.
Okay.
Well, you've been in custody since.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. So this is the reporter. She's doing an interview. This is kind of like when Robert Tellis was interviewed.
Since 2023, your trial's coming up in a few days. How are you holding up?
I'm doing good. Best I can. Yep. So how you doing?
Getting ready for the trial as well. So I read your book, Compton Street Legend, that you co-authored. Why did you feel the need to tell your story, and when you wrote it, did you ever imagine the situation you'd be in now?
I didn't write that book. I just told him 10 things in my life and gave him some pictures. He did research and stuff like that. Him and my lawyer did that book. My lawyer died, and I just went on and signed on to it with him. I never read it or nothing.
You were never handed a manuscript to sign off on?
I never read the book or nothing. It was already, and him and my lawyer was doing it. His name was Duane Higgins, and he passed water in his yard. And they was friends, and he got in contact with me. Then I just signed on to him. He gave me like 10 pictures, told me like 10 things that happened in my life, and he added all the adverbs and stuff like that. He did that. He did the thing on research. So, yeah. I didn't write that book.
Well, I did read it. It mentions some interactions you had with Tupac Shakur. How would you describe your relationship with Tupac before September 1996?
I prefer not to talk about that stuff. I would like to send how my family's in danger and stuff like that, and how I wasn't even in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't in Vegas when this stuff happened. I just said that stuff to get out of trouble.
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7, 1996?
No, I wasn't. They can't prove I was in Las Vegas. I wasn't in Las Vegas. And, my family in real danger. They got like 2 witnesses that's some dangerous dudes. Like they said, my son put out a hit on one of them. His name is Dante Lee. He the one real dangerous. He killed 3 guys out there in Las
Okay.
He said my son put out a hit on him. I wouldn't want my son nowhere near him because he get to kill people for free and get out of jail for free. You know what I'm saying? And, they gave him $5,000. Well, we just played them out of $5,000. He's wrong, you know. He's wrong. And then that Reggie Wright Jr. He's threatening my son on the internet. The last few days he didn't threaten him on the internet. You know, and it's wrong. It's wrong.
Could you describe back in the 90s the tension between the Southside Crips and Death Row Records?
There wasn't no tension between us never because maybe about 2 weeks before that September in August '96, we was at the House of Blues and they had a concert with the Loonies. Suge, Tupac, and Snoop pulled up in some Rolls Royces. And they came and said, what's going on here? I said, the concert over with. And he said, let's go up to Paradise. And we got up there on Santa Monica and Hyatt, right there in Hancock District in LA. We was never at odds with each other. Me and him as friends since we've been knowing each other since we was 8 years old. I played football with him and his daddy and uncles was our coach.
Yeah.
I was never at odds with him.
I do want to mention, you had said that you were not in Vegas the night that Tupac died when there was the Mike Tyson fight. Again, I read this book, every single page. You included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat in September? That's what, I had no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat and a hat? I had a suit on and an overcoat. That was a New Year's party. That was a New Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister at the fight.
I didn't author that book. That dude just put that stuff in there. He ain't had no fight. September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat. Don't make sense.
So
go back and look at the degrees on that September. You think I'll wear that in September 7th? Come on now. A suit with an overcoat on and a hat. That was at a New Year's Eve party. And you see Orlando, he got the same floor.
Yep.
He had on September, he had on a Dan Marino jacket. Dan Marino shirt that night in September, didn't he?
You're saying that
Raise it up again. Show me again. Do that look like a Dan Marino shirt? Come on now. Think about it. He can change that quick. He can change up that quick.
Why was this picture included in the book soon after your description?
I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. He just put that on there.
And he never ran anything by you?
You think I would wear a suit? A two-piece suit with an overcoat on? Come on now. Cashmere overcoat.
Well,
Orlando can change his clothes that quick.
I've watched some of your other interviews. You came out with a few. There was a Vlad TV interview as well.
They paid me money to say that stuff.
You were publicizing the book. Were you publicizing it knowing that you didn't write it?
I was just trying to make my family some money. That's all it is. But you get where I'm coming from? Why would I wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat September the 7th? Come on now. Think about it. Orlando can change clothes that quick. He can change clothes that quick. Honestly. You think he's a magic man? He got the clothes in the lobby. He can change up clothes that quick. Orlando was a kid, and that picture was 2 years later. That was on a New Year's Eve party. I did not write the book. That's going to write the book. Why would I have on a suit? You know what I'm saying? I did not write that book.
But the book has been a center of discussion in prior court proceedings, and it seems like it may be brought up in trial. Your name's also associated with it on the front cover.
Okay. One more time?
I said that the book has been brought up in prior court hearings, and it could be brought up in court as well. Your name is on the front cover. So why not stop the book from being published if you knew it was going to be published, if you didn't write it?
I didn't know that. I never read it. I didn't know that book was going to be published. They gave me money. I just did for money. That's going to prove that I wasn't in, that wasn't no. Why would I, September the 7th, you know what I'm saying? Why would I wear a suit, overcoat, and a hat? You can check out, it was 100-something, probably 100-something degrees on September the 7th. So think about it. Why would I wear that? Orlando, he's a magician or something, he can change his clothes that quick? Come on now.
So if you didn't,
that was on New Year's Eve.
If you weren't,
a New Year's Eve party, and we're gonna have somebody come and tell you that was a New Year's Eve party. That wasn't no fight.
if you weren't there that night, how did you know the details to write about in this book?
I did not write that
or
book.
where did these vivid details
you
come?
ask me one more time about in the interview, I swear.
Okay.
You ask me one more time. We're not here to talk about that book. I'm here to tell you how my family's life is in danger. I'm here to tell you about there's a bunch of lies going on. I'm not here to talk about that book. It's like a gag order on that type of stuff anyway. You know what I'm saying? So
A lot of the stuff that's been a judge ruled that the 2008 police interview can be used against you. I noticed in court you were very upset when that judge denied your defense's motion. What was your reaction? What was going through your head a couple of weeks ago in court?
What's going through my head?
Yeah.
She act like she was there. She wasn't there. She act like she was there. She was in junior high school or something. She wasn't there. She was in like high school. You know?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview?
What's that?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview to police?
No, to me, I'd save 48 people from being federated. They was going to give her like 700, 800 years. And my lawyer gave me a script to read. He said, this is the only way you're going home. And I just came back and read the script. And he told me, we practiced that stuff before they even came to his office. And she said, the judge said that was at a federal building. That wasn't at no federal building. That was at the lawyer's office. They act like they know everything. They don't know nothing. They wasn't there.
And you didn't know.
There. The judge wasn't there. The DA wasn't there. They act like they know everything. They wasn't there. It was at a lawyer's office. It was at a federal building, so that's covered. No, it wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
And you didn't know that interview was going to be recorded?
Not at all. They don't record. They do not record. It's the 302, and that dude did that just to make money. My lawyer, they gave me 2 months to come back with my decision. It was going to take 40-some people to jail. And he said, this is the only way you're going home. He gave me a script to read, and I just came and read that script. That's what happened. And then she said it was at a federal building. That's why it's covered, baby. It wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office. She acted like she was there. She wasn't there. Giacomo wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, this place is Jim Crow. They don't have no black people that work at the DA's office. Vegas is a monopoly of people. They got blacks, Hispanics, whites. They got Mormons. They got Filipino. The DA office consists of that type of atmosphere. It should be, but it's all whites. It's no, and they using what's the name? That Indian man that's blackface. They're using him as blackface. You know what I'm saying? It should be a makeup of the people that the community is, but it's all white people. You know what I'm saying? This stuff Crow, and it's crazy.
You were promised, you gave that 2008 interview, you were promised immunity. Were you under the impression that that would also protect you?
I'm not should be not talking about that. I told you, you know what I'm saying? I wish you could have came and did it face-to-face meeting, like the other lady did.
Would you have still answered my questions if I was there face-to-face?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the best we could do at this moment before.
But like I say, they don't have no black people in there. No blacks. They don't got no Hispanics, no Filipinos. It's all white people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna get a fair trial because the DA, every time I go to court, he goes out in front of the thing and do his little speeches. He's tainting the jury pool, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's wrong. I'm not worried. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. The Lord got my back. I survived cancer and all that type of stuff, and I survived the streets. And the Lord got my back. So I'm not worried about it. And that picture was January the 1st, 1998, at the Sheraton Hotel. Why would I wear an overcoat with a suit in September in Las Vegas?
So your trial starts Monday here in Las Vegas, just miles away from where Tupac was shot. What do you want the jury to know about you before they walk into that courtroom?
That I didn't do it and I'm an innocent man. And my nephew didn't do it either. He was at the hospital when they pulled up. My nephew was at the hospital when they pulled up. He didn't do it. They gave me a script to read in order to go home. My lawyer said, this is the only way you're going home. And when they came in that building that morning, I had been there an hour there rehearsing what to say to go home. They said, they don't want you, they want Buff Daddy. So he gave me a script to read, and he gave me a code word to say to them when they came in. And I said the code word, letting them know that I was down with it. And they already were pre-planning this stuff because they had his murder book there, Tupac's murder book there. I was framed and set up.
Puffy's name is mentioned.
They let a guy kill 3 people at a La Mirada Mall. I mean, at a Starbucks. Put him in the trunk. Then he came and brought drugs for me. You know what I'm saying? They let him go. His name Devontae Lee. They let him go. You know what I'm saying? 3 people.
Well, we only have a few minutes
left. He buy drugs from me. He's supposed to be one of their star witnesses. And it's wrong.
Mr. Davis, Puffy's name is brought up a lot through the book. Can you talk to me about the relationship between Puffy and Tupac back in the day?
I don't really know. I wasn't there. You know? Like I said, my lawyer gave me a script that he said you can save all your friends and your family. And I came and read that script to them in 2008. After they left, he high-fived me and everything. I told you, big dog. You know, they knew, that lawyer knew me, because they came in my garage one morning, that morning and said, if you hire Edie Fall, then we got to take you to jail. They told me what lawyer to hire and everything. Dude had a motive to make money this whole time. His name Greg Caden. He had a motive to make money the whole time.
Did that really anger you when you found out that the recording you gave has been released and Detective Kading has been broadcasting about it?
Yeah. He put my life in danger, put my whole family's life in danger. When they came and asked me, do I want to be in a witness protection program? I'm like, no, you know. They like, protect your family at all costs.
After this is all over, how would you want to be remembered?
As a good man and a good father. And, you know, and it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? They got an innocent man in jail. flying colors. I ain't killed nobody. My nephew ain't killed nobody. They had a script already ready, you know what I'm saying? And that guy, he's the worstest person on earth. Go around, kill people. The guy, Devontae Lee, he can go around, kill people. You know what I'm saying? Then they said my son put a hit out on him at $5,000. My son can't put a hit out on a goldfish. And it's wrong. They gave him $5,000 to move. My son ain't going near nobody that's going to kill somebody and get away with it for free.
If you're saying that you didn't do it, Orlando didn't do it, who did it?
To me, I think Reggie Wright did it because he on all them lies, he get on the internet and just go crazy every day. What? I set Keffe D up. I set him up. Stuff like that. Then he told my son threatened his life, and he said, "Yo, Daddy, you know how my trigger finger is." So that's why he's suffering from COVID right now. He came and wiped his butt. You know what I'm saying? He came and feed himself. That's why he's suffering from COVID right now. I survived cancer. If I was a bad person, the Lord would have took me out. You know what I'm saying? The Lord would have took me out. I'm not worried about these people because I understand through God's hands. I understand tall through it all. You know what I'm saying?
We've got 3 minutes left. It's going to be 30 years since Tupac Shakur was murdered here in Las Vegas. Does his family deserve the truth?
Yeah, his family do. And it's going to come out. And the interviews, I was paid to say that stuff.
You're saying the truth will come out in trial?
Yeah. Not trial, it's going to come out once if I lose, I'm going to send my stuff to a bigger court.
So you plan on fighting this till the very, very end?
To the very, very end. And I feel I'm going to win because they don't have no evidence. They don't came. I wasn't even in Las Vegas. So I'm not worried about them. Mark Giacomo, he can say all that stuff he want. All he do is tell lies. Just like last week, Agent Tolliver, ain't a such agents, ain't a such person. Agent Tolliver, I ain't never heard of no Agent Tolliver. Ain't no FBI agent, ain't no Tolliver. He just says he tell a lot of lies. They using that Indian man that like he black face. You're not black. He's a gang expert and a hip hop expert. He's an Indian. He's not black. They use him as blackface, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? The DA office should be made up of the community. They should have some blacks in there. They should have some Latinos. They should have some Filipinos. You know what I'm saying? But they don't. All they got is. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
So are you saying that you're being targeted?
Just like January 2024, he get on the front of the newspaper, in front of the TV, the rest of the year. Steve Wolfson, the rest of the year. He's taking the jury pool. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
Well, we got 1 minute left. Anything else that you want to add, Mr. Davis?
No, but I'm an innocent man, and the Lord is going to set me free. Like that Devontae Lee, he's the scum of the earth. He kills people. He go around snitching on people, setting people up and stuff like that. Then he plays them out of $5,000. You know what I'm saying? You heard him the other day. He get on TV and do an interview. What's the man? The Indian man. I asked him his name before. I ain't got to tell you, young man. Sir, I ain't got to tell you. That's not professional. You know what I'm saying? All I asked him was his name.
Do you want to do you plan on testifying? Do you want
If I have to, I will. Yeah.
All right, we got 9 seconds left.
Man. That's all I can tell you. I'm an innocent man, and the Lord will set me free. And if I don't win in this court, I will win at the next level.
I was wondering that. I'm like, oh, is he going to take the stand? And she just asked him, are you going to? And he's like, if I have to, I will. I'm like, yes. All right. A lot of things just happened there. You guys are asking a lot of questions. So let me, the night of, here, let me pull this up. I know I got pictures here. Let's see. So that's Orlando. That's Tupac. All right. So this is them the night of, and then they change. So this is them the night of at the fight. Right. So they both were dressed up. They both were dressed up. Oh, you know what? I think that's the medallion. It didn't even dawn on me. That's the medallion. Knight's got the medallion on that he gave that got ripped off. That's what started this whole thing. So there's them with Tyson. All right, so that's them, obviously. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. All right, so there's the medallion. So that medallion I'm seeing, right? I think that's the that's the same thing. Let me zoom in on this. I'm pretty sure that's the same. Yeah, that's the death row medallion. You know, so that's the same. That's the same thing. So Suge gave it to was handing it out, gave it to his his people. So he's got it on there. It didn't even dawn on me. He did have another shirt on. You're right. He changed again. So at the actual fight, let me see if I can find the fight. So that's them in the car when they got pulled over. So I think that's Suge with the white. He's got the hat on and the white. But no, There was we watched it earlier where they're walking out. There's the CCTV where they're walking out, and Tupac had on it's like a glittery shirt. Was it gold? It was like a gold glittery, some kind of glittery. It's from the wrong fight. Oh, is it from the wrong fight? Okay, so this is from the wrong fight. That's from the wrong fight. So that's them meeting. Oh, that's a different fight. Is it a different Tyson fight? Is that what you're... So these pictures are from a different Tyson fight? It's the wrong fight. Okay. So they went to another Tyson fight. Okay. All right. So these are from a different fight, you're saying. Hey, White Hammer, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, gotcha. All right, that's good to know. That's good to know. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. So that's yeah. Of course it was, because that's September 7th. So okay, so that was from a different fight. All right. So then I won't. Don't go off of that. White Hammer says Orlando was in the hospital for a dislocated shoulder. All right. Let's continue on. This is great. No, this is great. You guys are giving me some information that. Okay, I want to play this. We're talking about will Suge testify. Let's see what he says. I got a couple clips about, these are just a couple days old.
And Death Row Records found...
Sorry about that. Hate when it comes in like that.
Suge Knight had a lot to say about the Tupac Shakur murder trial during a jailhouse interview with TMZ. Knight was in the car with Tupac the night he was shot on the Strip in September of 1996. Now from behind bars, he is weighing in on the case and how prosecutors are framing the killing. Here's how Knight describes it.
You know, one of the things you got to realize, this was assassination. It wasn't over no chain. It wasn't over no colors. This was assassination. And they can do one who assassinated Kennedy and everybody can talk about it. But when it comes to Tupac, nobody really wants the truth.
Knight says he won't name names, but claims many others were involved in Tupac's killing. He is on the witness list to testify. The list also names members of Tupac's family, former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman, and Governor Joe Lombardo. And to get up to speed before trial begins, our Victoria Saha put together a timeline which you can find on.
That's interesting. So he's like, it wasn't about a medallion, wasn't about colors. It was about just straight up. So that's where the Sean Combs, the P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, all of that. Sean Combs comes in. That's where he comes into play. All right, here's another clip I want to play you guys. See if I can get this. It's going to play for us. So Suge saying, leave me out of it. This is from, I'm hoping this was from August 10th. I'm hoping this will play for us. I don't know if it's going to or not. So he's refusing to cooperate with law enforcement. This trial has nothing to do with me, and if somebody brings me in there, it's going to hurt whoever brings me in. I promise you that. He gave an interview last week. Yeah, it's not going to play. Not able to play it. But he says he's 61 years old now. He's serving a 28-year sentence for a hit and run back in 2015. Let's see. They make me, so this is Knight saying, they make me come in there against my will. If Keffe D's lawyer brings me in, it don't look good for him. If the prosecution brings me there, it don't look good for them. Leave me out of it. So he does not want to testify. He's saying he does not want to testify. Again, I don't know if he's able to have the ability to say that, because when you're subpoenaed, you're subpoenaed. So we'll see. We'll see if he can actually, so that's not going to play for us. We'll see if he actually,
well, it's been nearly 3 decades.
If he doesn't have to testify, that'll be interesting. All right, let's see. So, Philly, okay, so the Bruno Tyson fight, he had the red suit on. Okay, because the closed caption they showed, the closed circuit TV they had. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I hold on a sec. I've seen video of that. I've seen the videos of that. I don't think I can play it because it's on a channel that's not news. Let me see if I can find a photo of it though. See if I can get a photo of him. Yeah, okay. All right, I got a couple photos I can show you guys. Hold on a sec. All right, so this is from the Tyson fight. This is from the Tyson fight. Hold on. We'll get this right. No, this is great. Thank you guys. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so this is what they were wearing that night. That makes sense because that fits the CCTV. So that makes sense. So that's what he was wearing. That's what they were wearing, and then they changed. Then they changed into So then they change into that outfit when they're on their way to 662. So I got that, and then there's another one. Found this other one that I just got here. Let me see. Where is it? There's a video of that too. I'm pretty sure there's a video of that, but it's on another. I don't think it's on a news channel. I forget what channel it's on. Where was that other photo? I just had it. Hold on a sec. All right, here's this photo here. This is on Facebook. All right, here's a better picture of Tupac. So this was the shirt he was wearing, right? So that's, yeah. So that makes, I mean, that's obviously correct. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a video of them. It's on Instagram, but okay. Oh wait, here's another one. All right, I got another one here. Check this out, and then we can continue on this. It's small, but this makes sense. Yeah, thanks, Original Philly. Yeah, no, thanks. Appreciate the appreciate you setting me straight, because that's what we're all about. Education here. We're all about, you know, keeping it straight. So that's from, and that yeah. And Black Jedi, yeah, all you guys, thanks for keeping us straight here. I love to educate you, and I love it when you guys educate me. So this is great stuff. All right, we want to make sure the record is straight. We want to make sure the record is straight. All right. But in that other one, we did see the Death Row Records, the medallion. We did see that in the other one. So that's from March. That's a fight from March. This one is from March. You guys are saying? Hold on. So this one is from March. So that is definitely, right? That's definitely the Death Row medallion he's got there. I would definitely say that. All right, let's continue on. We've got this little news clip here.
Since hip-hop icon Tupac Shakur was shot and killed in Las Vegas, now a man connected to the murder is on trial. Fox's CB Cotton has more from New York.
Jury selection begins in Las Vegas for the man accused of helping to kill rap icon Tupac Shakur. Duane Keffe D. Davis allegedly helped plan the shooting, but was not the one who pulled the trigger. He's been in jail since 2023.
I didn't do it, and I'm an innocent man. I wasn't even in Las Vegas.
Shakur's long unsolved murder has captivated hip-hop fans for decades. In 1996, he was shot multiple times during a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas on his way to perform at a club. He died 6 days later at just 25 years old.
It was devastating. We lost an icon, and we lost a friend.
The investigation was cold until Davis started making public statements about the shooting and published a tell-all memoir saying he was a rival gang's leader who was reportedly seeking revenge. In an interview with our Fox affiliate in Las Vegas, Davis said there was no rivalry with Shakur.
Description. I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. We was never at odds with each other. Me and him as friends. We've been on each other since we was 8 years old.
Prosecutors hope to prove Davis helped orchestrate the murder and provided the weapon.
He was kind of the boss of that group, and that he would have been the one to give the order. I'm bringing in everything that I can find to make it seem as if Keffe D was the biggest boss in the world and that everybody would have only made a move if he told them to.
The trial is expected to last up to 5 weeks. CB Cotton, Fox News.
So some are saying 5 weeks, some are saying 4 weeks. Generally, they always make it longer. They always schedule it longer, and then it's shorter. So if they're saying 4 weeks, 5 weeks, I would say it might even be 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. All right, here is a clip. All right, here's a clip of his producer, his former producer. I definitely want to see this, Daryl Harper, and I got a full interview. So I'm gonna play both. I'm gonna play the short clip, and I'm gonna play the longer clip, because this one I wanted to see. This is his former producer.
Jury selection continued today for the man accused in the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, 30 years after he was shot and killed in Las Vegas. Attorneys for Duane Keffe D. Davis, prosecutors, and the judge all questioned another batch of potential jurors. Fox 5's Victoria Saha has the latest from the courthouse.
Day 2 of jury selection for the Tupac murder trial wrapped up with about 20 jurors making it through to the next round before they're questioned again later this week. This case has brought in members from all over the public, including people who even knew Tupac Shakur back in the day. In the midst of one of our recesses I was able to connect with Tupac Shakur's former producer. He talked to me about what it was like working with Tupac. Here's a little bit of our conversation. Tell me about Tupac. What was that like when Death Row Records first signed him on and you started working with him?
It's like magic. He brought a new fire to the label, and it was just electric for everybody. He brought a zeal to the label that we didn't have before. You know, we had stars, but we didn't have anybody that worked with the zeal he did.
And did you ever expect his legacy to continue on like it has for the last 30 years?
Did I expect it to? Not like it has. Not like it. I think he's like, in my opinion, like the Black Elvis. I don't think he's gonna die as long as we have an earth here.
These prospective jurors were brought in one by one, questioned by the judge, questioned by the state, and then the defense. There were some moments where Duane Davis himself was passing notes to give to his defense attorney, and those notes were being read with questions out loud to those prospective jurors. So 50 more jurors will be back on Wednesday. Jury selection is supposed to last throughout the week with a set of Monday with opening statements to start. Reporting from the Regional Justice Center, I'm Victoria Saha, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
Victoria, thank you. Suge Knight is weighing in from prison on what he thinks Duane Keffe D. Davis should do next. Knight was with Tupac on the night that he was shot near the Las Vegas Strip. Now, in a jailhouse interview with TMZ, Knight says the man at the center of the case has already given prosecutors what they need.
When you look at it, he got immunity, so they can never charge him again. He was on one podcast 7 times, and he did a book. That destroyed his immunity.
Knight is currently serving a 28-year sentence for unrelated charges of voluntary manslaughter, but he is on prosecutors' witness list. He's expected to testify against Davis from prison. If you need more background on the case, Victoria put together.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Is Suge gonna testify or not? That's going to be pretty explosive. All right. I want to see that full interview. Here's this full interview with Daryl. I want to check this out. That was just a teaser. I want to check this out now.
We have Daryl Harper with me. He used to be a producer for Tupac, a producer for Death Row Records. So Daryl, thank you for doing this. Let's go back in time. Bring me back to the 90s. How long were you with Death Row Records?
I was with Death Row from 94 to the early 2000s.
Tell me about Tupac. What was that like when Death Row Records first signed him on and you started working with him?
It's like magic. He brought a new fire to the label, and it was just electric for everybody. You know, he brought a zeal to the label that we didn't have before. You know, we had stars, but we didn't have anybody that worked with the zeal he did. You know, so.
What was his demeanor like? What was that hustle like, wanting to make it big?
I don't know how it was wanting to make it big. When I met Tupac, he was already a star. Wow. And I just consider myself so fortunate because he didn't have to allow me to be part of his world. I was a guy who didn't really have any history in music or whatever like that, but he was a guy who would reach and work with the guy who didn't have the guy who didn't have the name or whatever. So I'm here to really support him. He had a song, and it said, how long would they mourn me? Well, it's been 30 years, I'm still mourning him, so that's what I'm here.
When he died, what was your reaction?
It shattered my life. I just met this guy, and he was essential to this new part of my life, and all of a sudden, he was gone. So it was everything. I don't know that it's ever really quite been the same. Yeah, it totally like threw me off center in my life, yeah.
And did you ever expect his legacy to continue on like it has for the last 30 years?
Did I expect it to? Not like it has. Not like it. I think he's like, in my opinion, like the Black Elvis. I don't think he's gonna die as long as we have an earth here. I think he's gonna continue to steady bring that magic, to have new artists that come that still can do half as good as what he's already done. So, yeah, that's been surprising to me, and I'm just blown over that it just doesn't seem to die. But I believe he was worth it. I really, as a person, more than an entertainer, as a person, he was worth it. He was really worth it.
Was he ever fearful of his life?
I don't know that he was. I don't know that he had that I've ever heard him voice that. I've been around many people who said, well, I know he worked like he was on a time clock that only he understood and he worked like that from the first day that I met him. He worked on a time clock that wasn't real to other people. So I don't know. But as for like fear of death or anything like that, I actually don't think he feared much at all. And he didn't care about the stature of someone else's position in life, their diamonds, whoever they were, whatever they've achieved. If he had something to tell you, he said it. And very few people in life are like that, really, to be honest.
Do you remember your last conversation with him, and when was it?
I don't remember exactly what we said, but I know we talked before they took the entourage to Vegas. I was a single parent, so I had to make sure my babysitting situation was together. And when I went to do that, the entourage took off and they went to Vegas, and that's how that ended up going. I missed the entourage, worked with another group instead. So
you were supposed to be with that entourage?
I was supposed to be with that entourage, but I went to go check on the babysitter situation and fell asleep. And while I was checking on my son, I was a single parent at the time.
So you were in Vegas at the time?
I didn't go to Vegas. I was still at what we call Can-Am Studios back then. And in Tarzana, and I worked with another. What I did was I worked with another group that I had been working with on the side, a group I had intended to introduce to Suge eventually, and got notice that he had lost his life. So,
how would you describe Tupac's relationship with Suge Knight?
I actually think they were buddies. I think they were from the outside looking in. I really think that Suge loved Tupac. I think Tupac enjoyed Suge in his life. I just believe that the relationship, from my opinion, which is all I can render from where I stand in life, is what I see. I think it was toxic. I think Pac was a ball of fire by itself, and Suge had a lot of things going on, and those two things happening at the same time, I don't think that was good for Pac. I really don't. I don't think that Suge intended for him to be harmed. I think Suge saw him like a little brother or whatever, and they were magic together. They had a thing, but I believe it was toxic, and I don't think it was good.
Suge is expected to be on to come in and testify. He's on that witness list. What are your thoughts about that?
I think Suge should do what Suge feels like he needs to do for his own life. And I don't really have an opinion about what he should say or if he should say. I feel like Suge's going to do what's best for him. And I think that's the right thing to do, you know. So I won't render any opinion aside from what he's choosing to do for himself. Suge's been a friend to me. Much like Pac, Suge looked down one day, and when he had all of these people at his disposal, he still looked over at me and said, "Daryl Harper, you're good enough to be here. You're good enough to be on this label. I got the best people in the world here, but what you bring to the game, I think you still fit in here," and that's still major to me.
You flew in for this trial.
I flew in from Georgia for this. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm just here to support him. I'm just here to support him. 30 years later, I'm actually in the midst of a book. I'm almost finished with my book within a month. And I'm telling about my dealings with Suge, my dealings with Snoop, my dealings with Tupac, and other things in my life. You know, I'm being very transparent. But I came in because, like I said, he didn't have to let me in his life. He didn't have to let me in his life at all. He was already the big Tupac Shakur when he decided to let me in his world. And that right there, I'm forever thankful for that. I met some friends for life. I got to know the Outlaws, and I know who Snoop Dogg is. I know who Daz is. I know all these other people only because Suge allowed me there. And then when Pac met me, he introduced me to these other people. So I'm forever thankful for them both, really.
Got it. Anything else, Daryl?
Not in particular. I think you asked some great questions, though.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, Daryl seemed pretty cool. All right. So Black Jedi sent some really good stuff. Let me read this for you guys. All right. Here's a timeline. This is from Vibe. Okay. So 8:45, Pac throws a punch at Orlando Anderson in the lobby of the MGM Grand. Like we sort of did our own timeline, but this is really good. This actually has timing. All right, Suge Knight and other Bloods followed suit. The melee caught on security video lasted about 30 seconds, which we watched. So that's at 8:45. So at 8:55, Orlando Anderson speaks to police in the lobby and chooses not to press charges. A security tape records their approximately 15-minute parley. Oh, okay, there he's talking. Okay, 9:10, Anderson walks back to his hotel, the Excalibur, a minimum 15-minute trek. Post-fight crowds, according to both hotel front desks, but he's upset, so let's say he hurries up. Okay, at 9:20, he arrives at the Excalibur. Well, he would change his clothes and return calls. To get to his room, though, he must pass through the hotel casino, show his key to his security guards, and ride up the elevator. 9:30, Anderson calls fellow Crips to organize the payback. All right, so this is just, this is assuming, this is a bare minimum of time to plan the hit, conduct other verbal exchanges. We've constructed a timeline. All right. So 9:35, sorry, I got a hair up my nose. 9:35, returns to the lobby, rushes through the casino, out the crowded street to find a cab. Another 10 minutes pass. 9:45, assuming a taxi is available, which the Excalibur front desk says is unlikely on a post-Tyson fight night. Anderson then rides to the Treasure Island Hotel to meet his Crips crew. Considering traffic, this is a minimum 20-minute trip using back roads or 40 to 50 minutes on the strip. We'll assume the driver chose the faster route. At 10:05, Anderson walks through the Treasure Island Casino to the elevators. On a normal night, this would take 10 minutes, but let's say he makes it in 8 minutes. So they're like, sorry, got hair up my nose. 10:13, Treasure Island Security Department says the visiting guest must be accompanied to the hotel rooms instead of waiting for Anderson's call from the lobby. Perhaps someone had already come downstairs. 10:16, fellow gang members are smoking weed and drinking booze. The gang stops the party. Phillips tells us to chew on a plan to take out Shakur. Let's say they talk quickly and agree on specifics 5 minutes. They call a secret crypt house in Vegas for more weapons to be delivered. Elapsed time, say 3 minutes. The Crips call Biggie. The rapper is set up. Phillips alleges in a penthouse suite under a false name back at the MGM Grand. Let's assume contact is instantly made. They exchange a quick hello and agree to talk business. 10:26, the Crips decide to send an emissary. Phillips writes to meet with Biggie at the MGM. I didn't know Biggie was there. I didn't realize he was there. Here the account is particularly vague. Where has this person been sent from? Treasure Island, the secret crypt house. Is he like Biggie also staying in the MGM under a false name? Still, let's assume the emissary is already on the premises of the huge MGM complex and he shows up in 8 minutes. 10:34, they briefly discuss the deal only 43 minutes before the actual event. Biggie agrees to pay $1 million for the hit. Oh, now it's Biggie. I thought it was Combs. I thought it was P. Diddy there. All right. Then in a Scorsesean twist, he reportedly offers his own personal firearm for the shooter to use. Maybe all present are so in sync that the whole conversation takes just 3 minutes. After meeting Biggie, the emissary must ride down from the penthouse and pass through the crowded casino, a 20-minute jaunt, then immediately catch a cab back to meet Anderson. This could all take as little as 35 minutes. Vibe sources in Las Vegas say, though it would likely take much longer, as much as an hour or more on fight night, we'll go with the fast case scenario that would put the emissary back at Treasure Island at 11:09. 10:59, moments before 11, Phillips says Anderson and his crew head downstairs at Treasure Island. They could have met the emissary at valet parking 10 minutes later at 11:09. The waiting time for retrieving cars that night was at least 40 minutes, the hotel valet says, but sometimes a C note can do wonders. So let's imagine the parking valet hustles the gang's white Cadillac out front in only 8 minutes. 11:17, Tupac is gunned down, but by our estimates, which err on the side of speed, a person armed with Biggie's firearm would only be setting forth from the hotel at this time, assuming the parties lost no time actually passing the weapon. The Crips still had to be linked up with a trailer car, then deal with at least 20 minutes of bumper-to-bumper traffic in Las Vegas Boulevard, on Las Vegas Boulevard and Flamingo Road before encountering their prey. Even if they instantly spotted Shakur in Knight's BMW and drew a bead, they couldn't have arrived sooner than 11:39. Given more realistic time requirements, the Crips would have arrived long after midnight. Wow, it's my story and I stand by it, Phillips tells Vibe. The timeline tells a different tale. So in this scenario, like, how did they find Tupac and Suge? That. Do you guys, like, were they just driving around and they just happened to find them? How did they just happen to find them? All right, so this seems like they're saying there's no way that Anderson could have been involved with this. That's what I'm getting out of that. Was that the point of that? Hey, Miss Bree, how are you? Oh, Sugars, great to see you. It seems like this timeline shows that Anderson could not have been a part of this. All right, I mean, this is all speculation. Let's just call it what it is. That's all speculation. All right, here's from the officer's report. Oh my God, they say Tupac. Tupock. Tupac. All right, this is a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police report. Police Department officer's report. All right, at 9:09:0796. Okay, I'm sorry, September 7th. At approximately 1900 hours, Officer Stan logged on as an overtime assignment unit at the Sierra Rancho Estates located in the area of Tamayasu and Sunset. The purpose of our assignment was to maintain security for a potentially disruptive party located inside the estates following the Tyson fight. At approximately 2200 hours, a caravan of approximately 15 vehicles arrived at the guard gate, all seeking entry into the Knight residence. Security was making phone calls to the residents, admitting one vehicle at a time, until Mr. Knight, just spelled N-I-G-H-T, arrived himself, at which time he admitted all the vehicles. The last vehicle, if I'm not mistaken, I believe was a cream-colored Cadillac occupied 2 times by NMAs. NMAs. Not sure what that is. Approximately 1/2 hour later, the caravan of vehicles all exited the guard gate, that being at approximately 22:30. So that's 10:30. So they got pulled over at 11. Okay, the first vehicle being Mr. Knight as the driver and Mr. Tupac, literally spelled Tupock. Mr. Tupac in the right front passenger seat of the vehicle. The caravan they were at a party before, apparently. They were at a party before. The caravan all exited at once, and it was approximately 20 minutes later that we heard radio traffic involving a shooting and a pursuit. It was later that we were informed that the shooting involved Tupac and Mr. Knight. Security that worked the gate is called Allied Security, and they did manage log sheets of the vehicles that went in and out of the guard gate. My supervisor for that 7-hour shift was Chuck Mangrum, and I went off duty at approximately 4 o'clock. Huh. All right, interesting. All right, I've got 2 more things to read. All right, this all came from Black Jedi, so again, appreciate this. Mercedes, this is just coming in, page 2 of 4. I don't have page. Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a 2-tone van, black 4-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage. Angel was working security at the Luxor Hotel. He was at the valet area where Tupac Shakur and his group of friends were entering their vehicles to leave the property. The vehicles he recalls leaving with Shakur were a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW or Mercedes, and 2 other black vehicles. 2 white vehicles also left the group. Somebody said he thought the last white car was a Cadillac or Buick with... so that's how it was. So they... hey, Steve Investigates, how are you? Welcome in. Appreciate it. Black Jedi, they were being followed by radios. Well, okay, so it seems like they left... This is like Charles Jones. This is just like Julio Fulio. They just followed them around. So they followed them out of the Luxor. They went to this party, and it seems like they... You got gigs of data. All right, I'm sure you do. Hey, Steve, welcome in. Yeah, Orlando had nothing to do with it. It's interesting. You're bringing in some interesting stuff. All right, so they were following them from coming out of the Luxor, going to this party. So this white Cadillac was following them. Cadillac or blue Buick. Had 4 black males. All right, so we got one more thing. I got one more thing with a boom on it. All right. Investigators in Las Vegas have also reviewed a videotape from a security camera at the MGM Grand and Casino where hours before the shooting, Shakur and several friends pummeled a young man after a heavyweight fight featuring Shakur's friend Mike Tyson. This is the boom moment. While there was speculation that the man who fought with Shakur was a suspect in the incident, police say he was detained after the encounter and could not have tailed the death row entourage through the city. So police sources say that after Shakur and his friends left the MGM Grand, they used an overhead walkway to cross the street to the Luxor Hotel where they were staying and parked their cars. Later, sources say the group went to Knight's home in a posh, gated community, finally piling into a caravan of luxury cars to return to the casino strip around 10:30, bound for Knight's nightclub, Club 662. The incident took place just after they turned off the strip at Flamingo Road and Koval Lane, across from the Maxim Hotel and Casino. The locale of the shooting is one of the most puzzling aspects of the crime, police say, because the chances of an attacker making a quick getaway in that part of town are minimal. I don't know why they take a chance to take out Shakur when they did, one law enforcement officer said. Why take him out in one of the most gridlocked parts of the town? It's interesting. That's interesting stuff. That is really interesting stuff. Thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot, Black Jedi. That's good stuff. Really appreciate you sending that. It was a setup. The point is to show that the white caddy was part of the caravan. Yep, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yep. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I hear you. No, this is all good stuff. Original Philly says, the book says Keefe was driving the other direction on Flamingo and made a U-turn through all the traffic and got through all the cars, and Suge was still sitting at the light somehow. The conspiracy theories are flowing. I love it. I love it. This is really interesting. This is all really interesting stuff. Steve investigates. I want to see all the security footage, not just Pac and the MGM running out, leaving. Yep. Florida native, R.I.P. Tupac. He's your favorite artist. Unless they were police. Yep. Unless they were police. It was a setup. Yep. So does that mean you guys think that Keefe is innocent? Is that our next step? Do you guys think Keefe was innocent? Do you think Keefe's innocent then? Do you think he didn't have anything to do with this then? Original Phil, yep, the Cadillac was in the caravan, so it wouldn't have been seen by Keefe in Orlando. The white caddy was part of the death row crew. Inside job. Is there security footage? Okay, so wait. So, Steve, you think that Keefe did have a part of it? Florida native is saying no. Oh, he's not innocent. Original Philly. Sources say they have the tapes and there's more than we were shown. Well, according to that timeline, it's almost impossible for Orlando to be in the car. Right? Oh, I have some doubt now. I have some serious doubt. All right, let's get back to some video. That was good. That was a fun little detour. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Black Jedi. Thank you for that. Suge was acting pretty weird though. Yep. Well, somebody took him out. Florida native. That's the question. No street cameras. Yeah, not back then, right? I mean, cameras really didn't. I mean, after 9/11, that's when cameras just exploded all over the place. Maybe the bigger cities they had some cameras in '96, you know, but after 9/11, that's when it all exploded. All right, so that was a great little detour. I appreciate that. All right, let's get back to this. I love the knowledge. You guys.
William.
Really appreciate the education and the knowledge. All right, so this is a cousin. This is a cousin of Tupac. Remember we heard from his another cousin earlier. I think Mario was his name. I think here's another cousin.
Spell your name for me. William Lissane, WILLIAMLESANE.
What is your affiliation with this case?
Well, I'm Tupac's first cousin. His mother and my mom were sisters. I'm the oldest out of both sets of siblings or children. I'm the oldest brother and cousin.
What does it mean for you to be here today?
I'm just happy that I can be here, that I'm not dead, I'm not in jail, I'm healthy, I'm of sound mind, and I can come here and witness and observe not only what's going to be historic, but a culmination of 30 years of my family dealing with grief and anger, and depression, sadness, you know, so that's how I see it. It's like a culmination of all those 30 years of us not knowing which way we're going to go, always hearing some new controversy or conspiracy theory around my cousin's death, people dealing with my cousin's death without emotional attachment, you know, as if he was another statistic, but albeit a famous one. You know, we had a lot of that. We dealt with a lot of that. So now today it's almost like, you know, hopefully we don't have to deal with it anymore. We can put it all behind us and keep moving forward as a family and as a unit.
I mean, I'm just the average person, a fan who obviously never met Tupac? Tell me.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about him.
Oh, tell you about Tupac? When he was a kid, he thought he was a karate expert. He wanted to be like Bruce Lee. And then he'll watch a karate film and come outside after the film and think he was the karate guy that was in the film. He'll try to fight everyone. But my sister, who was like, I think maybe 3 years older than him, he would try his karate skills on her, but she would always whoop his butt every time. No matter what else he learned, whatever new it was, whatever new technique or new skill he thought he learned, he'd try it on my sister and she would tear him out. She'd tear him apart. That Tupac, man, very funny, very comical, extremely generous, very courageous, very brave person, man. He stood on principles. He wasn't perfect, obviously. He made a lot of mistakes. He was young. He didn't have a chance to learn from most of the mistakes that he made. But I'm sure that if he'd have lived long enough, he would have mastered the mistakes that he made, and all he would have done would have made him a more greater person than he was before he died.
Did you know that this was coming? Was this something, Keffe D, was this something that's been in your mind before?
No, Keffe D didn't come on my radar until I saw him constantly running his mouth on TV, and what he was saying was really bothering me because he was admitting his role in my cousin's murder. But not only was he admitting it, but it seemed like he was bragging about it, like he was proud of his role in my cousin's murder. And that to me was similar to having or being burdened with a 500-pound gorilla on my back every time I saw him talk about his role in my cousin's murder, because number one, I couldn't do anything about it, and number two, it was just the greatest form of disrespect and dishonor, that I had ever seen before in my life.
Anything else you want to say to ask you?
No.
Okay.
What's it like to see him in the courtroom?
Keffe D?
Yeah, what's it like to see him there?
I'm a 62-year-old man, 62-year-old black man. He's 63. To see him sitting there at 63 years old facing triple life, I feel bad for him. I feel bad more so for his family, for his children and his wife, not too much for him because he dug that grave for himself. But I'm just glad it's not me. What I hope for him is that he used this experience to try to help young people, because that's all we can really do, right? Like when we pay for our mistakes and we're being held accountable for our mistakes, we try to take our experience and our wisdom and we pass it on to younger people so that they don't make those kind of mistakes that we made. And I just hope that he finds God gives him the grace to be able to do that.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, I want to. All right, original Phil, you're saying look at the patterns. All right, let's take a look at the patterns. Let's take a look at the patterns. Let's take a look. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Coast double taps. That's how the cops are trained. So there's let's how many were there? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm counting 9. Do you guys see 9? I'm counting 9 there. So I've got 4 down by the handle, if you will. You got 1 up by the rear view mirror. That's 5 on the front door. Presumably those are the ones that got Tupac. And then you got 4 in the back, on the back, right? Is that what you guys are seeing? So I got 5 on the front and 4 in the back. He did have he wasn't shot in the face though, right? He was more in the body, shot in the body. Jesus, I remember the autopsy photo that went around which showed incorrect tattoos. Those are pretty tight groups, yeah. Kaylee. Tupac had his window down. Yeah, apparently he was hanging out the window, right? That's what, he was hanging out the window saying hello to his fans or something. Yeah, the lung got him. Yep. I think that's the one that was the fatal, right? That was the fatal one. I think that was the fatal one. So. Did he try to jump in the back seat? This is like Charles Jones. This is like Julio Fulio all over again. Or this was before. He's tried to jump in the back seat? That's just like Charles Jones. Florida native says try to jump in the back seat too. All right. God, that's the similarities are ridiculous between Tupac and Fulio. I wouldn't think so. History repeats itself. I agree. 7 of Hearts. Kaylee, I don't think it's safer. No, I don't. It's still a door. It would be the engine block. You know, the engine block would stop you, but when you're on the side, it doesn't matter if you're in the front or the back. Camilla, deja vu from the past, right? Wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know he tried to jump in the back seat. I didn't hear that. All right. Let's continue on. We got a couple more short clips. This is from August. So that last clip I showed was from August 12th, which was yesterday. I got a couple clips from today. So this is from earlier this morning. They're still in jury selection as far as I know.
Day 3 of juries.
Let me just rewind this.
Day 3 of jury selection in the Tupac Shakur murder case. The judge trying to send 36 people to tomorrow's knockout round, where lawyers will select the final group of 16 jurors. As 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne reports, not everything went according to plan inside the courtroom.
After rather slow days Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday picked up a little speed, but at the beginning of the day, there was a little departure from the norm. District Court Judge Carly Kearney asks each juror if they've ever been arrested or if they or anyone they know have ever had any contact with law enforcement. One man from the East Coast who made it to the next round said he'd never been arrested, but it turns out prosecutors think he was. Problem is, those answers he gave are under oath, and that presents a bit of a problem, as we found out today in court.
In 2024, he was arrested for felony child neglect. Ultimately, the case was resolved to a disorderly conduct and a state of trouble. So, because he represented to the court, he didn't know anyone that was arrested, and that isn't true.
But because of the fact that this is something that was said in court under oath, I would think that we would want him to be here to clarify his understanding as to that question and why he answered the way he did. So as a result, we would have no objection for him to come forward on Thursday and be able to answer the court.
This happens sometimes. People don't necessarily realize how specific they need to be on these forms or in these forums. So it's not necessarily intentional, but it might be criminal to omit that kind of information. They could be charged with perjury. But it's a deviation from a slow process, jury selection. That being said, opening statements are scheduled for Monday, and that's when this trial will become the focus of media attention across the world. Reporting at the Regional Justice Center, Kyle Payne, 8 News Now.
Davis could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted of Shakur's 1996 murder here in Las Vegas. He could get additional time for 2 aggravating factors: the use of a gun in the deadly shooting and gang-related activity.
All right, Sherry, I didn't see anything about a jury being seated. Even if they are, it's not starting until Monday. Very similar to Mario Fernandez. He has a jury, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. All right, this is the last one that I have. Let's check this out. So I just did a quick search. I haven't seen anything that a jury has been seated. It wouldn't surprise me if they do, but they're not starting until Monday.
Jury selection in the Tupac Shakur murder trial hit a snag on day 3.
50 new potential jurors were brought in for questioning. But first, prosecutors alerted the judge, a juror who advanced to the next round, they lied about their criminal history. Fox 5's Victoria Saha is at the Regional Justice Center with more. Despite a revelation that a juror lied about their criminal history, questioning continued for 50 new prospective jurors. And inside that courtroom was Tupac Shakur's family. They flew in and tell me that they've been waiting for this trial to start.
It's been 30 years of trauma, grief, anger, depression, all culminated to today where now we sit in the courtroom.
William Lassane is in Las Vegas in hopes of finally getting closure. In the courtroom, seeing Mr. Davis, what went through your mind?
What goes through my mind, I feel bad for him because he's 63 years old now. He's suffering from cancer, and his life hangs on the balance of something that he did 30 years ago.
Duane Davis is the only person ever to be arrested in connection to the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur. Davis is accused of orchestrating the 1996 killing in Las Vegas and has been behind bars since 2023. But even after Tupac's death, his cousin says his legacy exploded.
Our family have accepted long ago that Tupac not only just belongs to us now, he belongs to the world.
You are staying close to Flamingo and Koval. Tell me what that means for your family, staying right where he was killed.
Sort of the reason why we're staying there is purpose, is on purpose, because we want to embrace the tragedy because it helps give us strength to move forward.
And as we move forward with this trial, Tupac Shakur's siblings are expected to testify. As I've prepared for this trial, I've gotten to know a lot about Tupac Shakur's life, but it's a lot different interacting with those who knew him best. Reporting from the Regional Justice Center, Victoria Saha, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas. Jury questioning is expected to continue throughout the rest of the week. Attorneys still need to seat 12 jurors and 4 alternates. Those who get selected, they will be partially sequestered for a trial expected to last at least 4 weeks. Makes Fox 5 your home for continuing coverage of the trial.
Partially sequestered. Partially sequestered. Interesting. Partially sequestered. All right, you guys. That is going to be a wrap here. But before we go, I want to remind you that we will be, tomorrow we have jury selection from this week from Mario Fernandez. So I know we've spent the entire day talking about this trial, and we will cover it. We just won't cover it every day. We'll do a weekly recap. And depending on how much time I have, maybe I'll jump on and do something during the night. But we definitely will be staying up to date with this. We will be covering it. And for those that are interested in the Mario Fernandez, here's the link for that. We're going to be showing his jury selection from this week. All right, so this is the Mario Fernandez link. That's going to be tomorrow. We're going to stream that tomorrow. We'll have jury selection. We'll go through the whole process. If you guys have been following that trial with us, that's a Shanna Gardner trial and Jared Bridegan. So definitely join us for that. And then on Sundays, Sunday afternoons, all day, I'll probably start at noon. I don't know if I'll do it this weekend because it's still jury selection. But next weekend, next Sunday, we'll start covering it. We'll start covering this trial. We've spent a lot of time and effort checking this out. You guys have been great, giving us some really fantastic information. Really appreciate all the knowledge that you guys and education that you gave to me, and hope that we were able to provide a little bit of education for you guys on top of that. So all that being said, we are going to switch gears to Mario Fernandez and then Shanna Gardner, but we will absolutely be keeping our eyes out on this. I think this is a very important trial, and definitely want to continue to cover it. So, Bob Kitten, thank you for the coverage. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Tammy NKS, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I'll let you guys go. Thank you again for spending your day with us. Really, really appreciate that. Grampy, if you're watching, I got your girl right over there. Little Super Ball's right over there. Got a little kitty back over there. Kitty over there. Got some cats up there. We got 7 cats. For those that don't know, we have 7 cats. Oh, got Roger over here. There's Roger over there. So they're waiting to be fed. So thank you guys for spending your day with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. We are unfortunately not going to cover this. We had to make a decision. It's tough. It stinks. It really stinks that these trials are going to be going on at the same time. But they literally are paralleling each other. They're both in jury selection now, and they're both going to start on Monday. So we had to make a decision. Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner is closer to us, so we'll be able to. I'm going to get over there for at least opening statements and. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop, not cover Keffe D. We definitely will be covering that. So look for us tomorrow if you want to jump on board with Mario Fernandez. It's going to be a good trial as well. And Keffe D, we'll be doing Sunday recaps. I'll just show like what we did today. I'll just go and I'll pull all the important testimony and we'll watch it together. And we'll do it like that. So with all that being said, thank you again for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Have a fantastic night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.